be seated. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Mr. King, Ms. Brady, Ms. Higgs, Ms. Nelson, and Ms. Spengler. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Stitch McGuire, and Mr. Edson. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are the parties ready for the jury?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor, I do have a couple of brief matters I should probably bring up with the court.
Oh, okay.
First of all, Your
Honor, we are expecting that we'll be calling Dr. Jonathan Woodcock this morning, perhaps the second witness. And in reviewing Dr. Woodcock's reports and notes, we've located what appear to be three or four areas that seem to be subject to the court's orders, at least arguably. And I identified those for Mr. Brockler this morning, and I just wanted to bring them to the court's attention. Because I believe these are subject to the court's orders, I'm not going to ask any questions about them. I've instructed Dr. Woodcock that I'm not going to ask him any questions about them and that these are not relevant topics. He's in the courtroom right now, so that the court knows. But the topics would be, number one, initially when we sent him in to see Mr. Holmes on the 24th of July, 2012, one of the primary reasons was to assess competency to proceed. And I understand that that's not an issue for this jury. It's not an issue that's relevant at this point in time, and it's been excluded by the court, so I'm deliberately not going to ask any questions about that. Secondly, there's the potential issue of what Mr. Holmes' desires might be about the potential outcomes of the trial. There's a statement that he made to Dr. Woodcock that he didn't care, something along the lines of he didn't care whether he got the death penalty or not. I'm not going to inquire about that. And finally, Judge, I'm not going to inquire about any issues that would bring up issues of future dangerousness. And those are the three issues I just wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay. All right. And obviously, all my orders related to Dr. Reed apply to some extent to your experts, and I issued those orders at your request in terms of excluding anything or limiting anything. It was done at the defense's request, and it wouldn't make sense to have excluded it with respect to Dr. Reed and then allow someone else to talk about it. So it applied with Dr. Metzner, it applies with the defense experts, and so the defense should be talking to its experts, and then the prosecution has to be careful not to elicit those statements or not to go into those areas during cross-examination.
And I anticipated that was going to be the court's feeling, and I've instructed Dr. Woodcock on what the court's orders are and told him that if he reaches a point where he doesn't know if he can answer a question, he should just indicate that he doesn't know if he can answer the question pursuant to the court's orders or not.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Brockler?
And I appreciate Mr. King giving me that information in advance, and I agree with the court's orders. The one area that I think is of concern here with Dr. Woodcock is when he's sent into the jail at the request of the public defender's office back on July 24th, it appears to be precisely and only for the purposes of determining competency. It does not appear to be a psychiatric evaluation for any other purpose than that. And so being able to cross-examine him on the fact that he did not, in that first meeting, explore with him some of the other areas that he's now going to bootstrap into his opinion of March 26th of this year is important, I think, to testing his competence and credibility before the court.
Well, my order on competency, my recollection, Mr. King, is that what I excluded was any results of any competency testing. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, Your Honor. Any opinions about competency? I have no objection to Mr. Brockler asking questions about the scope of the interview that Dr. Woodcock did with Mr. Holmes on the 24th. And I can tell the court the only purpose wasn't competency. There were other purposes as well. That was one of the purposes. But if he wants to explore that, I'm going to have no objection to that.
Okay. So if he says, one of the, or your understanding that is that the purpose of your examination was to assess competency without going into any results of that examination or any opinions about that examination. You're saying that's okay.
I would ask the court for instruction on that. I would think that would violate the court's order, but
Which order do you think it violates? It seems to me that's appropriate if Mr. Brockler wants to attack his credibility or the reliability of his opinions by saying, hey, you wrote this report on sanity a year later or 2 years later or whenever it was, and when you went in there to meet with him shortly after the shooting, what you were asked to do or what you were doing was evaluating his competency. Now, you know, he may not be able to get into what he was asked by counsel. I don't know whether he will or not, but I think it's fair for him to say what his goal was as he went in there to talk to Mr. Holmes. Does that make sense?
it makes sense, Judge. I think that the problem is it raises a question in the jury's mind of whether Mr. Holmes was found to be competent or not at the time. And I think that's the irrelevant issue before this jury. That's a determination for the court and not the jury. And so I think Mr. Brockler can ask questions about the scope of the questioning and what the questioning related to without bringing up the issue of competency, without saying the word competency and without bringing that up. I could tell the court that Dr. Woodcock's testimony is going to be that he went into, other than competency, he went in to observe symptoms and give his initial clinical impressions.
Okay.
Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Brockler, can you satisfy your goal, if you will, by asking whether he was requested to conduct a sanity examination at that time?
At this point, Judge, I will, and I'll say this further. If I feel like there needs to be greater exploration of that, I'll approach the court before I start going into that area. I won't just do it from the hip.
Okay, let me just tell you that I don't believe that it would violate any of my orders to have Mr. Brockler question Dr. Woodcock about whether one of the goals of the initial meeting was to assess the defendant's competency. But I do understand the concern that was just expressed by Mr. King, that if you allow that, then the jury might wonder, well, what was the result of that? Or is the defendant competent now? Was he competent at the time? And we probably want to avoid those types of issues. But Mr. Brockler, if you get to a point where you think you need to go into that, then ask to approach, and then we'll see what we do about it. And if I allow it, then perhaps we can come up with I can come up with an instruction for the jury. But it would be better if you stay away from it. And for now, it sounds like you're agreeing to stay away from it. And then if you think at some point you need to explore that you will approach the bench and ask for permission to do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. King, was there something else?
Just one other issue very briefly, Your Honor, and that is we anticipate today and tomorrow, I think for the most part, that we will be, as the court anticipated when the prosecution admitted the jail video of Mr. Holmes in the holding cell, we're going to be seeking the admission of 3 different jail videos that I referenced in my opening statement that took place in November of 2012. I haven't provided copies of these to the prosecution this morning because we got them from them. They were provided by the jail through discovery, and so they have the videos. The versions that we would be seeking to introduce would be unaltered, unedited versions of those 3 videos.
All right. And are these some of the videos that were shown during opening statement or different videos?
Yes, I showed portions of these videos in opening statement. The 3 videos are, one of them is just a couple of minutes in length. I think another is 6 minutes in length. And then the third is, I think, around 2 hours in length.
Okay. Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor, I imagine that's accurate. I just don't think we'd be doing our due diligence if we said, hey, we take the public defender at their word that these videos contain what they say and are unedited. I think we need to be scrutinizing the evidence the same way they would ours. So to the extent that they have the ability to provide us copies in advance of playing them, we'd like to use some of our downtime from court to review those and just make sure they're exactly what they purport to be.
All right. Do you have a copy of them?
Yeah, we have copies right here we can provide
All right.
to them, Judge.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
I hate to backpedal, Judge, but Ms. Nelson just pointed out to me in court's order in D 185. On page 4, the footnote number 6 indicates during the trial the parties should avoid references to competency testing, evaluation, or analysis in order to avoid prompting questions from the jury related to the determination of the defendant's competency or the results of competency testing.
Right. But the order, I think, was aimed at the results of the competency testing, if I remember correctly. And I said that because of the concern that you expressed earlier, which I agreed with, or which I share, which is that if you allow some testimony about competency, the jury may then wonder, well, what was the result of the competency evaluation? So,
Understood.
okay. All right. Anything else?
No, not for the defense.
Great. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
The three that we're going to introduce.
Please be seated, everyone. The records will reflect that the jury has joined us again. Good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lengthy break that we had. At the end of the day on Friday of last week, the prosecution rested. I have been mentioning to you throughout the trial that the defendant is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with him and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial, and that the prosecution has the burden of proof. The prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of each crime charged. And so the defendant does not have to present any evidence, but the defendant may present evidence if he wishes to. And so at this time, let me inquire of defense counsel to see if they wish to present evidence on behalf of the defendant. Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your first witness, please.
Your Honor, the defense would call Jason Frank.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Jason John Frank, Jason John Frank.
All right, make sure you speak into the microphone, please, so that we can all hear you. Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Can you please tell us how you're employed?
I work as a registered nurse at the Arapahoe County Jail. Been there approximately 5 years. I also have a small business doing muscle activation techniques.
Okay. When you were you employed at the jail as a nurse in November of 2012?
Yes, through a staffing service I was.
Did you ever have contact with an inmate named James Holmes in your regular duties at the jail?
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize him here today?
I do.
Do you recall, sir, on November 11th of 2012, at 3:32 hours, there being something aired over the radio in the jail referenced Mr. Holmes?
Yes, I do.
And what was that?
I was working in booking, covering in the infirmary because we didn't have a nurse at that time. Usually on the weekends we don't in there. And there was an emergency called, so I responded from booking. At the time that I got there, they were escorting Mr. Holmes to the behavior side of the holding cells over there.
And is that the side where they house people in what's called the rubber room that doesn't have any
Yes.
furniture in there?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to then review a videotape of Mr. Holmes jumping or falling off of his bed in his solitary cell there?
Yeah, I had to, actually, as he was walking, I asked him if he wanted me to check him out, and he said he was okay and refused, so I went and checked on the camera to make sure he didn't hurt his neck or anything. That was the best I could do.
Okay. And have you had a chance to, if I can approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm handing you what I've marked as DTR 67, and I'm handing that to you now, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
this is the CD that I was shown recently, just the video that was pulled from his cell when the incident happened.
Does that have your initials and today's date written on it that
Yes,
you
it does.
reviewed that? And is that a fair representation of the video that you reviewed of the events that took place on the 11th of November 2012 that you just testified about?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move the admission of the exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, D-TR-67 is admitted and may be published.
Judge, I have no further questions of this witness, and I'd ask to publish the exhibit when he's done, or if the prosecution needs to review the exhibit first, I would have no objection to that either.
How long is this video?
I think this is 2 minutes, or 6 minutes in length, 6 minutes in length.
All right, and it doesn't have any sound, correct?
No sound, that's
All
right.
Would counsel please approach for just a moment? Members of the jury, I need to give you a limiting instruction at this time. The court has admitted the testimony of this witness only for a limited purpose. Similarly, the court has admitted Exhibit D-TR-67 for the same limited purpose, and that is, you may consider this evidence only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. I've explained to you in the past that when I refer to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, I am referring to issues related to two questions. Number one, whether the defendant was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act. And number two, whether the defendant suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charge. Does everyone understand that? And everyone's saying yes and nodding their head yes. All right, thank you. Okay, with that, Ms. Teach McGuire, do you have any cross-examination?
Here I do, I would ask to be permitted to cross-examine him after the video show, but we just received a copy of this right now, so I would ask the court for permission to have a short break to read it.
Is there any way you can view it on your laptop? That's fine, it'll be easier.
Your Honor, I've had a brief opportunity to review the video, and it can be published to the jury
All right,
without people's objection.
okay. Mr. King, do you want to publish it right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want me to dim the lights?
Yes, please.
All right.
Need the desk.
right, the record should reflect that the defense just finished publishing Exhibit D-TR-67. Is there a cross-examination?
Good morning, Mr. Pring.
Good morning.
This wasn't the first opportunity you had to observe the defendant.
No, it wasn't.
In fact, was your first contact with the defendant on July 23rd of 2012?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled?
I believe so. I don't know exactly which day it was that I first met him. It was, I think, maybe the second day that he had arrived to the jail.
As a nurse at the Arapahoe County Jail facility, do you take notes that document your interactions with inmates?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with me and have an opportunity to review those notes? So would it be a surprise to you if you noted that your notes noted that you had contact with him on July 23rd of 2012?
No, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Can you tell the jury about your observations of the defendant on July 23rd of 2012?
He's you know, like any other inmate, a little anxious when he first got there. He was for several months. Maybe a little hypervigilant, but mostly just anxious, which is very normal for inmates, especially in the first couple of months.
All right, and did he ever have any needs that he asked you about during that time on July 23rd?
Objection beyond the scope.
The objection as to beyond the scope is well, actually, why don't counsel approach, please? Okay, the objection is overruled. Ms. Stitch McGuire, you can proceed as we discussed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You also had contact with the defendant on July 24th of 2012, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Were your observations of the defendant consistent with the observations you would have of other inmates in the jail?
Yes, it was.
You also had contact with the defendant on August 3rd of 2012.
That's what the notes say.
And were your
Long time.
observations of the defendant at that time consistent with the observations of other inmates in the Arapahoe County Jail?
Yes,
And the same for August 8th, August 9th, September 3rd,
yes.
all of those observations consistent with
He's
other
been very
inmates?
consistent.
Generally, your observations of the defendant was that he complied with orders?
Mhm.
And what was,
Hold on. Was the answer yes?
Yes.
All right.
thank you, Your Honor. And your specific role as a nurse in the jail at that time, could you tell the jury about what that role was?
Basically, I tend to the medical needs and psychiatric needs of the inmates as they come up. Especially when working in booking, there's a lot of different things we deal with, but covering booking and inpatient at the same time can be a handful sometimes. It's a lot of work, a lot of people. Basically just tending to medical needs, emergencies, and anything else that may come up, including deputies.
So up until 4 months later, on this date when we saw this video, you never had any concerns at all regarding Mr.
No.
Holmes?
No, I mean, you're on guard with all the inmates, but no, nothing out of the ordinary.
Was the defendant able to answer your questions when he asked them up until that time?
Yes,
Did he answer them appropriately?
absolutely.
Did he react to stimuli appropriately?
Yes, he did.
Now, going to what we just saw in that video, as you were able to watch the video, were you able to notice that the defendant neatly placed items around his cell?
Yes, he's always been very neat like that.
Did you notice that he neatly placed the photographs within the blue sections of his cell?
Yes, he does.
Were you able to notice that he was able to walk effectively up on his bed without any assistance?
Yes.
And what were your observations? And to be clear, when you reviewed this video, you were doing so to make sure you didn't need to provide specific medical treatment to the defendant. So you were watching it with a careful eye to see if he could have been injured.
Yes, it was the only bit of information that I had to be able to evaluate him since he didn't want me to physically look at him.
And it's fair to say that that camera is easily visible to inmates in the cell.
Yes,
So inmates know that they're on camera.
yes.
And you, when you watched that video, please tell the jury about what you observed about the defendant.
Objection, Judge. That calls for speculation, for a characterization. The exhibit speaks for itself.
Sustained.
You had no concerns about any injuries to the defendant after your observations of watching that video.
No,
Did you also observe that there was a white powdery substance on the floor of the defendant's cell?
afterward, yes, the deputies brought that to my attention and I could see it on their boots.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Did you have any contact with the defendant after the date of this incident of the video camera?
Multiple, up to current date.
Were all of your observations of the defendant after that date consistent with your observations of other inmates?
Yes,
I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any redirect, Mr. King?
Just one question, sir. 3:32 hours, 3:32 in the morning?
Yes.
A.m. Thank you.
yes.
Any recross?
No.
All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. Mr. King, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection, Ms. Stitch McGuire?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Where would you like this to go?
You can put it on the table right
Okay.
there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Mr. King, please call your next witness.
The defense would call Dr. Jonathan Woodcock.
Good morning. Can I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Jonathan Hugh Woodcock, Jonathan Hughwoodcock.
Mr. King, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you. Good morning, doctor. How are you?
Good morning. Good, thank you.
Doctor, I'm going to have some questions for you about your training and experience. But first, before we begin, if at any point during our conversation here you think that you would like to look at your report or something else to refresh your memory, just let us know, and we'll let you do that as long as we know what you're looking at. Is that okay?
Yes.
Tell us what you do for a living, sir.
I'm a neurologist and psychiatrist.
Can you tell us what's the significance of being both a neurologist and a psychiatrist, if there is a significance to it?
Well, there is some significance. Most people train in either one field or the other. I've always been interested in the impact of brain function on what we call higher cortical function, usually the categories of behavior, emotion, and cognition. And I felt early in my career that it would be helpful and interesting to me to train in both the fields of neurology, which is mostly brain function based, spinal cord based, and in psychiatry, which has to do more with emotional, psychological types of behavioral pathology. And throughout my career, I've specialized in basically the overlap of those two fields where usually identifiable brain dysfunction results in problems in behavior and cognition and emotional control.
In terms of the training that you received and the education that you received to have these qualifications, first of all, where did you go to college?
I went to college in Houghton College in upstate New York.
And did you then attend medical school?
Yes, I attended medical school at the State University of New York at Buffalo School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate from medical school, sir?
1977.
And what did you do following your graduation from medical school? Were you involved in some residency at that point, or?
Yes, I did 2 years of residency training in internal medicine at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland. And then I did 3 years of training in neurology at Massachusetts General Hospital at Harvard in Boston. And then 2 years of training in psychiatry at McLean Hospital, also at Harvard in Massachusetts.
So because of your dual focus in psychiatry and neurology, does that involve, is that why you had to have two separate fellowships there, or?
Yes, each field requires its own training program and examinations.
Following the termination of your fellowship in psychiatry at Harvard Medical School in 1984, what did you then move on to do as part of your training, or were you done with your training at that point?
I was done with my training, but hopefully not my learning. And my first job was to take over the psychiatric intensive care unit at McLean Hospital, which is one of Harvard's two teaching psychiatric hospitals. And it was I was given the job by my chief to transition that program from a psychiatric intensive care program for people with principally intractable psychoses, schizophrenia. A lot of the patients there had to be very carefully monitored because of their suicidal and homicidal ideation, and to transition that program into a program for people with known or suspected acquired brain problems, such as traumatic brain injury, strokes, encephalitis, that sort of thing. A lot of those patients also have severe problems with behavioral control, and those were the types of patients in that category we were taking care of. So we had similar behavioral management techniques that the staff knew about in running the intensive care unit. And we were able to transition to a somewhat different population, again, that had problems with higher cortical function and different kinds of brain injuries.
Now, how big of a facility is this, just to give the jury some indication of the number of patients that would be at this psychiatric hospital at any given time?
The psychiatric hospital had, I think, about 300 patients. Our particular unit at any one time would usually have about 25 inpatients.
And you indicated that you were the psychiatrist in charge, is that right?
Yes, I was one of 2 psychiatrists in charge.
Did you also have direct contact, clinical contact with the patients, interaction with the patients, diagnosing them, treating them, things along those lines?
It was my job to, first of all, establish the program, to supervise the nursing and therapy staff, and to evaluate the patients, as well as treat them throughout their hospital course and arrange for follow-up care after they had been discharged.
And I think that you said that part of your task there was to manage this transition. And I think you said the transition was from a psychiatric intensive care type unit to more of a traumatic or injury or neurology-based practice. Is that fair to say?
Well, the patients that we were seeing in the program were transitioned from the patients who had diagnoses usually of psychotic disorders. That would mostly be schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, and bipolar disorder, as well as other types of severe, usually personality disorder, where there was either aggressive behavior or suicidal behavior, mostly suicidal behavior on that unit. And then we began to admit and to see and develop a program specifically for people who had acquired brain injury, such as strokes and traumatic brain injury.
So over the course of time that you were there, and that was, how long were you there?
I was there almost 5 years.
Over that 5-year period, did you see a significant number of patients that were had serious psychotic illnesses, as you described, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or schizoaffective disorder?
We began with that population, then we moved on to this population with acquired brain injury. So those people had what we would call organic psychotic or organic affective disorders. But during that time, I probably saw hundreds of people who met that category.
And what did you do after you were done with your tenure there, that 5-year period there, which was what, 1989 you were done there? Or?
Yes.
What was the next step in your progression?
In 1989, I was recruited to come up and set up a similar program here in Colorado. And we did that. That program started out in Boulder and moved to Louisville and closed in less than 2 years. And then I was recruited to be medical director of a rehab hospital that wanted a similar program. So I continued to run those programs in several different facilities, but basically the same model for the same population of patients for another 15 years.
And during that period of time when you were had those administrative responsibilities, did you also have a private practice, a private psychiatric practice?
Yes, I had a private practice both in Boston and here in Colorado.
And what did that entail?
It basically involved seeing patients with similar kinds of problems, but who were outpatients, who were in the community, or sometimes living in residential facilities. But they were able to come basically to an office and see me, and then I would do a similar sort of evaluation that we would do in the hospital and arrange for them to receive appropriate therapies in the community, working with various therapists who understood the needs of these patients as well as manage their medications.
Now, during your private practice, have you been retained to do any forensic work? Have you, meaning testifying in court or having court-related professional activities?
Yes, that's been an important part of my career in taking care of people with acquired brain injury. Many of those people have traumatic brain injuries or have been through some medical procedure which results in the neurological problem. And some of those people are involved in lawsuits, in litigation about the causation and the damages that they've sustained. And therefore, lawyers began to ask me, because I was treating these folks, specific questions about the causation or the needs that those people would have over time, and that became a significant, a minority, but a significant part of my practice. I also was asked, I've also been asked a number of times in terms of criminal cases where the question would be whether someone's neurologic condition or psychiatric condition or both had contributed to their criminal behavior.
So in that context, have you done both work in the civil arena and the criminal arena?
Yes, mostly in the civil, but some in the criminal.
And in the context of your forensic work, well, first of all, did you ever receive any training in forensic work as part of your education or as part of your continuing medical education or training outside of your formal schooling?
Yes, I have in my psychiatry training program at Harvard. Our chief of psychiatry had been the chief of correctional psychiatry in Texas before he became a professor at Harvard and ran our program, was very interested in correctional psychiatry as well as in forensic psychiatry. And so I think our program was probably very strong in terms of training in those areas. Part of our training involved a rotation, for instance, at Bridgewater State Hospital, which then was the correctional psychiatric hospital in the Massachusetts correctional system.
So did you both in Massachusetts and in Colorado conduct sanity evaluations of criminal defendants, for example?
I was trained in doing that in Massachusetts and did some as a trainee. I didn't do it as part of my professional career there, although at least in the criminal area, I certainly did a number of competency evaluations regarding things like financial decision-making, end-of-life decision-making, and that sort of thing. And then my involvement in criminal evaluations has been in Colorado.
How many criminal, have you both been involved in criminal cases where you've testified ultimately at a trial or a hearing? Have you done that?
Yes.
And have you also been retained in criminal cases where you've been more of a consultant or where you haven't actually, it hasn't actually gone to trial, the case?
Yes, more often it's been that case where I would do an evaluation and it would be determined that I wouldn't testify.
So give us a rough example of how many criminal cases do you think you've been retained on total?
I think I've probably been retained in 1 to 2 dozen cases, and I think 4 of those have gone to trial.
Okay. Murder cases?
Yes, there was, I think, 3.
Have you ever been, in your civil work, have you been retained by both sides, the plaintiff and the defendant at different times?
Yes, I have.
How about courts? Have you ever been appointed by a court?
I've never been appointed by a court.
Okay. In criminal context, have you ever been retained by a prosecutor, or have the cases you've worked on been for defense lawyers?
All the cases I've been asked to do have been defense.
Is that because of some ethical or moral position you have, or is that just what's been offered to you that fit your schedule?
No, it has nothing to do with my bias. That's just who's called.
What kind of professional organizations are you a part of, sir, that would be relevant to your testimony here today?
I'm a member of most of the professional organizations that, with my background, you'd sort of expect me to be a member of, including the American Academy of Neurology, the American Neurological Association, the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a certified member of the American Society of Neurorehabilitation, the Society of Cognitive and Behavioral Neurology, the American Neuropsychiatric Association, Colorado Society of Clinical Neurologists, and the Colorado Psychiatric Society.
When you were working at the McLean Hospital in the 80s, late 80s, as one of the two psychiatrists in charge, were you also teaching at that point in time?
Yes, we had both medical students and residents who rotated through our program, and then there would also be other seminars that I would provide to usually the residents.
And that would be associated with the Harvard Medical School?
Yes.
And since you've come to Colorado, have you had other teaching positions? Do you teach about psychiatry or neurology?
Yes, I've been a teacher here since shortly after I came, because it's one of the things that I enjoy, and I learn a lot by doing it. And I was first on the volunteer neurology faculty, and then also had an appointment in the rehab department. We had rehab residents rotating through our programs here from the university as part of their training in rehabilitation for acquired brain injury. And 2.5 years ago, I accepted a full-time appointment on the full-time faculty in the Department of Neurology in setting up the clinical dementia and dementia research program, and have been actively teaching during these 2.5 years as well.
Are you board certified, sir?
Yes, I'm board certified in internal medicine, neurology, psychiatry, and the subspecialty of behavioral neurology, neuropsychiatry.
Judge, at this time I'm going to move for the admission of Dr. Woodcock as an expert in the fields of psychiatry and neurology pursuant to Colorado Rule of Evidence 702 and People versus Schreck.
Is there any objection? Yes. Mr. Bruckler, you may conduct some voir dire.
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience and some of the things that you testified to, okay?
Certainly.
First off, when you were asked about your background regarding specifically forensic training, you referred to a period of time back when you had been trained at Harvard. Is that fair?
Yes,
What year was that?
that would have been from 1982 to 1984.
Outside of 1982 to 1984, which I believe was President Reagan's first term, did you have any other training in forensic psychiatry?
Yes, I've taken courses in forensic psychiatry at the American Psychiatric Association meetings. In our section, which we call the behavioral neurology section, we also have an interest in this area. And we actually have a forensic psychiatrist who's part of our section, so we have periodic conferences in this area. The psychiatry program where I have an appointment, the psychiatry department, also has occasional rounds or lectures in this area, and I also do a fair amount of reading in this area.
So lectures and reading are things that you participate in since 1984?
Yes.
All right. Now, to be fair, your current position, you are listed on really all the CU websites and information as an assistant professor of neurology, correct?
No, I think it lists me as an assistant professor of neurology and psychiatry.
Would you recognize a copy of the website if you had a chance to look at it again?
I probably would.
May I approach the witness, Your
I
Honor?
don't look at them often.
You may.
I've got a couple versions of this, sir. I'm handing you what I think has been printed out yesterday from the CU website. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does it say you are?
It says an assistant professor of neurology on this website.
Now, in fact, if you go to the neurology website, it lists all the faculty there. You're aware of that.
Yes.
And it lists you as faculty there. Fair?
Yes.
If you go to the psychiatry website for CU, it lists the faculty there. Fair?
Yes.
You are not on that. Fair?
I don't know. I haven't checked it.
If I handed you a printed off copy of that, would that help?
It would. I haven't looked
Judge,
at
I'm going
that
to
site.
object. It's not going to refresh his recollection if he's never seen it.
Well, I don't think he's, are you using it to rephrase his recollection?
Well, have you ever seen who they list as faculty on the psychiatry website?
No, I've never looked at that.
Would you take me at my word if I said you're not listed on there?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
I have an appointment in psychiatry as an assistant professor.
I understand.
Thank you.
In fact, the two things that you are listed for on the website are related to, since 2012, are specifically regarding the Rocky Mountain Alzheimer's Disease Center. Fair?
Yes, that's my primary job.
That's your primary job, is dealing with Alzheimer's. And then there's some research related to dementia.
Yes, I'm also the director of clinical research for the Alzheimer's program, which is our umbrella term for dementia.
And that has been the focus of your practice, really, since you took over this appointment as assistant professor?
That's been a principal focus, yes. It's not the only thing that I do.
I understand. One of the things that you were asked about was the times that you have testified in cases. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the times that you've testified, and it appears that you testify more in depositions in civil cases than in trials. Is that accurate?
Yes, most cases settle before trial, so that they'll settle usually after the expert's deposition, or I may be deposed as a treating physician, and then the case will settle before trial.
And to give some perspective to the testimony, I just want to go through. You've done, by my count, according to what you supplied to us, you've testified 25 times in trials of all kinds between 2010 and 2015. Is that accurate? Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Of those 25, 15 of them have been as an expert for a plaintiff in a civil case. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And so that we're clear, when you testify in a civil case for a plaintiff, you're testifying for someone who is suing somebody else for money for injuries they claim they've suffered.
Well, I'm not testifying for them. I'm testifying at their request, but I'm testifying for my professional opinion.
I understand. 7 times, bless you, 7 times you've testified in a civil case as a treating physician since 2010. Does that sound about right?
Yes. Most of the time I'm asked by the attorneys who are representing patients I'm seeing, either as a treating physician or as an expert.
And then one time I found between 2010 and 2015, have you testified for a civil defendant, usually a company or an insurance company or someone who's claimed to have caused the injury? Fair?
Yes, most of the defense, the civil defense work I do settles before deposition.
So the answer to my question is yes, one time between 2010 and 2015, you've testified at trial for a civil defendant.
That may be.
Okay. And one time you testified at a domestic relations hearing or trial between
Yes.
2010 and 2015, is that right?
Yes.
I also see that between 2010 and 2015, I have down here, based on your records, that you have testified in one criminal case. Is that accurate?
Yes, I think it is in the last 5 years.
And that criminal case was a murder case. Fair?
Yes.
It was a murder case out of Colorado Springs. Fair?
Yes.
And the person that hired you for that case is...
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Goes to his expertise, Judge. This is all stuff ferreted out in the direct on his qualifications.
Overruled?
And the person that hired you on that murder case back in 2011 was Mr. King.
Yes, public defenders.
Other than that murder case in the last 5 years since 2010, you had indicated that you testified in 2 other murder cases as an expert, correct?
I didn't say it was since 2010.
No. I'm sorry, and forgive me, that was poorly worded question. I don't mean that. I mean, you have testified in 2 other murder cases other than that one between 2010 and 2015, so even before that.
Yes, they were some time ago. I couldn't find any records about them. That's from my recollection.
Well, and do you remember where they were?
They were both in Colorado. They were both in rural Colorado, I believe.
Now, would it surprise you to know that on prior disclosures of your testimony, going back to the year 2000, you don't disclose any other murder cases that you have testified in as an expert?
Yes, that's why I couldn't find them. They were before we were required to keep testimony lists.
When you say required to keep, what do you mean?
Well, it's my understanding that the federal courts require expert witnesses to keep, to provide lists of their testimony, and they tend to be asked for by in other venues as well. That's my understanding.
And you understand that rule to have only happened as of 2000?
I don't know when it started.
So the list of testimony that you've provided since 2000 isn't complete because it doesn't contain those cases you can't seem to remember. Fair?
No, I have to assume that those cases occurred before 2000.
Oh, before 2000 in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't remember where they were?
No.
Okay. Is it fair to say then in the past 15 years you have testified one time as an expert in psychiatry or neurology in the state of Colorado, well, heck, in any state, on a murder case?
I think that's correct.
And is it fair too then that that's the only criminal case for which you have provided expert testimony in a criminal case, in the last 15 years?
I think in terms of testimony, yes.
Just that one in 2011?
I believe so.
And in that case, you were not qualified as an expert in forensic anything. Fair?
I don't recall specifically. I doubt I was.
Okay.
I don't know. I was probably just qualified in psychiatry.
Okay. All right, you're not aware of a criminal court in the state of Colorado that's ever recognized you as an expert in forensic anything, have you? In a criminal case?
No.
Now, in going through your testimony, where you have, I presume, provided expert testimony, either as a plaintiff's expert, treating physician, or that one time as a defense expert, here are the areas that I've found from your disclosure about what you've testified to. CSF leak post-surgery. What is that?
The CSF is cerebral spinal fluid. It's the fluid that surrounds the brain and spinal cord. So there was injury to the base of the skull in sinus surgery, which resulted in a leak and symptoms.
Concussion, yes.
Yes,
Cervical whiplash, yes. Traumatic anxiety, yes.
yes,
Post-traumatic stress disorder,
yes,
post-surgical cervical myelopathy,
yes,
traumatic cranial neuropathies,
yes,
traumatic brain injury.
yes,
I'm going to mispronounce this, forgive me, doctor. Pudendal neuralgia,
yes,
Lewy body dementia,
yes,
complex regional pain syndrome,
yes,
headache,
yes,
septicemia,
yes,
cervical disequilibrium.
yes.
You gave me a
I'm-
funny
I'm
look.
not-
It was
well,
on
I'm
your
not
thing,
sure.
so you tell me.
I think there was a transcription error on that one. Probably
Okay.
cervical disequilibrium rather than cervical disc equilibrium, but that's all right. It's
Hold on, it should
close.
say cervical what, sir?
Just cervical disequilibrium.
What is that?
One of it's imbalance related to an injury to the neck. The neck's very important for balance because we move our heads a lot. And sometimes people have disequilibrium related to neck injury.
Mild or moderate traumatic brain injury
Yes,
and spinal cord injury pain syndrome.
yes,
You've also specialized, as we've said, in Alzheimer's and dementia, but also Huntington's disease. Fair?
yes,
And I want to be clear on this. I've read a whole long list there, and I'll repeat them if you want, but not a single one of those things is present in this case.
that's correct.
Fair to say then, Doctor, at least as far as we have documented, you have been qualified one time in one court at the request of the defense attorney here to render an opinion on sanity in court.
Yes, in a murder case. In a murder case, in a capital case.
Now, there's a difference, you would agree, between clinical and forensic practice of psychiatry.
No, I consider forensic practice a subset of clinical practice, and I think that would be the universal opinion of people who practice in this area.
That's interesting because there's an actual certification for forensic psychiatry, isn't there?
Yes, there is. It's a clinical certification.
And the way we know that is there's this ABMS, which stands for what, sir?
I believe the American Board of Medical Specialties.
And they've said, hey, we're going to treat this as a specific subset of psychiatry, haven't they?
Yes, of clinical psychiatry. I believe you have to be a clinical psychiatrist to have that certification. It's a clinical specialty.
But again, it's a specialty recognized by this American board, right?
Yes, it is.
You don't have it.
No, I don't have that. I only have 4 others, but I don't have that one.
4 others, none of them have the word forensic in them.
That's correct.
Now, you're also familiar with an organization that you said you're a part of called the American Academy of Neurology. Is that fair?
Yes,
And you've been a member of them for a long time.
yes, I have.
Okay. They have actual qualifications and guidelines for the physician expert witness. Have you seen those?
Yes,
You feel bound by them because you're part of this organization, right?
yes.
Do you recall what it says about training and certification for physician expert witnesses like yourself?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of those guidelines?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. right, the objection is overruled, and Mr. Brockler, you may approach.
Sir, I haven't marked this, but I'm handing you a copy of what purports to be the American Academy of Neurology Qualifications and Guidelines for the Physician Expert Witness. Would you take a look at that, sir, and tell me if you recognize what that is?
It's a consensus statement from the American Academy of Neurology that's entitled Qualifications and Guidelines for the Physician Expert Witness, and it is dated June 25th, 2005.
Okay, and you're aware that that's the one that's still applied and in existence today in 2015?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know if there's been an update or not.
That's something you'd want to be aware of before providing expert testimony, doctor, is what the guidelines of your organization are?
I've recently reviewed the current guideline. I don't know what it's dated.
Well, take a look, if you would, doctor, then at the second page of this, actually, yeah, at the top. There's a part there that talks about training and certification.
Yes?
Tell me if I'm reading this wrong. Actually, would you read that part for us?
Section B, Training and Certification. Physician expert witnesses should be fully trained in a specialty and a diplomat of a specialty board recognized by the American Board of Medical Specialties or the American Osteopathic Association or by a board with equivalent standards and qualified by experience or demonstrated competence in the subject of the case. The specialty of physician expert witnesses should be appropriate to the subject matter of the case.
And to be certain, the American board that we talked about, that's the one where we talked about where there's a forensic psychiatry specialty and you don't have anything to do with that. So.
No, absolutely wrong. That's not a fair characterization of this guideline.
Well, tell me.
The characterization of this guideline would be that the physician would be, in this particular area, board certified in psychiatry. Forensic psychiatry is a subspecialty of psychiatry, and not all psychiatrists who practice in forensic psychiatry or give testimony are board certified by that subspecialty board. So the relevant board here is the board of, would be in psychiatry, the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology with certification in psychiatry. And I qualify under this, this document and my training.
In your opinion?
Absolutely.
Yeah, fair. Can I ask you too, what's the difference between neurology and psychiatry and neuropsychiatry?
That's a very good question, and I get asked by my patients and families a lot. Neurology is the broad field of diseases that are identifiable in the brain and the spinal cord, and basically the muscles as well are included. This is common diseases like multiple sclerosis, stroke, those would be some of the epilepsy would be common diseases in that category. Psychiatry has to do with more cognitive and emotional problems, mostly emotional problems. So common diseases would be depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, personality disorders, anxiety disorders, PTSD, that sort of thing. All of these diseases, whether they're neurologic or psychiatric, come out of the brain. They reflect brain pathology. But the approaches that we take in dealing with them are very different. So historically, the training in neurology and psychiatry became separate in the early part of the 20th century in this country, somewhat later in Europe. And people began to learn basically the treatment and diagnostic techniques of either neurology or psychiatry. But there are several hundred doctors in the country who've been interested in this overlap, how brain function is reflected, how identifiable brain function or suspected brain function is reflected in how people think and how they behave and their emotional symptoms. And so there are combined training programs, and there are also specialty training programs. Our university, for instance, has a fellowship that's open to either neurologists or psychiatrists to learn about this overlap area. And neuropsychiatry is the term we use from the psychiatric side to describe this overlap. Behavioral neurology is the term that we use from the neurology side. So behavioral neurologists who specialize in that area call themselves behavioral neurologists. Psychiatrists who specialize in this area call themselves neuropsychiatrists. About 10 years ago, for the first time, there was a movement by both groups of physicians to come up with a combined single certification so that in neuropsychiatry, behavioral neurology, so whether you train in neurology or psychiatry, you can qualify to take this examination because it's really of the overlap of these two areas that are so closely related, but still involve separate training programs and separate certification under an umbrella board under the American Board of Medical Specialties. I hope that's clear.
And also to be clear, there's no recognized subspecialty by the American Board for neuropsychiatry.
Yes, I've just alluded to that. There's this board that's called the Board of Neuropsychiatry, Behavioral Neurology. It's not a board under the American Board of Medical Specialties. There's a separate board qualifying organization that I think is called, I'm not sure what it's called, but it is an umbrella organization for specialties that are not covered by the American Board of Medical Specialties. While specialization has continued up to the present time, the American Board of Medical Specialties made a decision many years ago that they would not basically continue to provide specialty certification in more and more subspecialties. So this other umbrella organization was set up to do that.
I want to go through a couple of things. Doctor, you'd agree with me that one of the potential measures of someone's expertise would be publications in their field?
Yes.
Okay, and you've had some publications in your field?
Early in my career, yes.
Right.
It's not been a major part of what I've done.
Yes, right. And any of those peer-reviewed?
Yes.
Which ones?
There was a article published in Stroke, which is a peer-reviewed journal on treatment of intracranial hypertension. I think the others were book chapters, and there was another more recently, actually, on medical legal consultation in neurologic practice that was published in a peer-reviewed journal.
Doctor, to be clear, I've seen one book chapter listed in your curriculum vitae. Is that it?
No, there have been several.
You just listed the one, though?
There was one on the assessment and management of violence. I don't know if that's there.
No. Would it refresh your recollection to see what you actually submitted as your curriculum vitae?
I'd be happy to look at
Yeah, thank you. And I just turned it to that page, forget my notes on there. But if you look at that, does that look like the copy of the most recent curriculum vitae that you not only submitted here, but that you have posted online at the University of Colorado for the Department of Neurology?
Yes, this is dated April 8th, 2015.
Help me figure out what's going on with the book chapters there. I see one on Huntington's disease.
Yes, that was published in 2 editions of that book.
Back in 92 and 99.
Oh, yes. The other one I was referring to is the review in psychiatric clinics of North America called A Neuropsychiatric Approach to Impulse Disorders. That's the other one I was referencing.
And is that a book chapter or is that a review?
The clinics, they call these clinics, it's a book with a number of chapters in it, which is published about 6 times a year. But if you look at it, it's a book. It looks like a book.
What year was that? Could you
It's a
tell us?
compilation of chapters. That was 1986.
86?
Yes.
May I approach? the
You
witness?
may.
Thank you.
Mr. Brockler, it looks like the jury needs a break, so would this be a good time to break?
Judge, sure, yes.
Okay, all right. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our morning break. Please make sure that you comply with all the admonishments I have been giving you throughout the trial with respect to your conduct when you're not in the courtroom. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. My bailiffs received a note from one of the jurors indicating that he or she needed a restroom break, so that's why I interrupted the proceedings. All right, let's take our morning break, and I'll see you back here in about 20 minutes. The court will be in recess. Thank you. seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is in the courtroom with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We're outside the presence of the jury. In terms of the limiting instruction that I have been giving with respect to evidence admitted for the limited purpose of issues raised by the not guilty by reason of insanity plea, I'll leave it up to the defense to request it. So if you want me to give it, then you can request it. Obviously, if the prosecution thinks it's appropriate or wants me to give it, it can request it. And that's how we'll proceed from here on out, okay? All right, are the parties ready for the jury? Mr. Brockler?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
All right, Mr. King?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed to voir dire the witness, and Dr. Woodcock, I remind you that you're still under oath, okay? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, we were talking about your publications in the areas of, I guess, neurology and psychiatry. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Let me back up just a moment, though. This thing that I've been calling your CV, your curriculum vitae, what that is like a giant resume that is supposed to provide sort of an overall view of your experience and expertise in a specific area. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you provide that routinely to attorneys, to courts, for them to rely upon, fair?
Yes.
And so you put the things in there that you think are not only accurate, but a complete reflection of your expertise.
Well, there are certain things that are included on a CV, for instance, and certain things that aren't routinely. For instance, my trial testimony isn't part of my CV. That may be relevant, but it's not on my CV.
Understood, and we've talked about that, but I mean in terms of the publications, these are the things you put on there that you want attorneys in the court to rely upon in weighing your expertise.
They may use it that way.
Okay. In fact, you know they're going to use it that way.
Yes, they do routinely.
Okay. So just to go over some of the stuff that you've got published, we have the one book chapter, which is on Huntington's disease, that you've identified as a book chapter, fair?
Yes.
Then we have these reviews where you talked about a neuropsychiatric approach to impulse disorders from 1986, fair?
Yes.
Something called broad spectrum AEDs, providing relief for a broad spectrum of neurological disorders from 2005.
Yes, AEDs are anti-epileptic drugs.
Okay. Then there's something called an original report. And there's one from 1982 called High Dose Barbiturates in Non-Traumatic Brain Swelling, ICP Reduction and Effect on Outcome.
Yes, ICP means intracranial pressure. That was a peer-reviewed journal article.
And one more from 2002 called The Minimally Conscious State, Definition and Diagnostic Criteria.
Yes.
Okay, and these would be the ones that you've had published over the course of your career that you thought significant enough to want to tell the courts and attorneys about, fair?
They're the ones I published, yes.
Okay. Two other areas that you put in your CV to highlight, I think, potentially your expertise in a certain area are about teaching experience. Do you recall putting that in there?
Yes, that's a standard part of the CV.
And one of the areas that you have is called teaching experience, invited lectures since 2008. You recall that?
Yes.
I want to confirm with you some of the invited lectures that you wanted to highlight in your curriculum vitae. In 2009, you taught something called TBI, PTSD, the big picture, to the Colorado Trial Lawyers Association, fair?
Yes.
And there are plaintiffs' attorneys that sue on behalf of their clients.
Yes.
In 2010, you list as an invited lecture KUSA Channel 9 News regarding Congresswoman Gabrielle Gifford's brain injury.
Yes.
And then in 2010, you list as an invited lecture your appearance on a radio show by two plaintiffs' attorneys called Bell and Pollock about that same injury.
Yes, they asked me to talk about that.
I understand. 2011, you taught something called Personalizing Catastrophic Injury Cases to EPS Settlements Conference. Fair?
Yes.
And these are the folks that work on behalf of plaintiffs to get structured settlements to acquire money on behalf of the plaintiffs.
I think they work for both defense and plaintiffs.
Okay, but the idea is to personalize the catastrophic cases so that they can get a bigger claim. Fair?
They get a fair claim.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In 2015, your most latest invited lectures were Channel 7, KMGH, an interview on aggression in Alzheimer's disease.
Yes.
And then in 2015, a Denver Post interview you claim as an invited lecture for a story on homicide by an Alzheimer's patient.
Obviously, those weren't lectures. I don't know what category you're referring to. A TV interview isn't an invited lecture, but yes, I was on TV. They interviewed me on TV.
Would it refresh your recollection about how you listed it if I were to show you your most recent curriculum vitae?
It may have been listed that way, but I'm not purporting that the TV interview is a lecture. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Doctor, when you list teaching experience invited lectures, and you include the CTLA lecture, and you include the EPS Settlement Conference lecture, and in between those, you list TV appearances, radio interviews, and a Denver Post interview, you agree that in this document, you make no distinction between them.
I think you just said that the category was teaching and invited lectures. So yes, when I'm interviewed on TV, I consider that teaching. That's why they have me there.
No, sir.
It's not a lecture.
And forgive me, and if you need to see this, I'll show it to you. It says teaching experience hyphen invited lectures. Would you like to see it?
I don't know how that would change my opinion, but I'd be happy to look at it.
Well, and here's why it's to be distinguished. You have teaching positions, you have teaching experience, invited lectures, and you list all these things together. You agree you make no distinction between them. You also have, here's another thing, teaching experience hyphen University of Colorado at Denver Anschutz Medical Campus. By that hyphen, do you mean teaching experience and University of Colorado at Denver Anschutz Medical Campus?
No, I actually meant at the university. That's my university teaching experience.
It's fair to say that the hyphen then categorizes what that teaching experience is. Yes?
No.
You don't agree?
No, I used it differently in the two examples. I've already explained that.
So in one, the hyphen means and, in the other, it means at. Fair?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a list.
Agreed. It's a list you put in your curriculum vitae to highlight your expertise in certain areas. Fair?
Yes.
And you've had a chance to review this. If there was anything you wanted to do to amend or supplement this, my goodness, you'd have done it before today. Right?
Well, now that I see that it's misunderstood so easily, maybe I need to change some things.
Agreed. Let's look at that teaching experience, University of Colorado at Denver, that you separate out from the radio and TV stuff. In everything you have taught under that category, it all relates to Alzheimer's, and dementia. And that's it. Fair?
Yes, my lectures at the university are in that area.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
No, there was another one listed there, I think, on conversion disorders, somatoform disorders.
Recognition and management in rehabilitation. Yes?
Yes, that was to the therapists.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes? Yes? Mr. Brucker, did you have anything else?
I don't, Your Honor. As to the specific areas of neurology and psychiatry, I think that the defense has laid a sufficient foundation for this witness's expertise in those two areas.
All right, without objection then, and pursuant to Rule 702 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and the decision in People versus Schreck, which is cited at 22 Pacific 3rd, 68, Colorado, 2001, the court qualifies Dr. Woodcock as an expert witness in the fields of neurology and psychiatry. What that means, folks, is that Dr. Woodcock will now be permitted to render expert opinions in those two fields that I just mentioned. Let me give you the instruction that I've been giving you throughout the trial in terms of expert testimony. You're not bound by the testimony of a witness who testifies as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it or none of it. The weight that you give the testimony is entirely your decision. All right, Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I just want to, because Mr. Brockler talked about some of these issues, I wanted to just discuss this briefly with you. You're not board certified. You're board certified as in psychiatry and in neurology, correct?
Yes.
You are not board certified as a forensic psychiatrist. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell us why you're not.
In the way I have practiced medicine, there are many specialty areas that my practice touches on. I don't practice general neurology. I don't practice all of neurology. I don't practice all of psychiatry. As I said, I've specialized in the overlap of those areas. But one of the things that behavioral neurologists and neuropsychiatrists do, because of the complexity of the brain production of emotional behavior and physical behavior and so on, is that sometimes things get pretty complicated. And so people who do what I do tend to do a lot of evaluations. We see people who have complex problems, and it's our job to figure them out and provide diagnoses. And that's one of the reasons why I've been involved in forensic work, because many times the people who need to be evaluated have complex issues. And that's one of the things that I do.
Is there anything preventing you, if you were to tomorrow decide, oh, geez, I want to become board certified as a forensic psychiatrist? Could you go through the process and take the exam and do that if you chose to do that?
I could. It's my understanding that currently you need to take a year off or a year on and do a forensic psychiatry fellowship specifically. And generally, people who have completed their training and are in practice don't do that. Sometimes people do. But if I were to decide that I wanted to spend all of my time doing forensic psychiatry, I might consider doing that. But since it's a part of my practice which involves a specific part of my expertise in evaluation of complex neuropsychiatric issues, I've chosen not to do that.
Are you aware, is there any requirement, legal requirement in the state of Colorado that you be a board certified forensic psychiatrist in order to practice psychiatry, in order to come to court, in order to testify, in order to render diagnoses or opinions about sanity? I asked if he was.
Sustain us to the lack of foundation. I'll allow you to lay foundation.
Okay. Sir, have you seen the statute in the state of Colorado that governs who may testify about sanity and diagnosis in court?
Yes.
Does it have any requirement that the person be a forensic psychiatrist, or does it just say you have to be a psychiatrist?
I believe it says psychiatrist or psychologist.
Now, you were shown some guidelines, some ethical guidelines from organizations that you belong to. Is there anything in those ethical guidelines that preclude someone who's a clinical psychiatrist from rendering such opinions, sir.
No, there's not.
And you have done a lot of forensic work, includes not only criminal cases, but also civil cases potentially, right?
Yes, as well as competency evaluations in matters of managing finances, estates, making decisions, that sort of thing.
And you've been qualified to testify as an expert in how many cases would you imagine in the state of Colorado?
Several hundred.
Okay. Have you ever and have you rendered opinions as an expert psychiatrist in those several hundred cases you've testified in?
In many of them, yes.
And has, in the course of that, your career, have you ever been offered as an expert and a judge says, no, he doesn't qualify as an expert? Has that ever happened in the several hundred cases you've testified in?
No.
Now, if you said that if you wanted to become board certified as a forensic psychiatrist, you could do that. Do you not do that because it is not, you don't think important for your job and the work that you do?
I don't think it's a priority, no. I think it's important for me to learn what I need to learn, and I've attempted throughout my career to do that so that I can do this sort of work.
Would that be something that you would be more likely to do if you wanted to market yourself to lawyers, make yourself look to get more work in court?
Of course.
Now, there was some talk about the focus of your teaching and your work since mostly in the past couple of years, and I just want to talk briefly about that. Prior to 2012, you were employed in running that program, and you were in private practice. Is that right?
During the years prior to that, November 2012, I ran my own private practice, yes.
And was that the case on around July 20th, 2012? Were you still in private practice at that point in time?
Yes, I was.
And when did that change? Did you get a new job?
Yes, I was recruited to take this position at the University of Colorado Department of Neurology in setting up and establishing a new clinical dementia memory program and set up a new clinical dementia research program. So that started on November 1st, 2012.
How has that affected your career? Did that result in a change of direction in some regards? Is that a full-time job?
It's a full-time job, yes. It was a change. The area of memory and dementia is part of this area of neuropsychiatry, behavioral neurology. So it's in the same area that I've been working at, but again, it's a more specialized area in behavioral neurology, neuropsychiatry. There are both neurologists and psychiatrists who specialize in dementia, but my work also is in the behavioral neurology section, and so I continue to see people who have other kinds of problems, particularly acquired brain injury. I see a lot of that. I see a lot of people who have a mixture of psychiatric and neurologic problems. So there are a number of different kinds of patient diagnoses in behavioral neurology, and I continue to see those. So in that sense, I'm seeing very similar patients to what I was seeing before, but I'm also seeing more of the dementia memory evaluations.
And has that resulted in more of a focus, your focus on Alzheimer's and dementia and those kinds of issues?
Yes, absolutely. And at the university, of course, it's a teaching program, so we have many different professional programs going on, both in clinical medicine and in research. And I get called on to provide lectures in this area of dementia and memory especially, but occasionally in another area related to some of the things that I do.
Now, and that's is that as it relates to your teaching position that you have now at the University of Colorado?
Yes, most of the lectures I'm giving now that are at the university. I've also been giving lectures on a regular basis at the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo as part of my behavioral neurology consultation.
So, and council showed you a copy of a website or something. Do you have an appointment as an associate professor of neurology at the University of Colorado?
My appointment is as an assistant professor of neurology and psychiatry.
And psychiatry, both?
Yes.
Do you know why the website is erroneous in that regard?
I don't specifically. At the university, there's always a primary appointment, and then you may have one or more secondary appointments. My primary appointment is in neurology because that's where my paycheck gets signed. And most of my teaching occurs. But I also have what they call a secondary appointment in psychiatry.
Now, you said that that's what you're primarily teaching now. Many of the issues relate to neurology or Alzheimer's or dementia. Now, when you were teaching back at the Harvard Medical School, you were a professor of psychiatry there, is that right?
I was an instructor in psychiatry.
And so you were teaching psychiatry at that point?
Well, that was my appointment. At the same time I had that appointment, I had a clinical appointment at Massachusetts General Hospital, and I was one morning a week I was teaching residents and medical students in the neurology clinic, so I was also teaching neurology at that time.
Now, when you have a degree and a board certification in neurology as well as psychiatry, does that mean somehow that you have to do half of the psychiatric work? Or do you have to do all of the psychiatric work, all of the residency and all that training, and then do the neurology in addition to that?
Well, that's what board certification requires. Yes, you need full training and examination in both areas.
Okay. I would like to talk to you now, Doctor, if I might, a little bit about, well, first of all, very briefly, you were asked about some publications that you've had. Is a primary focus of your career been publishing articles? Has that been the focus of your career?
No, it's not. Most of my career has not been spent primarily in academic medicine, where most of that gets done.
Now, some folks like Dr. Gurr, for example, is an academic, a research scientist, and writes a lot of papers and books and articles. Are you more of a clinician?
I am more of a clinician.
How would you describe the difference?
Well, the main difference is that I've only been at the university for 2.5 years. So, and during that time, I've been setting up both a clinical program and a clinical research program. The clinical research program is going to result in publications. That's just how things work. But it also takes time to get a program like this going. So if I am fortunate enough to stay there another 10 years, I'm sure I'll have more publications probably than I've done so far in my career. When I wasn't had a full-time academic appointment, that wasn't the focus of what I was doing. So my educational work was with some trainees who came through our programs, but a lot with community organizations who wanted to learn about things like traumatic brain injury. So I was, and PTSD and that sort of thing. So I was educating outside of the university. So there's been a shift.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about how you became involved initially in this case. May I do that?
Yes.
And then I want to talk to you a little bit about, well, first I want to talk about what the scope of your involvement was in 2012, and then whether that involvement changed at some point and how and why that happened. When you were first contacted by my office about this case, do you remember, was it myself that called you, or? I don't remember.
It's somewhere in my notes. I know that I believe I had an initial call either from you or from Kevin Bishop, and then I had a more extensive conversation with Kevin Bishop, and we set up a time for me to see Mr. Holmes.
And at that point in time, was that prior to you accepting this new position at CU? Meaning, were you still in private practice?
Yes,
And you were a local psychiatrist, is that right?
yes,
And I knew who you were because we'd worked on the case in Colorado Springs before.
yes.
When we contacted you, did we indicate that we believed we needed to have someone see Mr. Holmes as soon as possible?
Yes,
And do you recall that we indicated that part of the reason we were contacting you was because you were here, you were local, and you were available?
Sustained.
Do you know why we contacted you?
well, you told me what you wanted me to do,
What I wanted you to do, okay.
and you asked me if I was available.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the question. Go ahead.
And I don't want you to report what I said, okay? But what you did as a result of what I said. When I contacted you, was it clear that it was important to see Mr. Holmes as soon as possible?
Yes,
And were you available to do that, or did you make yourself available to do that?
yes.
And what was your understanding of what your task was with regard to seeing Mr. Holmes in the jail? Did we ask you to give us a sanity opinion at that point?
Sustained. You can rephrase the question.
Sure. Was one of the questions?
I think the initial question you had asked about his understanding of the task was okay, but then at the end you changed the question.
Did your understanding of the task you were to accomplish include rendering an opinion about sanity?
No,
Did your understanding about the task that you were asked to perform on the 24th of July 2012 include doing a complete forensic evaluation of Mr. Holmes?
no,
Did your understanding of what you were asked to do on the 24th of July of 2012 include rendering a solid diagnosis about what exactly you thought Mr. Holmes' diagnosis was?
no,
Was your understanding of your task or what you were asked to do, or the questions you were asked to answer, was to see Mr. Holmes, to evaluate what your observations were, and to give an initial clinical impression?
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Was your understanding that your task was to give an initial clinical impression? Judge, it's not leading. He can answer yes or no.
Well, and given what we discussed earlier, I think it's the better way to proceed, so.
I'm trying to avoid certain
I
topics.
understand. So, overruled. Go ahead, you may answer the question.
yes. I was asked to give an initial clinical impression.
And were there any restrictions that we put on your contact with Mr. Holmes?
Yes, I was asked not to talk to him about what he had done or how he had planned for it.
And were you provided with, let me ask this first. Normally, if you were going to do a full forensic examination or a clinical examination of someone, would you want to review all of the materials that you could ahead of time, if possible?
Yes, that kind of evaluation was completely outside the scope of what I felt I was asked to do and what I was trying to do. No, that's a very, very complicated, long, intensive evaluation. It's not an initial clinical impression. They're very different things.
So and is it out of the pale of your experience to be asked to go in and do an initial clinical impression like that?
I do them all the time.
And what information, if any, were you provided by me or my office or by anyone before you saw Mr. Holmes? What did you know?
I had a conversation with Mr. Bishop that reviewed some of the clinical information, that is, information that he had about Mr. Holmes. It was quite brief. I didn't have very much information.
Did you receive any of the police reports?
No.
Any previous medical records or psychiatric records?
No.
Any videotapes?
No.
Any materials other than a brief discussion with Mr. Bishop?
That's correct. Nothing else.
Now, did you videotape your contact with Mr. Holmes on the 24th of July?
No, I did not.
Is it normally your practice to videotape your examinations of patients?
I've never chosen to do that. On several occasions, I've had requests, outside requests to do it, but it's not part of my clinical practice to do that.
Are you aware that some psychiatrists do choose to video or audio tape examinations?
Yes.
Would you, is it true that different psychiatrists have different procedures that they feel work for them?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you don't videotape, or is it just something that you don't see a need to do, or?
Well, I think there are two principal reasons. First of all, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it adds anything. And the flip side of that is that it can detract. It can be distracting to the patient, and it can have an influence, I think, sometimes on the interview. If I'm in a situation where it's done, then I try to minimize that, but mainly I don't think that it adds anything.
Is that even more so in a situation where you're just doing an initial clinical impression as opposed to a full-blown examination?
Well, I would have to have a pretty good reason to do a video or even an audio recording. And as I said, I've never chosen to do that, so I don't think I've ever been given a reason that was compelling to me. But if there is some extraneous outside reason to record everything that happens, either possibly for the protection of the patient or for my protection, then it can be done. Sometimes when I was doing more workers' comp evaluations in my private practice, people had the right in certain examinations to record it, and so they would come in with a recorder. So that would be an example of an outside reason to record it, and I think that was done, those rules were set up to basically protect the patient in an examination proceeding so that the whole thing was recorded.
Was Mr. Bishop present during this interview with Mr. Holmes on the 24th of July?
Yes, he was.
And now, Mr. Bishop works for me, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know what Mr. Bishop's degree is? What is it?
He has a Master of Social Work.
And does that have any significance to you? What does that mean to you? Anything, or?
Well, it means that he is a clinician. He's not a physician. He's not a psychologist, but people who are trained in social work are trained in dealing with patients in clinical situations, and that did make a difference to me.
If you were conducting a full-blown psychiatric evaluation, would you want to have one-on-one contact alone with the patient, or is that not so important to you, or what's your perspective on that?
Well, I usually do. Again, if I did do something like have a social worker present, then there would be a reason to do that. Back in our program in Massachusetts, we routinely had social workers involved in the initial evaluation, so it wasn't always just the psychiatrist, but the social worker who was going to be working with the patient and the family might sit in also. So there may be clinical reasons to do that.
Did when you interviewed Mr. Holmes on the 24th of July, 2012, had you ever met Mr. Holmes before?
No.
And this was 4 days following the shooting?
Yes.
And do you know whether Mr. Bishop had contact with him or not?
he told me, I believe after the interview, that he had talked to him I believe the day before.
Then where was Mr. Bishop, what role did he play in this interview? Was he asking questions or interjecting things or stopping the conversation to prevent Mr. Holmes from answering things, or was he basically just sitting there?
It's an either or question, overruled.
I reviewed that with both Mr. Bishop and with Mr. Holmes. It was agreed that Mr. Bishop would be an observer, and that I reviewed that role with Mr. Holmes, as well as my role, and basically received his agreement, his consent to both my interview and to having Mr. Bishop present.
And let's just talk a little bit about that. You've talked about that sometimes you've been hired to testify as an expert, and sometimes you've testified as a treating psychiatrist. What's the difference?
Well, there's a very important difference, because in medicine, the most important thing we do as doctors is see patients. And to begin that process, we have to establish what we call a doctor-patient relationship. And that's a very special relationship. I think everybody knows that. When you go to see a doctor, you expect that the doctor's going to have take on certain responsibilities toward you. And the doctor agrees to take on those responsibilities. And that's a doctor-patient relationship, and when it proceeds, then you are the treating physician. If you're being asked to give information about that treatment, then you may do so as a treating physician, and you're talking about the facts of the case. In terms of being an expert, that is a very different role than being a treating physician. There are two ways that may work. You may be a treating physician and also be qualified as an expert by the court, and in which that's a bit tricky, because you have this physician-patient relationship also, and that has to be clarified in your expert role with the patient, so the patient understands the difference between testifying to your expertise as opposed to the facts of the case. Or you may be asked to, without having any treatment-patient, or rather treatment relationship or patient-physician relationship, asked to examine the patient, gather the facts about the case, and then utilize your background and expertise to give an opinion about what's going on, in which case there's no patient-physician relationship, and the patient has to acknowledge that there is none, that although you're a physician, you're not seeing the person as their physician. And you're there to gather information which will go into a report, which will go to somebody, usually the requesting attorney, but sometimes directly to the court. And so the person has to understand those differences.
Was it your understanding ever that you were going to treat Mr. Holmes?
No.
Did you ever represent to Mr. Holmes that you were his treating physician, or that you were going to treat him in an ongoing fashion, or that you were going to establish a patient-physician relationship with him as you've just described?
No, to the contrary, I informed him I would not.
And did you inform him, would you as a normal course of that inform him that the things he told you may be reported to other people?
Yes, I told him exactly that.
Have you ever represented to anybody else that you were a treating physician of Mr. Holmes?
No.
With regard to Mr. Bishop being present during that interview, is it your opinion that Mr. Bishop's presence interfered in any way in your ability to talk with Mr. Holmes, or to get information from him, or did it in your opinion, affect the answers that you received?
I had no indication that it had any effect on any of those things.
So it sounds like you went in pretty blind as to what was going on.
Yes, I didn't have very much information.
Were you aware that there'd been a shooting?
Yes,
Had you seen the pictures of Mr. Holmes on the television at all, or no?
I'm sure I had.
I'm going to want to go through in a while the specific statements that you and discussions that you and Mr. Holmes had during that period of time. But before that, I just want to get your generalized impressions. What was your clinical impression of Mr. Holmes after seeing him? Before that, how long did you see him for on the 24th?
It was about 2 hours.
And was that at the jail?
Yes.
And did he answer your questions for the most part? Was he cooperative, or did he refuse to talk to you, or how did that go?
He was quite cooperative. Most of his answers were fairly brief. He wasn't expansive in his answers, but on the other hand, if I followed up, he would again respond in what I thought was an appropriate way.
And what were your clinical impressions after talking to him, Doctor?
Well, having reviewed what my understanding was of why I went in to see him, I wanted to first of all understand whether or not he had a mental illness. And then I wanted to understand how severe that was. And then I wanted to at least have a ballpark understanding of what the category of the illness might be. Illnesses, of course, tend to categorize themselves. And so I wanted a general understanding of those three things, basically. And it was my impression that he was mentally ill, that he was severely mentally ill, and that he had a psychotic mental illness. That is, he had an illness which caused considerable disruption in his ability to understand reality, that it was characterized by fixed false beliefs, or what we call delusions, and that it had a major impact on his ability to both experience and express his emotions. There were some other aspects of his presentation and the history that he gave me that were important. One was that he had aspects of his illness for many years, back to childhood. One was that one of the characteristics of his long-term mental illness was significant difficulty in interpersonal relationships, and another was a lot of anxiety, particularly social anxiety, and that he, while currently and at least in the recent past had these serious delusions, prior to that time he'd had some very unusual thinking as well, some very unusual thoughts that were recurrent to him. Those were my principal impressions.
And what I want to do now is kind of go through some of the conversations that you had with Mr. Holmes. And if you need to refer to your notes from the 24th, just let me know.
Yes. Members of the jury, I need to give you an instruction at this time. The court has admitted the testimony of this witness, Dr. Woodcock, for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Does everyone understand that? And everyone's nodding their head yes and saying yes. Okay. With that instruction in mind, then, you may proceed.
Thank you. Doctor, when you saw him on the 24th, did you ask him some questions about his background, about his childhood, for example?
Yes.
What's the purpose of doing that?
In psychiatry, and I think in general in medicine, it's very important to know the person that you're interviewing, that you're evaluating. You need to have at least some information about their background. There are certain, I think, social development facts that are especially important in emotional development, family structure, especially that sort of thing, experiences within the family structure. So that social history is a routine part of my history for actually all of my patients.
Did he indicate, what did he indicate to you about his family, if you can recall?
He described his family as very standard, middle class, that he thought that he had solid parenting and a good family background.
Now, let me ask you this, sir, because I think you just said that your clinical impression was that he was psychotic. Did I understand you right?
Yes.
Any doubt in your mind that Mr. Holmes was psychotic this 4 days after the shooting?
No. No doubt.
How can someone who's psychotic talk about their childhood? I mean, isn't someone who's psychotic unable to speak in English, or, I mean...
No, that's not what psychotic means. One of the other aspects of my evaluation that I didn't mention specifically was that I was assessing the organization of his thinking. That's part of the mental, what we call the mental status exam. But it also has to do with one's orientation. Do they know where they are? Do they know what's going on? Do they know the basic facts of what's happening to them at that particular time? Do they understand who I am? Mr. Holmes was very well oriented. He was dealing with those facts very well. So he had, at that time, a considerable organization to his thinking and to his emotional state. At the same time, the psychosis was defined by his by two things principally. One was the delusional content of his thinking, and also by a tremendous emotional flattening. That is, his expression of emotion did not reflect his situation. It did not reflect what he was talking about. He was very calm, and not just calm, but flat, expressing very little emotion during this prolonged interview.
What's the significance of that affect, psychiatric significance?
The significance is that in major psychiatric illness, particularly psychotic illness that may be characterized by principally delusions or hallucinations, that is, untrue fixed beliefs or sensory experiences that aren't real, there are different ways that emotions express themselves. Usually these psychotic conditions are very, very high stress. It's very, very hard to tolerate being psychotic. So there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of adrenaline going on. And there are various ways that people express that high emotional state. Sometimes it's by emotional expression. You just see a tremendous amount of emotional expression. People may be very variable, they may be irritable, they may be up and down, and sometimes they suppress their emotion so that the emotion isn't experienced consciously in the same way. And we call this suppression or dissociation, so that the affect is sort of buried below consciousness. And that was the case here. And it was very marked. It was really very severe. It was one of the things that really I found most remarkable about his presentation at that time. And that sort of thing doesn't happen normally. That sort of thing only happens really under significant stressful situations or where there's significant psychiatric pathology going on. So those two things really fit together, that he had this psychosis represented by these delusions, and that at the same time he was suppressing his emotions, so he was not either experiencing or expressing them in a normal way. And of course, at the same time, I knew about the crime that he had committed and how horrific that was. And so that made this mismatch between how he was expressing emotion and what I had heard about what he had done even that more remarkable, and led me to the conclusion that this was a very serious disorder.
Was he able to tell you anything about whether he had a any history of mental illness in his family? Do you recall?
That issue did come up. I don't recall that that he gave me any information about that in that initial interview. I'm just not recalling that. Possibly it's in my notes. I don't believe he gave me any specific information about genetic family history.
Is that kind of information significant?
It certainly is significant. It's collecting family history information is something, again, that we do with every patient. And in a situation like this, it's very relevant in that the standard of establishing the diagnosis and getting all the information that one can is certainly inherent in the process. But in terms of it wouldn't impact my assessment of whether or not he were seriously ill, or what kind of illness he had. That was really determined by his presentation. The risk of those things would certainly be influenced by his family history. So if he had a positive family history, as it turned out he had, then that would make him more at risk. But I was already sitting with a patient who had these characteristics, so the risk is in some ways irrelevant. This is happening to him right now.
And am I correct that at that point in time, you didn't have any information about his family?
That's right.
Is there a significance in terms of different types of diagnoses? And you've talked about diagnoses that seem to have to do with trauma, brain PTSD or TBI, I think you said, traumatic brain injury, and encephalitis and things like that. When we're talking about psychiatric diagnoses, is there a difference between a psychotic diagnosis like schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder and a personality disorder like a narcissistic personality disorder or something like that? What's the difference there?
Well, there are very significant differences. First of all, the origin, what we understand about the origins of those things, their history, that is how they develop over time, why we think they happen, and how we manage them are all very, very different among these categories. So it's important to understand the person's diagnosis as clearly as we can. Sometimes we get frustrated in psychiatry because psychiatry isn't like pulmonary medicine. For instance, when somebody gets a pneumonia, we do an x-ray, we can say what part of the lung it's in, we get a culture of their sputum, and we can grow out a pathogen, and we can say they have a certain bacterial pneumonia, for instance. Psychiatry isn't like that. We have to go on the basis of the presentation, what's wrong with the mental status, how the thing develops over time, how it responds to treatment. And so it's a descriptive kind of diagnosis. But nonetheless, we have a lot of categorical information that's relevant, and we try to come up with the clearest diagnosis we can, because it will guide us as to what led to that problem or to their present state, and also guide us in how to treat it and manage it. In this situation, of course, I knew that why I was evaluating Mr. Holmes and what the general circumstances were, and that this would lead to many other questions over time. And to answer those questions, I felt that a foundation in terms of the diagnosis was especially important. Really, to answer any question about a patient, you want to know as much as you can about diagnosis.
Is schizophrenia a disease of the brain, or is it more like a personality disorder, or is it both?
Schizophrenia is very different than a personality disorder. Schizophrenia, we know, really has to do, to use this analogy, with the hardware of the brain. The brain is different. It has pathology. The circuitry of the brain is disrupted. We know that there are certain parts of the brain that are more likely to involute or have atrophy in schizophrenia. But we know that this is a problem of the circuit processing within the brain. So it's a hardware problem in the brain. Now, we think that certain kinds of diseases, especially like personality disorders, have more to do with what we could call the software of the brain. That is, how people are using their brains to cope, and that they have problems in how they've learned to cope. We know also that there can be some hardware problems, that is, some problems with the pathology of the brain, but it's much different in personality disorders. So in schizophrenia, we know that there are developmental problems that probably occur very early in development that eventually present themselves very often about the time of Mr. Holmes' age, when he became so ill. And the full syndrome develops based upon these changes in the brain structure.
So would a personality disorder be something more like PTSD, that something happens to you, and as a result you develop a psychiatric coping mechanism or something along those lines, as opposed to a disease that you inherit?
In general, personality disorders have to do with defective learned coping skills. However, that's not one of that happens to be how most of the personality disorders are understood. However, there are some personality disorders that are probably more related to neurochemical and pathological changes within the brain, which reflect themselves in a more sort of modest way than a disease like schizophrenia does. So that's not an absolute distinction, but in personality disorders, the treatment, because in large part because we believe the cause is related to defective learning of good coping strategies, is to teach better coping strategies. And that's a primary part of treatment of personality disorders.
Thank you. When you were talking to Mr. Holmes about his childhood, did he indicate if he was a social child or not? And did he indicate whether or not that changed over time at all?
Yes, he indicated that he had a lot of difficulty with social relationships, and he related that to starting basically at the beginning of middle school. So that during middle school and high school and then college, he felt very much like a loner, and also indicated that he had a lot of anxiety about being around people.
Now, is it significant if somebody, well, let me ask you this, would that assist you in ruling out autism as a possible diagnosis, if as a very young child he was very social, and then that changed when he went into early adulthood or puberty, I guess? There
were some characteristics that were more commonly seen in what we call autistic spectrum disorders or pervasive developmental disorders. And difficulty with interpersonal relationships and with normal social functioning is generally a major part of that with autism. So a diagnosis in that spectrum, in the autism spectrum, was certainly one of the things that I was looking at. But autism usually does present earlier in life. It can present about that age. There can be a change in function about that age, but it would make it unusual. There were other things that led me to rule out autism as a major diagnosis, but many psychiatric diseases can have what we call autistic characteristics, that is, considerable difficulty in interpersonal relationships and in being able to empathize with the feelings and understand the feelings of other people.
Did you ask Mr. Holmes about graduate school and why he was here in Colorado?
Yes, we talked about that, and he presented the information that his interest in science had started very early, that he was very interested in pursuing particularly neuroscience, brain science, and that's why he had come to Colorado. He'd been accepted to the graduate program here.
Did you ask him about leaving the graduate program?
Yes, and he said that he basically had failed, that he had been having difficulty with presentations in particular and with the teamwork, or the interpersonal relations that were part of the program. And then this led to a great deal of stress, and his symptoms were getting worse. And as I understood it, I think he told me at that time about failing his exams, and he felt that things were pretty much over then, but principally because I think, not because he'd failed his exams, but because the program was inducing so much anxiety in him.
Did you ask him whether it was his choice to leave or whether he felt as if he had been asked to leave?
I don't recall that specific question or him telling me that, but I do recall that he certainly felt that this was what he needed to do, that he didn't feel he could continue.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the first page of your handwritten notes? Do you have that with you up there?
Yes. Yes, he said that he had quit on June 13th, 2012, and I asked if it had been asked or it was a choice, and he felt like he was asked to quit. He had failed an exam for continuing his studies. He was able to do the work but stopped wanting to do it. He wasn't enjoying it, and he didn't want to continue. So it was sort of a both-and answer, I felt.
So he felt like he was asked to quit, but it sounds like he also no longer wanted to participate. Is that fair to say?
Overrule, it's a follow-up to what he just said.
Yes, I think he was quite clear that he felt that he wasn't going to succeed, that it was, although he could, but it was too difficult for him emotionally. He made the distinction between the cognitive work and the emotional part of going through the program.
Did you ask him about whether he had friends, and what was his response to that?
I did ask him, and he said that he did, but he didn't keep them. He said he had some from high school, which carried over to college, and that he had, in college, new friends in his dorm in the first year, but he didn't see a reason to continue the friendships because they were going to be splitting up.
And Doctor, for the record, is that your notes that you're looking at?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
They
Thank
are
you.
my notes.
And that's on page 2 of your notes, is that right?
Yes.
Now, also on page 2, I noticed that there's something in the margin there that looks like question mark bishop, and then I have a hard time reading, but it looks like maybe cough and laughing. Do you have any recollection about what that referred to?
I have a general recollection. I know that there was some behavior, either on my part or probably on Mr. Bishop's part, that Mr. Holmes responded to. I don't recall if it was laughing or not, but I do recall that Mr. Holmes' response was not something that I would normally expect. And it was different in that it did involve some expression of emotion or affect, which he had not been expressing. And so I found it odd that he would respond that way.
Were there other odd things about his presentation that struck you? I mean, other than the flatness of his affect, but were there other odd things that struck you, given the fact that he is now in jail, and the shooting just took place a few days ago?
Well, as I've said, the most odd thing was this tremendous emotional flatness, this lack of normal human emotional response to his situation. But mid through the interview, and this was really, I think, there were only these 2 incidents that were exceptions to this extraordinary emotional flatness. Midway through the interview, he looked particularly annoyed. And I was asking questions. I realize when I do these interviews, it can be sort of question after question. But it wasn't clear to me why he suddenly appeared annoyed. So I stopped and I asked him about what was going on and if I'd said something or if he felt a certain way. And his response was that he was bored. And I found that absolutely extraordinary, that anybody in such a circumstance could feel bored. But it was another manifestation of this tremendous, really psychotic suppression of his feelings. And the only one that came through was feeling annoyed and bored. And that, again, was really an extraordinary, in my experience, having done this for a long time and interviewed a lot of people, just an extraordinary manifestation of this severity of an illness. It was quite important in my formulation.
And I didn't ask you before, how long have you been a practicing psychiatrist?
Well, 30 plus years.
Did you ask him about a past psychiatric history, if he'd ever had any treatment in the past?
Yes. He said that...
And are you looking at page 3 of your notes?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
He said that he had seen a family therapist in middle school, and he described that circumstance. He said that he was playing basketball with his sister, and she threw the basketball into his face, and he said that he backhanded her in response. He added that it was the only time that he'd hit her, and his parents thought that this behavior on his part was out of the ordinary and that they needed to get some help with the family dynamics, and they had a family history or family therapist. He said it was about 10 sessions, and he found it not helpful and basically just a waste of time.
Did he describe any psychiatric treatment that he received in Colorado while at graduate school?
Yes. He said that in the past year, for several months, he'd had an initial evaluation at the Student Health Service. He gave me the name of the person, Margaret Aurora, and that she was a clinical social worker, and that then he had seen Lynn Fenton, and that she brought in Dr. Feinstein.
Can you turn on your microphone? Thank you.
Sorry about that, Your Honor. It appears that the witness is reading whole cloth from his report, which is fine. I'd just like the record to reflect when he's reading versus when he's remembering and testifying.
All right. Would you please let us know, sir, when you're reading from your notes? Doctor?
Yes.
Thank
I'll
you.
Try.
And if you want, you can just let us know when you're reading, or you can turn the notes over, and then if you need to look at them, let us know. Either way is fine. What did he say about Dr. Feinstein? Do you remember?
My notes say, called in big guns on violence. So what he told me was that she was concerned about him and the possibility of violence, and had consulted another senior psychiatrist to be involved in the evaluation.
Was that psychiatrically significant in your mind?
Well, it was certainly consistent with my early diagnostic formulation, and the fact that this sort of thing has a certain timing, a certain progression, a certain cadence, and so this was giving me information about how long it had been developing, at least during the past few months, and that he was aware that there were concerns in the evaluation at the Student Health Center regarding potential violence.
Did he indicate to you whether or not he'd voluntarily gone in for psychiatric treatment or not, or no?
Yes, that was my understanding, that he had presented himself. No one had asked him to go in.
Is that significant?
Yes, it is significant.
How so?
Well, he was clearly very distressed by his symptoms. They were very uncomfortable to him. I think he made it clear that he recognized that they were having an impact on his function. It was harder to function in his graduate program. There were things about the graduate program that were making his symptoms worse, and there were things about his symptoms that made it hard for him, and he felt impossible to continue in his graduate program. And so early on, he, I think, was looking for help because he still wanted to continue in the program.
When you say symptoms, what symptoms are you referring to, if you can say?
I think the principal symptom that he was experiencing was anxiety. That is, he felt very, very uncomfortable in social situations, in the concentrated social situations like giving presentations before his research groups. That was really amplified and very uncomfortable for him. He also felt that was influencing his ability to actually communicate, and which is very important in his program. So he felt that his symptoms of anxiety in particular were preventing him and from doing as well as he might have done.
But did he relate to you any symptoms of depression or mania that you can recall?
He had referred to his anxiety as dysphoric mania from his reading, and I guess about psychological symptoms. And dysphoric means that it's very uncomfortable, that it doesn't agree with you emotionally, so it's very hard to ignore a dysphoric symptom. Sometimes symptoms actually make people feel better, even though they're pathological. But dysphoric symptoms are just the opposite. I think later on I asked him about depression. I don't know right now where that is in my notes.
That's okay, we can get there, that's fine. Did, you said before that he had lost interest, or part of the reason he had failed out of the graduate program was that he, I think, lost interest and was not enjoying it, stopped wanting to do it. Are those possible reflections of what are called negative symptoms of avolition or things like that?
Yes, I think it does fall under that category. In psychotic illnesses in particular, we sometimes categorize symptoms as positive, things like hallucinations where you see something positively, or negative where you're withdrawing, where you're not showing as much ability to initiate, where you don't have as much interest in things. Depression is often accompanied by the negative symptoms, although that depression itself would be an affective or emotional symptom at the same time. But I think that there was some degree of lack of continuing to feel motivation, but that was accompanied by this considerable worsening of his symptoms. And there was a real struggle early on, and actually there had been a struggle for years to continue doing this productive work in neuroscience in spite of his symptoms. And so there was this balance between his motivation and his symptoms, and it went out of balance at that time, and he was able to say to me, I didn't want to continue.
Did you ask him when he first started to notice symptoms, or that there was something wrong with him? And I'm looking at page 4 of your notes.
Yes, I asked him, my notes say question mark, first symptoms and progression. So I was asking him when he thought all of this had started. And he referred to having fear without justifiable cause, which was another way that I interpreted as anxiety, pathological anxiety. He said he didn't have panic attacks. He said he had freezing with inability to speak when he felt this way at times. And he noted several instances when he had particular anxiety, particularly around interviews for graduate programs.
Did he talk in particular about an interview at the University of Iowa?
Yes, he said he had been at the University of Iowa for an interview. He was late, and he had a lot of anxiety. He distinguished it from a full-blown panic attack, but he described it in my notes as overactivation of the sympathetics, and that's the noradrenaline system, and he's a neuroscientist, so basically that's one of the things that happens during an anxiety attack. And he found the interview stressful, and he said that his throat had constricted.
On page 5, it sounds like, did you ask him when this anxiety, these anxious feelings had started?
I asked him about other episodes of anxiety, and he volunteered that it had started in middle school, that he remembered that his symptoms had really begun at that time. And my notes say, not wanting to speak. I figured out if you respond to people, you don't appear strange. So this was what he described happening in middle school, that it was very hard to even speak to people, but if he didn't speak to people, he'd get negative feedback and he'd appear strange. So he was trying to cope with these symptoms starting at that time.
Now,
And then as he said, middle school, high school anxiety increased.
Now, Dr. Metzner has testified that he believes that these symptoms at that period of time were the beginnings of the schizoaffective disorder that he's diagnosed Mr. Holmes with. And Dr. Reed indicated that it was during this period of time that Mr. Holmes started to suffer from a schizotypal personality disorder. Did you have similar thoughts or different thoughts about these symptoms?
I'm sorry, and the testimony in the compound statement / question by Mr. King.
Right, the objection as to the compound nature of the question is overruled. The objection in terms of the form of the question is overruled as well, but I will instruct the jury, as I have instructed the jury before, that the jury is to rely on its recollection of the evidence. And so you're not bound by what an attorney may have remembered about the testimony and may include as part of a question. Same thing I've said before during some of the prosecutor's questions. You're to rely on your memory of the evidence that has been presented. All right? Everyone understand that? And everyone's saying yes. All right. Go ahead.
Can you remember the question?
Yes.
Go ahead and answer it.
Yes, I was very concerned about what the first indications of illness were. And he was quite clear that his symptoms had begun at the beginning of middle school and that they were very significant. So I was looking for connections. Is this something else that was going on? Was this basically a benign condition? Or were these the first symptoms of what would later develop into a very serious psychiatric condition? And that's where the diagnosis, again, is important, because it gives us information about what the probability is that there are going to be early symptoms or premonitory symptoms. And it's not unusual with diseases in the schizophrenia, schizoaffective, psychotic disorders for there to be significant symptomatic problems beforehand. They may be in the area, and so you look for exactly what they are. In this case, they appeared to be principally associated with social anxiety, but not just severe social anxiety, a real difficulty in social relationships. So most people with social anxiety, which is a specific diagnosis, will actually have pretty good social skills. They just have trouble using them, because when they use them, they get so anxious. And so you target the anxiety very specifically. The diagnosis of schizotypal personality disorder refers not just to the social anxiety, but also this difficulty in interpersonal connectedness, in social expression, and being able to respond to other people's social overtures and respond in a normal social way. And so he was giving me evidence that would support a diagnosis of schizotypal personality disorder, which is characterized again by those two principal components of trouble with social relations and social anxiety. And we also know that that is sometimes an earlier problem when people develop a psychotic illness in the schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder. So we're getting more information that says, that supports the diagnosis of a fairly long-standing illness, less severe earlier, certainly clinically significant, with a lot of distress and impact on his social function, and leading him, even as a middle school student, to try to find ways to deal with it, and then eventually developing a full-blown psychotic illness.
And do you see this as a significant or not congruence between your opinions and the other doctors?
Yes, the data is, of course, everybody's, I think, seen this, all the doctors have seen the same information, the same data, and I think that the formulations about diagnosis are all in the same ballpark.
Judge, we can break now, or I can keep going. I'd leave it entirely up to the court.
Why don't you keep going till 10 after, and then we'll take a break. Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When you were asking about him seeing Dr. Fenton, and I'm looking at page 5 of your notes, what did he say about going to see Dr. Fenton?
He was very matter-of-fact about it. He had been given the option of seeing someone who was in the community or seeing someone at the student health service, and he said that Dr. Fenton in the student health service was closer, and so he chose to go that route. So that was a recommendation, and he followed it.
Did he say anything about a false sense of rapport or something with her?
Yes, he indicated that he was quite ambivalent about this whole process. That is, he specifically wanted help because he didn't want to drop out of his program. He wanted to be able to continue his program, and he thought his symptoms were interfering and threatening that. But at the same time, he was really very concerned about getting into a treatment relationship. And I think that part of that had to do with the natural reluctance that many people have, I would say probably most people, about what kind of a relationship they're going to have with a therapist, and how intimate, and how I think people worry about it being controlling, and I think he had those kinds of fears. And he also feared that he might reveal things that would get him even more off track.
Did he mention anything about, I'll strike that. Did he say to you that he was concerned about wanting to hurt people? I'm looking at page 6 of your notes. And can you explain that to us?
Yes, he said, my notes say specifically, he was concerned about wanting to hurt people. He didn't consider them a problem, and he talked about his homicidal ideation. So he was clear that he was dealing with homicidal ideas during that time, and that they that bothered him to some degree, but he didn't consider them a problem. And that was a bit incoherent. It didn't quite fit, but it was also consistent with this tremendous emotional flattening. I didn't get a clear a clear sense from him about the emotional significance of all of this, because of his inability really to express that aspect of his thinking.
Did he indicate to you that these homicidal ideations had increased after he couldn't kill himself as a child?
Yes, my notes say that he took it back to that period of time. I think he mentioned the age of 8, when he began to deal with suicidal, and then shortly after homicidal ideation, and and this was all associated with this general social anxiety and difficulty feeling like he had any normal social capacity or capacity to connect with other people. So he took this more recent homicidal ideation way back to middle school.
Is that psychiatrically significant?
It's very significant in terms of understanding the origin and the course of this person's illness. This is fairly unusual, even in schizophrenia, that there should be such prominent abnormal ideation that goes back to such a young age. Usually, people do not have such severe symptoms until much closer to the onset of their illness. But one of the other characteristics here were these schizotypal characteristics. So that was one of the things that was different, that indicated the potential for, I think, a more severe form of this illness, and one which had impacted, very importantly, his coping abilities and his development. In other words, he had had these symptoms going back to middle school, and they were very uncomfortable for him, and they impacted his normal development during that time. So he really came to this more recent, it was apparent with that information that he had come to this more recent decompensation, psychotic decompensation, with less coping skills than someone without that history.
And I struggle with this a little bit. We've heard about the suicidal and homicidal ideation from a number of these different experts. And I guess my question is, if you said that he didn't like these thoughts, is that what you said, or what was your testimony about that?
Yes, he didn't like either the suicidal or homicidal thoughts, but the suicidal thoughts were really from from this early age, pretty intolerable to him. And what he discovered was that if he thought about killing other people rather than killing himself, the severity of the bad feelings would be less. And this is actually not that uncommon in psychiatric pathology. There's often an association between suicide and homicide, and we read about that in the papers, where often homicide will be associated with suicide at the same time.
Well, if these thoughts were unpleasant for him, why didn't he just stop thinking them?
Because of the nature of the thoughts. I think, there's the old example, don't think of an elephant. You can't follow that command because you immediately think of the elephant. That's the nature of thinking. That's the nature of thoughts. They have an independent course. Now, he did do this manipulation. He did discover this manipulation, that he could deal with the bad feelings associated with the suicidal thoughts by thinking about killing other people, by having homicidal thoughts. So that was what we call a cognitive manipulation or change on his part, to deal with the bad feelings and to deal with the suicidal thoughts and not to act out the suicidal thoughts, not to kill himself. And then he began to elaborate on that and developed a number of different plans and strategies to deal with these bad feelings. And the first one was to go into neuroscience, hoping that somehow he could cure himself.
But, so are we not in control of our thoughts? Is Mr. Holmes not in control of his thoughts, or?
We all have limited control of our thoughts. I think we know that. Now, if thoughts become particularly intrusive, that's one of the things we ask about in a
What does
psychiatric.
intrusive mean?
That means that the thoughts seem to come and we cannot control them, and they bother us, and we would like to push them out of our minds, but we can't. So if a thought is intrusive and bothersome, that's quite significant. And there are many illnesses that involve this kind of uncomfortable, intrusive thinking. In normal, healthy mental life, I think our ability to handle and to change our thoughts is pretty good. We can distract ourselves, we can do something else, we can identify, we may learn how to identify a thought as being false and replace it with a positive thought. That approach has been formalized as cognitive behavioral therapy, and it's the most common form of psychotherapy for all sorts of symptoms as well as diagnoses or conditions, where people learn that process of how they can change the relationship between their thoughts and their feelings and their behavior. And it's formalized in the therapy because it can be effective. But when people have certain illnesses, they don't have control over that.
Is it significant that these thoughts began at such an early age when he was developing?
Yes, I think it both collaborates and supports the diagnosis, but it also puts him at risk for a more serious presentation of illness.
Thank you. I think this would be a good time to break if you want, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Please make sure that you follow all my admonishments during the break, and I'll see you back here at 1:42. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything we need to talk about on behalf of the people? Mr. Edson?
Judge, I just want to table something. I don't know if the court wants to hear something now or maybe take a bit of a shorter lunch before we come back. But I do need to make about a 5-minute record related to an upcoming witness for the defense that we have some objections to, and I wanted to get that in front of the court at some point. So I don't know if the court wants to hear it now or wants to hear it early from lunch
Is the defense planning on getting to this witness today?
tomorrow.
All right, let's talk about it at the end of the day then.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? No?
From us, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, enjoy your lunch. I'll see you after lunch. The court will be in recess. Seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you folks ready for the jury? Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Yeah, sure, the judge does.
Please be seated. The record should reflect the jury's back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good lunch. It's a beautiful day out there. I'm sure it'll rain this afternoon, but at least for the lunch hour, it was nice. At the end of the morning session, Dr. Woodcock was still on the witness stand, and Mr. King was in the middle of his direct examination. So, Dr. Woodcock, you may resume the witness stand. I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath, and Mr. King, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you.
I think when we left off, we were going through some of the conversations that you had with Mr. Holmes during your initial visit with him on the 24th of July, 2012. And I was asking you about when these symptoms first showed up, and we were looking at page 5 of your notes, and you were talking about the significance of these thoughts coming up in middle school when he described them, and I was wondering if did you ask him how this anxiety manifested itself at that young age in middle school, or what impact it had on his life, or did you not get into that in depth of a conversation with him about that?
Yes, I don't think I had to ask him a lot about that. He volunteered that the anxiety caused him not to want to speak to people. And I think I mentioned that he said that reading from my notes, he figured out that if he responded to people, he wouldn't appear strange. And so he sort of trained himself to speak to people in spite of his anxiety. So it did have a pretty dramatic effect, I think, on his social situation.
Did you explore with him at all his comment about about him appearing strange to other people at that point, or no?
No, I think he made it clear that what made him appear strange was that he wasn't responding to people and he wasn't interacting or talking to them.
And when he described this anxiety and this inability to communicate with other people, did he describe it as something that he enjoyed, or something that was difficult and troubling to him?
It was very difficult and troubling to him. Yes, and here he also noted that it had impacted his social relationships. So that was a distressing thing to him too.
Did he indicate whether or not the anxiety increased when he went to high school from middle school?
Yes, he indicated that it continued to increase basically throughout all this time, through middle school, high school, and then he indicated it increased again during his graduate school program.
Any details on how it affected his graduate school program?
Yes, he used the words, he said, reading from my notes, social atmosphere magnified, and he felt barraged. And that had to do with the ongoing interactions that were part of the graduate school curriculum. So he felt barraged by the anxiety.
We were also talking about these homicidal, intrusive thoughts that he described that started occurring back when he was a schoolboy, and you were describing what the nature of that ideation is. Did he talk about a attempted suicide or something that happened regarding suicide?
Yes, he mentioned that at one point he had used cardboard to cut his wrists. He called that a parasuicide, and he identified that as a cry for help. And he said that the homicidal ideation had increased when he couldn't kill himself.
Your Honor, forgive me. I just want to make on the record again a request that when the witness is reading whole cloth from his notes, that he let the record reflect that he's doing that.
All right, Doctor, were you just reading from your notes?
I was paraphrasing from him.
Okay, all right, thank you. Please let us know when you read from your notes, okay?
Yes.
And I'll try to do that as well if I notice that you're actually reading from the notes, so I apologize for that. What did you make of well, first of all, what do you make of somebody at that age even thinking about suicide? Is that psychiatrically significant?
It's very significant, yes. It's very unusual as well.
How so?
Well, it doesn't happen a lot, and when it happens, it indicates that there's a significant thing wrong. Looking back at the information that I had about that, I would have trouble coming up with a specific diagnosis for that. I think usually schizotypal personality disorder, for instance, might cover it, but we usually don't apply personality disorder diagnoses at that age. So it's a fairly unusual kind of thing, but it certainly can be characterized as social anxiety with difficulty with socialization, poor social skills, and associated intrusive suicidal and homicidal ideation. So that's really the characterization of it. And it probably would be considered by some people, even at that age and with those degree of symptoms, to represent a schizophrenia spectrum disorder, even at that age.
In describing these intrusive homicidal thoughts that were unwanted, did he talk about whether they were directed at specific individuals? Like, was it somebody that was around him in his life or at the time, or was it more of a generalized thing?
Yes, he again volunteered information about that. Reading from my notes: homicide against everybody or else the world, never against specific people, always impersonal. Standard teen nuclear bomb, unrealistic. He's talking about, those are from my notes, it's not verbatim. He's saying that he didn't have a specific plan to kill anyone, that he felt that this was a general urge or impulse to kill people at large.
Did he indicate, and I'm looking at the top of page 7, it looks like you asked him about having specific plans, and did he respond to that?
He mentioned several ideas which I thought were fantasies, and in other words, they were an idea but not a specific plan. And he actually characterized them as being fantasies. For instance, a nuclear bomb. He didn't have any access to a nuclear bomb, but he also mentioned guns and cars. But he didn't talk about specific plans.
Now, when he was working with Fenton and Feinstein, did you ask him about whether he told them about a plan?
I did ask him about that, but his response wasn't direct. And my notes say he said it was anxiety. They thought it was depression. So he wasn't really direct about that. It was my impression that he had not talked to them about a plan.
What did he say, if anything, about their recommendation that he take an antipsychotic medication?
He noted that they had recommended an antipsychotic, but that he thought that that would be the end of his educational future and his neuroscience career.
Did you point out that he, at that point, already quit school?
Well, no, I don't think we were into the specifics of when each of these things happened, but yes, that was one of the obvious sort of incongruities about the whole thing. Rather than take the antipsychotic and try to continue, he felt his symptoms had overwhelmed him and he stopped, really voluntarily, I think.
Is that illogical from a psychiatric standpoint?
I think it's very illogical. I think that, but that's with a sense of possibility and faith and hope that the antipsychotics may have helped him. He clearly didn't have that sense that they might have helped him.
Now, is a certain amount of ambivalence, can a certain amount of ambivalence be part of the psychotic process in terms of receiving treatment or help? Or
it's almost always a part of the psychotic process. It's very hard for people with these types of illnesses usually to voluntarily seek help and to participate fully in the help process. There's something about the illness that just resists this sort of intervention. And then I should add, there are sometimes reasons for that. I mean, these medications have side effects, and they can dull spontaneity and intelligence. So these are not idle fears.
Did you talk with him about whether he had discussed with anyone else about these homicidal thoughts? Shared these thoughts at all?
He did say that he had brought it up with his girlfriend. I believe that's in my notes in this interview, but that he was not explicit. He said also that he was really minimally explicit with the doctors.
Did he talk about Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C? And what were they if he did?
Yes, he mentioned these by this way of referring to it as Plan A and Plan B and Plan C. And he said that these were long-standing ideas that he'd had, and Plan A was to find a fix or cure for neurological impairment. He didn't say that that was specifically for him, but that was certainly the implication that he was providing, that because of his own difficulties, he would occupy himself, he would deal with these difficult feelings associated with the suicide and homicidal thoughts by trying to cure neurological disease. And Plan B would be, as he described, just the opposite, that he mentioned, for instance, biological weapons, but he's basically saying it would be killing a lot of people. And then Plan C, he just said what I did. And the line of reasoning was, I failed in Plan A when I left school, when I couldn't continue in school anymore. And then there was Plan B that I'd thought about, and then there was Plan C, which is what I did.
I think it's on page 9 of your notes that you ask him about depression, and I was referring to that out of place before. And so if you could just take a look at that and answer my question about what he indicated to you about depression prior to July of 2012.
Yes, I had asked him about feelings of depression through all this time. And reading from my notes, he said, not the main issue. And then he talked about, my notes say, catatonic for days. And he described feelings of depression associated, that were very severe and were associated with a real struggle just to get out of bed. And he referred to that as catatonia. He said he would lie down and couldn't move, and he felt really exhausted midday. And he said that he tried to fit these episodes of not being able to move, of catatonia, into his lunch break so that they wouldn't interfere so much with his schedule. Reading from my notes, he said he didn't see it as a problem because he liked to rest. My notes also say sleeping, once asleep okay, longer than it should. And he basically told me that associated with these periods of not being able to move or needing to rest, he was sleeping more. And he described all this in the context of feeling depressed. And these are things that can happen to people when they have a severe depression.
And that was what I was going to ask you, is did you take those as being symptoms of some kind of depression? And if so, was it a psychiatrically significant depression in your opinion, based on what you knew?
these were signs of depression. He identified this as the feeling state of depression. These are symptoms that often go along, or that sometimes go along with severe depression. And it was part and parcel of this whole illness. It wasn't a major part of it in that he was left with only the depressive symptoms and only being unable to function because of his bad depression. It seemed to be a phase of this illness that came and then wasn't as severe and didn't last too long. But it did seem that during this phase, these depressive symptoms were more prominent.
Now, for folks that suffer from a mood disorder, like bipolar or major depressive disorder, is there often a depressive side to it and a manic side to it as well, or am I getting that wrong?
That kind of up and down is characteristic of bipolar. It can occur to some degree in depression, but if it's very significant, if the upside is very significant, then it would usually be considered a form of bipolar illness or sometimes schizoaffective disorder.
And is that in part why your eventual tentative diagnosis was a schizoaffective disorder, because you saw a depressive component to this?
Yes, there were several things about his presentation which had major mood components. First of all, there was the longstanding anxiety, but in terms of his depression, he had stated that he had a bad reaction to the antidepressants that he had been given at the health center, and felt that that made him more dysphoric and jittery. And when that happens, it's sometimes an indication of the diagnosis of what we call bipolar II disorder, an intolerance of antidepressants, particularly if somebody isn't receiving an antipsychotic medication at the same time. And then he had these depressive symptoms. He had the earlier, what he called parasuicide attempt. So there were pretty prominent affective features here, or mood features, which is why I thought that the diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder was more appropriate than schizophrenia.
And did he indicate with regard to the this mania, or what he described as resulting from the medication he was taking, did he indicate that he had started doing a bunch of things that he didn't normally do in his life during that period of time? I'm looking at the bottom of page 11. Looks like he says he felt the SSRI started the mania.
He did mention several things. My notes say spending spree, driving extremely fast. Things were in a super, and I didn't write down the rest of that. But yes, he did feel speeded up on the antidepressants. I say SSRI, that's a kind of antidepressant.
And just in terms, you said that it can happen to people who are taking an antidepressant who are not taking an antipsychotic medication. Is it your understanding that Mr. Holmes did not receive any antipsychotic medication until November of 2012?
Yes.
So when you saw him on the 24th, are you aware now of whether he was on any kind of antipsychotic medication at all?
I understood that he was not.
Is that kind of thing sound like a typical symptom of mania, things moving in super speed and a feeling of driving extremely fast, I think he said?
It certainly could have been. I don't have a lot of information about that, but I think the main point is that it was a bad reaction to the antidepressants, and it certainly had some manic features, which means that he had an illness which was somewhat unstable and probably was going to be hard to treat.
And have you subsequently been able to review the notebook that Mr. Holmes read and sent to his psychiatrist?
Yes.
And he writes in the notebook, which has been admitted at page, as People's Exhibit 341, and I'm reading from page 32, brief periods of invincibility. Actions are in hyperspeed. developed in last 3 months, occurs typically 3 or 4 days a week, lasting all day with possible interludes of catatonia. Does that sound consistent with what he was reporting to you in terms of his symptoms?
Yes.
He also writes in the notebook at page 33 about how he is tired most of the time. On page 32, how he has excessive fatigue and catatonia, as he describes it, developed recently, often lasts for 3 to 5 hours in the middle of the day. If present in the morning, and I know it isn't particularly bad, can goad myself to move by thinking, Bambi, get up, you must get up. Does that sound like similar to the description he gave you of the depressive type of symptoms he was experiencing?
Yes.
You asked him about some other symptoms that he had, and did he talk to you about headaches? And I'm looking at page 12 of your notes, that he'd been having headaches for years.
Yes.
And was that significant in your mind, or not so much, or?
It wasn't terribly significant. I explored it to some degree and didn't think that it probably indicated any serious associated cause of headaches, such as a brain tumor or something like that, that conceivably could explain both his headaches and his presentation. I think I thought that they were probably, the way he had described them, fairly benign, and probably tension headaches associated with the stress of his symptoms.
And that's why I asked the question, because as a neurologist, would you want to rule out possible non-psychiatric causes for these symptoms?
Yes, absolutely, and that was certainly one of the things that I considered in terms of the headaches themselves. On the balance of the strength of the evidence for a primary psychiatric illness and the strength of the evidence for a neurologic illness that was manifest by headaches, I didn't think a significant neurologic illness was likely.
Now, you were in the room this morning when we called the first witness, who was a nurse named Jason Frank from the jail. Is that right?
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Frank describe that his interactions with Mr. Holmes, although brief, were consistent, he said, with interactions from other inmates. How can it be, doctor, that you see him in the jail and you identify him as being extremely mentally ill and without a doubt psychotic at the time? And that's what your impression was, right?
Yes.
How can it be that you can see that, but Mr. Frank, who's a nurse, apparently doesn't see that? I mean, how can those concepts coexist?
Well, I think the first reason for that is this suppression of affect, the fact that Mr. Holmes was behaving in a very quiet, unemotional way. He was organized enough to give me all the information that he gave me, which was a very considerable amount of historical information. It was in response to my questions and well organized. So his capacity to organize his thinking in that interview and in suppressing any emotional disruption in his behavior, and also in organizing his behavior and basic activities of daily living. He had those capacities. The point is that those are not mutually exclusive. They can be thought to be mutually exclusive. I suspect that if anyone had sat down and talked with Mr. Holmes in the same way that I did, and he had felt some motivation to tell them what he told me, they would have understood that there was something wrong with it.
So is it the case then that when you see somebody who's in this psychotic state, it may not be visibly apparent, but when you begin to talk in depth with them, the depth and the nature of the psychosis can reveal itself. Is that a fair statement?
What's the objection? Overruled. It's a follow-up to what he just said.
Yes, absolutely. You have to be able to interact with the person to find some information about what's going on inside to reach these conclusions if it's not superficially apparent. And here it was not superficially apparent.
And we've heard from witnesses that it wasn't superficially apparent to his classmates either, nor was it superficially apparent to people who saw him in public. It appears that Mr. Holmes was able to go to the store, to buy things, to continue to attend class, to have the ability of driving. Teach McGuire pointed out this morning that in that video he had the ability to stand on his bunk by himself without any assistance. Do these kind of normal day-to-day activities necessarily mean that someone, do they tell us anything really about how severely mentally ill somebody is or not?
No, they may not, and in this case they didn't. And the people who did respond to him, for instance, a classmate who told him that she thought he needed to see a psychiatrist, that needed help, that followed him revealing something about this.
So is it psychiatrically significant to you then that when he saw a psychiatrist and they started talking about these things in depth, that the psychiatrist felt that he was having psychotic level of thinking, despite the fact that no one else seemed to be able to see that?
I think that the psychiatrists were most concerned about the violence that he did reveal and the dangerousness. But even there, he was limited in what he shared. I think, as far as I could tell, he was really quite forthcoming when I saw him on the 24th of July.
Did Mr. Holmes report to you that he ever experienced any kind of hallucinations or things that were moving that he didn't have an explanation for? And I'm looking at page 10 of your notes.
He indicated several things. First of all, nothing was ever formed. So that is, he didn't see an object or he didn't see a person. He did say that he had seen some fleeting movements earlier in life, and that earlier in the spring he had seen some shadows on the wall. But I think that's all he referred to there. When I asked him about that, he also told me that he had sometimes heard a ringing in his ears, but he didn't indicate that he had heard voices.
Okay. Delusions. You said that the other thing that made you understand how psychotic he really was the delusions. And what is a delusion, sir?
A delusion is defined as a fixed false belief. It's almost always in the context of some mental illness. We all have false beliefs about a lot of things. But if the belief can't be altered by any kind of reason or feedback, then it can be defined as it can be called a delusion. Usually we can give people feedback and get them to change their mind if we give them enough evidence. Delusions are such that no matter how much evidence you give somebody, it sort of reinforces the delusion. And if you give them enough contradictory evidence, they tend to enlarge the delusion to include that piece of information somehow or other, or they just ignore it. Delusions are one of the hallmarks of what we call psychosis. The other one is hallucinations as, in terms of the positive symptoms.
So if someone has delusions, are they by very definition psychotic?
The term can sometimes be used if someone has a relatively benign delusion. There again, technically that would be an example of a limited psychosis. That's where again the diagnosis becomes especially important, and the question is this person a relatively mild, has a relatively mild form of schizophrenia, or do they have a paranoid personality disorder or something like that?
And in your opinion, does Mr. Holmes have a mild form of a mental illness or not?
No, neither his delusions nor the degree of his illness are mild.
And I want to talk more about these delusions in a minute. But first, I want to talk to you a little bit about, was there anything else about that interview on the 24th of July that you remember that I forgot to ask you about that you think it was significant in your mind in forming the conclusions that you did form?
I think I've touched on all the important points. There are certainly details, but I think I've touched on the important points.
And I think you've told us what your clinical impressions were about psychosis and other things. Did you form an initial impression or differential diagnosis as to what you thought a possible likely diagnosis might be?
Yes.
And is that possible to do with the limited amount of information you had?
Yes, in that he was very forthcoming. He gave me a great deal of information. And as I've tried to point out, the details of that information had a certain coherence, a relationship between them, which supported the conclusions that I felt I could reach at that time.
Is it important to start with the present symptomology and the descriptions that the patient is giving you and work from there? Is that how you conduct your clinical analysis?
That's almost always the way we do it. Sometimes people will come in and they'll have a lot of medical records which give us a lot of information that may be very determinative, of course. It may include diagnoses and things like that. But certainly in the clinical situation, we're always most concerned about what's going on right now, characterizing that, and doing whatever we need to do with that present situation.
And in the circumstance here, when you form this initial impression of a possible diagnosis, was that something that was concrete in your mind? Were you sure that that was the diagnosis, or was just your thoughts about what it might be preliminarily?
What I was sure about was that Mr. Holmes was mentally ill, that he had a very severe form of mental illness, that it that he had a severe form of psychosis. That limits the possibilities a great deal. I thought that it was unlikely that he had an organic cause, such as an intoxication or a brain tumor or encephalitis or something like that. Those would still be possibilities based upon things when I left, but they would be much, much less likely. So those were the things that I was quite convinced about. And the number one choice on my differential or the list of possible diagnoses was schizoaffective disorder.
And why is that?
Well, because he met all the cardinal features of schizoaffective disorder. He had a psychotic disorder. Its onset was fairly typical. The fact that he had had premonitory symptoms for so long was somewhat unusual, but again, those kinds of schizotypal symptoms are not uncommon. And he had significant affective symptoms. So I thought that diagnostic group or label would cover most of what we were talking about. There were some features that were somewhat unusual, but they were really sort of variations within that diagnosis.
And so is schizoaffective disorder, is it kind of schizophrenia plus a depressive disorder of some kind combined together? Is that correct?
That's one way to think about it. It has many of the same cardinal features as schizophrenia, but with more affective symptoms than are usually seen in schizophrenia. And it's a relative kind of thing because affective symptoms can be seen in schizophrenia, and it's not unusual, for instance, to see especially depression as part of schizophrenia.
And by affective symptoms, do you mean depression and mania and things that have to do with mood?
Yes.
Now, at that point in time, did you communicate what your initial impressions were to myself and the defense?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you do anything else on the case? Was it your understanding that you were being asked to do anything else on the case at that point?
Nothing else on the case.
And when was it that your job changed? Was it shortly after that, or how much longer after that?
It was shortly after that. I closed the practice, I believe, in September, and then I joined the university on November 1st.
Did that affect your availability in terms of the amount of time you had to work on cases?
Well, it did eventually. I certainly, part of the plan was to spend less time doing medical legal consultation. Initially, as I was building up the program, it didn't have a huge impact, but more recently it has.
Did that change at some point? As this case progressed through time and different doctors did their evaluations, did there come a time that I came back to you and asked you if you had any time to work on this case anymore at all? And did that take place?
Yes.
When, do you remember about when that was, that happened?
I believe it was in mid-2014.
Okay. And was it about that time that Dr. Reed was doing his examination?
I think he began his just after that, yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, and I don't want to tell you what I said, but did you, was it your understanding that your task or role may have then been expanded to include reviewing the other doctors' reports and opinions and the data that they provided as the basis for those opinions, and giving us your clinical impressions of what your thoughts were based upon your review of those materials?
Yes.
And was it also part of that, the parameters of this new involvement, that if you wanted to visit Mr. Holmes again to check in on him, that we could make that happen for you if that would be productive?
Eventually, it was my understanding that that was a possibility, but in 2014, the task really was to look at the other reports and the data, which was quite extensive, that they had looked at in preparation for their reports.
And were some of those materials not even available until November or December of 2014?
Yes, they've continued to be available, I guess.
And did you use the time that you had to try to review those materials as best your ability, considering all your other obligations to the university and the hospital and your full-time career there?
Yes.
Were you able to review the materials, generally speaking?
Yes.
Was it your understanding ever that you were the primary diagnosing or testifying psychiatrist on this case?
No.
And does that continue to this day?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that you have reviewed every single piece of information that pertains to this case, including the more than 100,000 pages of police reports and hundreds of hours of video and audio tape recordings?
No.
Did you, as the result of the review of the materials that you conducted, reach a point where you felt comfortable rendering other opinions about the case and about Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
And explain to us how that process unfolds. I mean, the other doctors have talked about the fact that you can keep interviewing someone and exploring something forever, but at some point there has to be a stopping point. Can you tell us what your approach was to this case at that point?
My approach in this case is really mirrors what I do in clinical practice, except with the exception that this is more extensive. There's more records involved. There are more medical records or medical reports from other doctors to review. So there's more material. But the general approach in clinical medicine is that you start, as we've talked about, with the present circumstance. You understand that in its larger context, and that allows a diagnostic formulation, prognostic formulation, what's going to happen in the future, a sense of causality, that is, what are the factors that have led to this clinical presentation. And it like in any area, I think, as you learn about an area and you become expert, you understand which pieces of information are most important, and those are the ones you seek out and you verify. Then other information has a lower level of significance, and you may, in this case, you have to sample it. I had to sample it. I can't look at all of it to see if there's something there that would bring me to a different conclusion, to think that there's something else going on. And then there are the issues of what else is important in this particular circumstance, which have to do with the issues here at trial, I think.
In the course of your review, did you review Mr. Holmes' notebook?
Yes.
Did you review some writings from Mr. Holmes that were seized that he'd written while he was in the jail?
Yes.
Did you review medical records from Mr. Holmes' treatment at Anschutz by Drs. Fenton and Feinstein?
Yes.
Did you review Arapahoe County Jail records, both medical and other records?
Yes.
Did you review a social history of Mr. Holmes' family prepared by my office?
Yes.
Now, you talked before about the significance of genetics and with regard to a schizophrenia spectrum disorder and the significance of a family history. In your review of the family history and the medical records of the family, did you discover that Mr. Holmes had a family history of mental illness in his family?
Yes.
And was that significant to you? And I'm anticipating you're going to say yes, based on what you said before, but if so, how was it significant?
It's significant in that it increases the likelihood that anyone with his genetic background could have this kind of an illness. Again, we can't predict in the exact likelihood in an individual case ahead of time. But with that family history and with the premonitory symptoms that had occurred back through middle school, Mr. Holmes just on those two facts alone, we know that his risk of developing this type of illness would have been very, very high. There's active research going on now trying to help us be much better in this process so that we can identify high-risk people and actually intervene earlier in the course to prevent the development of a full-blown illness. So that's the kind of significance we think about.
Is that some of the research that Dr. Gurr is doing?
I believe she has done some of that research, yes.
Now, in the review of those medical records, was it significant to you that both Mr. Holmes' grandfather on his paternal side and the grandfather on the maternal side were hospitalized due to psychiatric illnesses and were reported to be psychotic? Is that a significant aspect of that?
Yes.
And did you also receive information later that Mr. Holmes's aunt, the fraternal twin of his father, had been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, and that had disabled her for the past 30 years or so of her life?
I knew she had that diagnosis. I don't recall the information about her disability.
Is it significant that the defendant's, Mr. Holmes' aunt, has been diagnosed for the past 30 years with the same disorder that you've diagnosed him with today, and with the same disorder that Dr. Metzner has diagnosed him with?
Well, I certainly think it supports the diagnosis. I think this is a very strong family history. This is, frankly, one of the stronger family histories I've seen for a psychotic disorder, a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. So this is a very strong family history. And as I said, along with the premonitory symptoms, would place him at really high risk.
Now, did you review, in addition to the jail records and the other medical records, did you review the medical records from when Mr. Holmes was admitted to Denver Health Medical Center Hospital in November of 2012?
Yes.
And you've seen the videos, like, for example, one of the videos we showed the jury this morning.
Yes.
Any doubt in your mind that Mr. Holmes was psychotic at that time?
No, he was psychotic at that time.
And in your opinion, did the psychosis predate or begin earlier than any metabolic disturbance that he had due to not drinking enough or eating enough?
Yes, he was psychotic well before the time I saw him on July 24th. And that process had continued, but it became worse in November, necessitating the hospitalization.
Now, how is that? It would seem like, is the psychotic process fluid, or is it just progress in very concrete ways? How can it be that he was psychotic before and then he's psychotic in November, but he seems more ill in November? I mean, in November, he's engaging in all kinds of behaviors, the feces on himself, he's naked, he's incoherent, unable to communicate. And he certainly wasn't like that when you talked to him on the 24th of July, right?
That's correct.
How can we explain that?
Well, he was worse. It was the same illness. It was a different phase of the illness. When I saw him, he was compensating in a lot of ways. He was suppressing emotion, and he was using his considerable intellectual capacities to stay organized and to present himself in an organized way. And he had the capacity to do that. So his illness had different manifestations, and it was a different degree of severity. In November, he was much worse. The word sometimes is used, florid or disorganized. He showed a lot of emotional behavior. He wasn't suppressing emotion in the same way. He was behaving bizarrely. He was very disorganized, and that happens. Now, these illnesses can remit and relapse, but the natural history of these illnesses is to progress, and they get worse. And fortunately, today we have treatments that can change that progression, but before we had treatments available, people with this form of illness could be expected to progress and basically require hospitalization the rest of their lives.
Did you review the reports and data from Dr. Robert Hanlon, Dr. Thomas Gray, and those were doctors that conducted psychological and neuropsychological testing?
Yes.
Did you find that the test results to be significant, or helpful in your diagnosis, or were they congruent or not, or?
Yes, I thought that they were congruent. They were helpful. I don't think that they're sort of the core of the evaluation process, but they're not meant to be. They're meant to be specific and supplementary, and I thought that they were helpful, but entirely congruent.
Now, at some point, or at various points, Mr. Holmes makes reference to two selves, or having two parts of himself. Did you consider a diagnosis of a dissociative identity disorder, a multiple personality disorder, in your differential?
I did consider that, but it not for long. I didn't think that it would be a central part of his diagnosis. There were many features that would not be consistent with that. So if he had had something like that, it wouldn't have been only that. And I didn't take his sort of poetic description in a literal sense.
Now, did he ever tell you that he felt like he was controlled by a higher power, possessed by a higher power, or something along those lines?
No, he didn't refer to any being or power or God or devil or anything like that.
Was there a component to his delusional framework, though, that involved a loss of control on his part, where he felt like he was being compelled or commanded to behave in certain ways or think in certain ways?
Yes, he felt that his thoughts had power over him. So it wasn't sort of a personalization, but he felt that the thought itself and that responding to the thought. So one of his delusions was that if he said what he planned to do, that he would have to do it. And that's one of the reasons why he didn't want to say it. Because then he felt he would have to act it out. He wouldn't have any choice about that. And then when he did even allude to this, to the doctors and to a friend, that process actually that delusional process became even stronger. And so then he felt he had to begin acting on this. And then he told me that he felt that just sort of took over and he was going with the flow of this delusional compulsion.
Now, Mr. Holmes is an intelligent person, right?
Yes.
How can an intelligent person think that their thoughts have control over them?
Intelligence has nothing to do with it. This is a disease process which is independent of intelligence. It can happen to very intelligent people. It can happen to people of very low intelligence. Intelligence just doesn't have anything to do with it. This is a completely different disease process. Now, intelligence can sometimes be helpful to people be in the sense that they can develop coping strategies. And I think that we see that with Mr. Holmes. He developed pretty complex coping strategies that he used for many years in dealing with these thoughts. But in the spring of 2012, the disease process became much stronger, much more significant, and he wasn't able to cope in the same way in dealing with those thoughts.
And have you reviewed the text message from his classmate Hillary Allen, where he indicates that the floodgates are now open?
Yes.
Is that reflective of that in that conversation he says, she asks him, is your dysphoric mania, as you describe it, manageable? And he says, it used to be, but not anymore. The floodgates are open now. Was that significant in that regard to you?
Yes, I think he was self-observant enough to be able to put into words that sense that the floodgates were open and he was going with the flow and there wasn't much he could do about it.
Now, if he had enough self-awareness to be aware of that, why didn't he have enough self-awareness to stop the process?
Well, that has to do with the severity of the illness and the complexity of his delusional system and the different delusions he had. He had the delusion that that killing people would protect him from himself, would protect him from his suicidal ideation and from his depression, which by this time was very uncomfortable for him also. And he had this delusion that killing people would increase his own worth. And he held on to these delusions in the sense, as he expressed it to me, if he got treated, he wouldn't be able to get rid of these awful feelings because that wouldn't be an option anymore. And again, that was delusional, but that was part of his system, and his delusions were pushing him in this direction of acting out the delusions themselves. And the delusions were telling him that was the only way he could sort of rescue himself from all these terrible things he was feeling. So it was a combination of these delusions which were interconnected and which were compelling him not only to do these bad things, but also not to seek help. And that is not terribly uncharacteristic of psychotic disorders. Sometimes it can be very, very hard to capture people into treatment that can be helpful to them.
And that's difficult because, if you'll forgive me, that just doesn't make any sense.
It's a characteristic of the illness. It doesn't make sense. Nature doesn't always make sense. I often remind patients who are struggling with this sort of thing that if they had pneumonia and had the same mindset, they would die of the pneumonia because they would never seek treatment. And people do die of pneumonia if they don't seek treatment sometimes. And so there are analogies in medicine which can be really quite tragic, but this is a very common characteristic of psychotic illnesses. And very often the urge to resist treatment is wrapped up in some part of their delusional system.
For someone who is laboring under such delusions, I mean, that just seems so crazy to me. Does it appear that way to somebody who is suffering from the psychosis? In other words, does it seem logical to them?
That's variable. It varies on the person, and very often it varies on the stage of the illness, the intensity of the symptoms, and whether or not they're receiving treatment. So there can certainly be insight that this is crazy. People will refer to their feelings and to these conflicting ideas that they have and conflicting emotions as crazy. So there usually is some insight into it, but that doesn't mean that the delusions go away just because they have some insight that it's crazy. They still have the belief, they still are convinced that the delusion is true, and they still feel whatever compulsion the delusion may be associated with, or the command hallucination.
Is there a danger in psychiatry to try to assign or attribute logical reasoning to somebody who is laboring under delusions and may not be thinking logically? Is there an inherent problem there?
Well, there's an inherent problem because the psychotic person, the delusional person, is not responding to, by definition, I mean, and we define it that way because this is what's happening. We can reason with the person, and it may not make any difference at all. Now, sometimes in those cases, people will say, and this is often how I approach it, well, let's just suppose that this medicine might help you. You don't have to agree with me, but let's do it as a trial. So sometimes people will take their medication on a trial basis. And sometimes they'll have a remission, they'll get a bit better, and they'll then be willing to take medications. And sometimes medications have to be started under involuntary circumstances.
Mr. Holmes talked about a need to keep it impersonal, the shootings. Does that have psychiatric significance?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it goes back to this, your reference before to the two selves. There's I think, an underlying observing person in most of these situations. Sometimes that can be sort of completely obliterated by symptoms, but very often there's a struggle that goes on between these different kinds of impulses. There can be an awareness that they don't want to do this, but they still feel impelled to do it. So insight into this conflict doesn't mean that the delusions aren't there and that they're not strong. It just means that they have some residual insight.
So somebody who's suffering from a psychotic delusion may feel compelled to do something, or that something is the right thing to do despite the fact that they don't want to do it?
Sometimes, yes, or they feel that to some degree. The point is that they are ambivalent. They have more than one feeling at the same time, and they may put it as he did, that they feel like they have two selves. I mean, we say that I have two minds of something. You know, it's an extension of anyone's capacity to observe themselves and to be ambivalent, to feel more than one way about something at the same time. But in this process, there's this huge involuntary component that has to do with the psychotic process, the pathological psychotic process. This is not, of course, how the brain is supposed to work.
An involuntary process, you said?
Yes, it's not. It may not be within their control at all, and at certain times, it certainly is not within their control. They can't will it away.
You've talked a few times here about the importance of, I'm going to start talking with you about sanity a little bit here and how you approach that analysis. But you've talked about the importance of diagnosis. Now, some psychiatrists may feel that when you're determining sanity, that the question of the diagnosis is really not that important. But what's really is important is specific facts which may or may not be consistent with someone who has the capacity to understand the difference between right or wrong. Do you agree with that, or do you think that it's fundamentally important to understand the diagnosis in order to be able to understand the thought process of the individual who's under the psychosis? If that makes any sense at all.
I do disagree with the approach of taking sort of a piecemeal, fact-by-fact approach. I think in psychiatry and in neuropsychiatry, it's very important to have a big picture in mind. All those little facts need to be able to fit in the right place. And if they don't fit in the right place, then you have to ask what is going on. And a diagnosis is, in a simplified way, a summary of what is going on. What is the problem here? And it should account for the vast majority of the facts. It may be that there are certain facts that are irrelevant to the diagnosis, and there's maybe certain facts that represent something other than that central diagnosis. And there may be more than one diagnosis. But when you understand the diagnosis, then that should be a place to hang all these facts, to make them coherent in an overall story, in an overall explanation. And I think sanity is an issue which absolutely requires that kind of understanding of the patient, because it's a very, very big question, and it's a very important question. And I think it has to be understood in the context of what is wrong with the patient. I mean, in Colorado, the first tenet, the first criteria for insanity is the person have a significant mental illness. So, as I said before, the first question that I addressed to myself when I first saw Mr. Holmes was, is he mentally ill? And then, is this a significant mental illness? Now, those are diagnostic questions. They don't hone in on the specific diagnosis, but they're still diagnostic category questions. But I also want to understand as much as I can about the specific psychiatric diagnosis, Under Colorado law, we exclude the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder. So that has to be specifically excluded from the insanity criteria. So if one hasn't gone through that process, I don't think one can answer the question, at least the way I would approach it.
Let's talk real briefly about that, because I think the jury may have a couple questions about antisocial personality disorder. What is antisocial personality disorder?
Antisocial personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of behavior which involves ignoring the rules as they apply to you, to the individual, and ignoring the impact of your behavior on others. So people with antisocial personality disorder tend to be chronic rule breakers. They do not express empathy for other people. They don't evidence empathy for other people. And they may either be, their behavior may either be overt and they get into trouble with the law a lot, or they may be very sophisticated and they can be very successful in almost any line of work as long as they cover their tracks very well. But they're basically chronic rule breakers, and if you get to know a sociopath or an antisocial personality person, you learn very quickly you just can't trust them. One of the things that I've learned in treating people with antisocial personality disorder is that it's not that they don't understand the rules. They actually have a hypersensitivity to the rules, but the rules don't apply to them. The reason that I know that is that if I apply the rules to them, they get really angry. They don't like the rules to be applied to them. So there are these characteristics of antisocial personality disorder, and we're learning that this is often associated with brain changes that have to do with the perception of threat and with the capacity for what we call theory of mind, which is sort of the psychiatric term for empathy with other people. So these people have demonstrably decreased empathy. They can't get into your mind to see how you're feeling, and therefore they don't get bothered by how you're feeling in terms of their interactions with you. And they also don't tend to respond to things that cause other people anxiety. So they're able to sort of push through situations that would cause other people a lot of anxiety. And this results in a developmental pattern of behavior, which is usually quite maladaptive.
Is there any indication, according to you or any of the other psychiatrists involved, that Mr. Holmes has any of the symptoms or signs of antisocial personality disorder?
No, he does not meet that diagnostic
Is he a
category.
chronic rule breaker?
No.
To the contrary, was he, prior to this incident on the 20th of July 2012, was he a chronic rule follower?
Yes.
Any indication that he'd ever broken any laws or rules or harmed anybody?
I guess he hit his sister in a basketball game.
He hit his sister on the basketball court.
Yes. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Let me clarify that. Do you know whether he's never received a traffic ticket or a speeding ticket or a red light ticket or something like that?
I'm not aware that he has.
Okay. Are you aware of him ever committing a crime, hurting somebody, stealing things from people, those type of things?
Well, other than the incident, no.
Other than the incident. How about him being manipulative of other people and taking advantage of other people? Any indication of that happening?
No.
Any indication at all that Mr. Holmes has any psychopathic or sociopathic traits?
No, that's basically a synonym for this category.
Now, when we talk about the second part of the sanity definition, that being that the person is rendered incapable due to the mental disease or defect of either being able to have the capacity to form the required mental state of acting intentionally and after deliberation, or whether they are rendered incapable of having the capacity to distinguish between right or wrong. Let's talk about the right or wrong one first. This involves a moral component. Is that your understanding of what the test in Colorado is?
Yes, it's the moral component of being human. It's a central core, I think, of what makes us people. We can distinguish between right and wrong, and we can learn to modify our behavior.
Now, it may seem fundamental that killing is wrong from a moral standpoint, but that's not always the case, is it?
No, it's not always the case.
Is there kind of a continuum of different, the way morality applies to killing in different types of activities?
Well, I think most of us perceive that. There are people who believe that killing in war is all right. There are other people who are conscientious objectors. They don't believe in that. There are people who believe that it's okay for, if I'm on my nation's side, to participate in war, but it's not okay for the other nation to participate in war. And there are also examples of other kinds of, not necessarily killing, but illegal, against the law behaviors that different people feel are justified and some people feel are not justified.
Can you give us
morally.
Can you give us an example?
Nuns invading a nuclear warhead site because they're opposed to war. So they believe that the right thing to do is to disable or to protest the existence of the nuclear warhead. Other people might agree with them, but they might agree with the warhead issue, but they don't believe that they should invade federal property.
So in that circumstance, those nuns might feel that they might understand that they were doing something which was against the law, but feel that they were doing what was morally right.
Yes, that's certainly the basis of both nonviolent and violent civil disobedience.
And I posed this hypothetical to Dr. Metzner about and you're an expert, so you're allowed to consider hypotheticals, about a terrorist as an example. And I asked him about the morality of that person killing, and how the majority of people in the world may think that that is morally wrong, but the group that individual belongs to, or the philosophy or ideology or motivation that person subscribes to, may indicate that it's the right thing to do, despite the fact that they're in the minority. Does that make any sense to you when we're considering this?
I think it's very analogous to the example of violence in war.
Now,
violence in war.
which is what?
Well, where people feel that it's the right thing to do to use violent methods, including killing people, in order to protect our nation.
And the conscientious objector may disagree and think that it's morally wrong.
Yes.
So, and I think Dr. Metzner agreed with me on this, in order to analyze whether someone understands or has the capability of understanding that their conduct is morally right or wrong, do we not have to look at the way they perceive what everyone thinks and what is right and wrong and those kind of larger issues?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question, and that's several now where we've dipped into past testimony that the witness has not indicated he's relied upon for purposes of his opinion.
All right, I'll sustain it as to the form of the question. You may rephrase your question.
Sure. Is it important when we're analyzing sanity in this context from a societal moral view that we look at how the individual who's involved perceives morality and the societal moral view from their perspective?
I think it's a necessary part of the analysis, yes. Because insanity assumes that that perspective is distorted, is deficient because of the mental illness. So
And
if you don't understand that perspective, and I don't think you can understand that connection.
So then if we is there a danger in taking individual facts and applying them to the analysis without running them through the psychotic process that the individual may be engaging in their cognitive process?
That's certainly the way I approach it. I have a great deal of difficulty knowing what the significance of those individual facts is outside of the big picture. If they fit into the big picture that I formulated with the diagnostic formulation and the pathological formulation, that is, what's going wrong with this person's thinking and behavior, if they fit in, they make sense to me. If they don't fit in, I don't really know what to do with them.
So is it important then that we understand the psychotic thinking process in order to understand whether the person was capable of distinguishing between right and wrong?
Well, I think it is, but I would make the distinction that psychosis, delusional thinking, is by its nature irrational. So we're going to have limitations in how much we can understand it. What we have to understand is the degree to which it is there and what we can about how it may drive behavior. What we don't understand, other than in the general sense that these are characteristics of a severe mental illness, we can't understand them, I think, completely in a logical formulation, because they're by essence crazy, they're illogical. And in that sense, we have to transport ourselves from a completely logical, rational perspective and try to understand what's happening with someone who has this kind of twisted disorientation.
Are the rules of the psychotic process the same rules as the rules of logic which we apply in our normal lives?
Absolutely not. They sometimes have certain types of inner coherence, but there are no rules of logic to them. The term that we use in psychiatry is primary process. This is the kind of magical thinking or disconnected thinking or dream thinking that we see in children, for instance, or in our own dreams, but it's not a logical process.
Is it part of the goal of the mind to make a sense of reality that makes sense?
Most, I think, neuroscientists would say that that is the principal job of the brain. the brain doesn't do a very good job of adapting unless it comes up within the environment, unless it comes up with some sort of a workable model of what the environment is, and then learns how to manipulate the environment through that model. So the brain is always looking for a model of reality, an explanatory way to put all the, enough of the facts together to adapt, to get along, to survive. And one of the things that's painful and difficult or dysphoric in mental illness is that the logical connections, the cause effects, don't fit in the same way. And so it's very hard to come up with adaptive strategies.
Is this true, no matter how repulsive or distasteful the conduct involved is?
Unfortunately, that's the case. Yes.
Mr. King, whenever you get to a good breaking point, let me know so that we can take our afternoon break.
I can do it right here, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. Please make sure you follow all the admonishments I've been giving you with respect to your conduct when you're not in the courtroom. Let's take 20 minutes. I'll see you back here at almost 3:30, a little bit before 3:30. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom now. Let's go ahead and take our break, and then we can chat after the break, okay? The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Please rise.
Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Oh. We were not on the record.
Outside the presence of the court reporter, too.
Apparently. Miss Martin, are you ready? Are you sure? All right, now we're on the record. This is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Did the parties want to chat about the last bench conference? Sure. All right. What is it that the people have in mind? The request was to have me make a finding that the defense opened the door to evidence that I have excluded. And I agreed with the people that the door has been opened to that evidence. And the question is, what are the people intending to do in terms of, is this something that you're intending to bring up in your cross-examination of the witness? And we should probably have Dr. Woodcock step outside for just during the time when we're having this discussion. Are you intending to go into it in your cross-examination, or are you intending to introduce the evidence later? And for the record, Dr. Woodcock has stepped out.
Your Honor, it may be both, and I say that because it sounds like, based on Mr. King trying to redirect him on some of those questions, he was unaware of anything that may have existed. I think that creates two opportunities here. One is to question the thoroughness of his review of the materials in this case, especially when rendering an opinion of this significance, and then two, possibly to bring it in then on rebuttal or through another witness to show that it actually existed and that he did miss it.
And what you're intending to bring up is the incident related to the defendant driving through a red light and apparently receiving a ticket in the mail for it. Is that correct?
With that photograph, Your Honor, yes. And I think the court will recall, too, there's another email that was part of an email exchange, and I can't remember if it was the CU emails or the Hotmail exhibits, Your Honor, that made reference to yet another speeding violation that he received that he talked about contesting with his mother and then making the decision.
It was exhibit P-TR-1227. It was the CU emails.
Yes, sir. I think that's right.
And that information was redacted based on the objection from the defense. All right, Mr. King, anything else from you?
No, not this time.
All right. I do think that the door has been open. I can't remember which order it was, but I ruled that the incident where at some point before the shooting, I think it was the beginning of July or the second week of July, I want to say July 11 or so, but I may be wrong. I'm going off the top of my head. Does anybody remember the actual date? No.
No.
Okay, we'll pull it up. Ms. Gerlings, do you know which order that was? All right. I think
Order D73, Your Honor, or 73B or something like that.
okay, I'll pull it up.
The Apple's telling me July 10th, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, it was order D73B. Apparently, on or about July 10, 2012, the defendant, while driving, tried to make a green light, and in the process, the light changed. The light was red. He still went through, and this was captured through one of those cameras, traffic cameras. And the prosecution has one or two pictures, I think maybe a couple of pictures of the incident. The defense filed a motion asking the court to exclude that evidence. I ruled in order D73B that it would be excluded. At the bench conference, the people argued just now, a moment ago, before the break, that the defense had opened the door. And I found that the defense had, and I agree still that they have. Here's the question that was asked. The question was whether the defendant was a chronic rule breaker. This was the question by Mr. King. The witness responded no. Then the question was, to the contrary, was he, prior to this incident on the 20th of July, 2012, was he a chronic rule follower? Dr. Woodcock then answered yes. The question then was whether there was any indication that the defendant had ever broken any laws or rules or harmed anybody. And the answer was he hit his sister in a basketball court. And so at that point, Mr. Brockler asked to approach. I found that the door had been opened, and I have said before that I have issued a lot of rulings in this case. Some of those rulings exclude or limit evidence, and the parties have to be careful not to open the door to evidence that has been excluded. After the bench conference, Mr. King attempted to clarify the record, but I think, although unintentionally, probably ended up confirming what was said before. The question was, do you know whether he ever received a traffic ticket or a speeding ticket or red light ticket or something like that? And then Dr. Woodcock answered, I'm not aware that he has. I think an inference can be drawn from that, that if the doctor is not aware of it, that then the defendant has not ever received a traffic ticket. So although Mr. King was attempting to remedy the situation, I think in a way it may have made it, the follow-up question may have made it worse. So I think that the door has been opened, and so for that reason, I will allow the prosecution to cross-examine Dr. Woodcock by asking about both the incident that I excluded in order D73B, as well as the information that was redacted from People's Exhibit P-TR-1227, which referred to a speeding ticket in, I believe it was the end of 2011. I think it was October of 2011, I believe, the fall of 2011. And there was an email between the defendant and his mother. Actually, it was an email exchange. And there was a mention in a couple of emails, perhaps a few emails, and certainly in a couple of different dates about this speeding ticket that the defendant received, and the fact that he was annoyed that there was almost no leeway in Colorado by the police officers because he was only speeding, I think, I think it was less than 15 miles over the speed limit. He was driving less than 15 miles over the speed limit, so. I agree with Mr. Brockler that it's relevant for the two purposes that he indicated. One, because it goes to rebutting what the witness said, and two, because it goes to the thoroughness and reliability of the expert's opinion. So I'll allow that on cross-examination. All right. Is there anything else we need to talk about before I bring the jury in on behalf of the defense? It's your witness, so I'll ask you first, Mr. King.
No, Your Honor, other than I informed Mr. Brockler, I don't know how long Mr. Brockler is going to be, but I informed Mr. Brockler we have one other witness who's a deputy from the jail who has some kind of medical procedure scheduled, I think tomorrow, and today is the only day he may be available to testify. I would like to get through Dr. Woodcock. I also would like to accommodate this deputy's schedule, But, so I just want the court to know, I may be asking to go a little bit long, depending on where we're at, or if that's acceptable to the jury.
How much longer do you have on direct examination?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? And do you have a lengthy cross?
I think I do, Your Honor, but it depends. And if the court's willing to entertain this, I spoke with defense counsel about this, and I appreciate him bringing it up to me in advance. The idea that we might, if we weren't going to finish with Dr. Woodcock prior to 5, maybe taking a small interruption from the cross-examination to permit this witness, who I've been told is at best maybe 15 minutes, and put him on so that he can then go about his business, and then we may have to reconvene tomorrow to finish up the cross if there's any that still exists.
Is that okay with you?
Yes, Judge, let's, can we see where we're at about 4:45 or so, and
That's fine.
approach the bench at that point?
I can ask the jury also when they come back in if they can stay till 5:15. Would that help?
Yes, literally this deputy would be on the stand for as long as the nurse was this morning.
Okay.
So,
All right. Let's bring the jury in, please. Thanks for bringing that up to my attention. Please be seated. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. Right before the break, Mr. King was finishing up his direct examination. Dr. Woodcock, I remind you that you're still under oath. And Mr. King, you may finish your direct examination at this time. Actually, before you do, Mr. King, I want to ask the members of the jury if everyone is okay staying until 5:15 today. Is there anybody who cannot stay until 5:15 today? Okay, nobody's raising their hand. All right, we'll try to finish by 5, but there's a chance we may go past 5. Thank you. All right, Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before the break, we had a discussion about your analysis of prong 1, whether or not, of sanity, whether or not Mr. Holmes lacked the capacity to distinguish between right or wrong. Let me ask you, have you formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Holmes did in fact lack the capacity to distinguish between right and wrong on July 20th, 2012, due to the mental disease or defect that he suffered from?
Yes, I have.
And what was that? Was your opinion that he lacked the capacity or he had the capacity?
It's my opinion that he lacked the capacity.
Now,
Yep. Okay, the objection has been withdrawn. Go ahead, Mr. King.
And just to clarify that opinion, Doctor, were you making that, do you form that opinion based upon a standard, which is whether the person lacked the capacity to understand the difference between right or wrong, based on a moral, societal moral standard, as opposed to understanding that it's illegal?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Martin, did you miss something? You got it? Okay, thank you.
With regard to the second prong, whether or not Mr. Holmes, due to a mental disease or defect, lacked the capacity to form the required mental state for murder, which is that he acted intentionally and after deliberation. Do you think that it's important in making that analysis that, again, we look at things from inside, to the best of our ability, from inside the mind of the person involved at the time that the crime is committed, back in July of 2012?
Well, that's the essence of what we're being asked to do, yes.
And is part of that analysis to analyze, well, first of all, is your understanding that deliberation requires some exercise of judgment?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you then have to analyze whether or not the person was acting after deliberation with some exercise of judgment based upon their mental state at the time?
Yes, deliberation involves reflection and judgment. It involves the capacity to see oneself and to modify one's behavior based upon that observation. That's what deliberation is.
Can psychotic delusion interfere with judgment?
Absolutely.
Have you formed an opinion based upon your analysis of the case to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty whether Mr. Holmes, due to his mental disease or defect, lacked the capacity to form the required mental state for murder, that being acting intentionally and after deliberation?
That's correct. I don't believe that he had the capacity to form an intent or to deliberate because of the complexity and overwhelming presence of these delusional compulsions.
Is there any real doubt in your mind about the conclusions that you've drawn today, that Mr. Holmes suffers from a serious psychotic mental illness and did at the time, and that illness, and that he meets the legal criteria for insanity on July 20th, 2012?
Sustained. Same type of objection I sustained for you earlier, some weeks ago. Why don't counsel approach? Okay, with that clarification, you may proceed, Mr. King.
Are you confident in your opinions?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you. Doctor, you'll recall that after I finished voir direing you on your qualifications, Mr. King asked you some additional questions about your experience and your opinions on the forensic subspecialty. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that what you're not saying is that someone who has the subspecialty of forensic psychiatry, that's not some marketing gimmick to get employment. You're not saying that?
I never said that.
Okay, and I'm glad you cleared that up. Thank you. And the fact is, as you testified, to get it, it's not just you submit an application. You've got to do some pretty intensive things, in your opinion, for at least a year to qualify for that. Fair?
Yes, it's called a fellowship. It's a year-long training program. Then you have to pass an examination.
That's right. And that's no small feat.
No?
In fact, it's too big of a feat for you to trade what you're doing now to get that kind of certification. Fair?
I've chosen not to do it.
Exactly. Now, the reason that's important is because the forensic part of psychiatry is not just I'm testifying in court, but it's the application of law to the psychiatric information that's presented and evaluated. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that Mr. King asked you about was how many times you've been qualified as an expert. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And you understand that to be qualified as an expert requires a court, like this judge, to say that you're qualified as an expert, right?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, your answer to the question was, I've been qualified as an expert several hundred times. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, in looking at your provided testimony, and I'm talking about even stuff that we've obtained going back to 2000, it appears that at most you have testified at trial some 50 times, going back over 15 years. Does that sound fair?
It's more than that over my career.
I understand.
And I believe that, okay, so you're asking about being qualified and an expert at trial rather than testimony,
Well,
which would include deposition.
and doctor, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that testifying at a deposition is not being qualified as an expert?
Yes, you're correct. I think I stand corrected in terms of that number because I was including my deposition testimony, in which case I would not have been qualified as an expert. So being qualified as an expert would have taken place in court, and it wouldn't be a couple of hundred times. So I've testified several hundred times, but not in court as a qualified expert.
And to be clear, at least over the last 15 years, we're talking about having been qualified maybe 50 times. Fair?
In 15 years, probably, yes.
And of those 50 times, only one before today has been to apply this criminal sanity statute to some set of facts and psychiatric evaluations. Is that fair?
Yes,
This is the second time, right?
yes.
And that's important. The forensic piece of this is important because of this book right here. And I'm holding up what looks like the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes, I am.
Certainly are. It's the Bible. May I approach, Judge, with this?
You may.
You'd call this the Bible, wouldn't you, for psychiatry in terms of diagnosis and criteria and all that?
Actually, I've never called it that.
Oh, I was using a term Dr. Gurr used. What term would you use?
Well, I think it's fair to describe it. It's a consensus statement from committees organized by the American Psychiatric Association to describe the best current understanding we have for the diagnosis of psychiatric disorders. So it's organized across the spectrum of psychiatric disease, and it includes diagnostic criteria for psychiatric disorders, and actually it's a very good textbook.
And more than that, you would rely upon it for the criteria for schizophrenia. Fair?
Well, that's how the system works. It's called a nosology. That is, there's a technical definition for everything, for all of these diseases. If you read the introduction, you'll see that it's not to be treated as a Bible, that it's not to be taken really quite literally. It's a nosology, a collection of criteria that is our best understanding. I can tell you DSM-5 will not be here in 10 years. There will be a new edition, and there will be new criteria. And so it's a guide to diagnosis. It is not the word of God about diagnosis. It's a guide for application in clinical settings and for insurance coding.
Doctor, is the answer to my question yes, I rely upon that?
Well, I've tried to tell you how I rely upon it and how I use the DSM. I use it as a guide.
You wouldn't substitute your own criteria for schizophrenia or delusions or hallucinations if they differed with the ones in there, would you?
I wouldn't substitute my definitions because these are the official definitions, but I might apply, but I always have to apply these definitions in the individual case according to my professional judgment. And that's exactly what the textbook says to do.
I understand. And do us a favor then on this book that you rely upon in the manner that you've described. Could you find for us in there which diagnosis equates to insanity under the laws of Colorado?
That's easy.
Oh, okay.
There is none. You know that.
So that book doesn't speak to the application of Colorado's laws to any diagnosis, right?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say that you can have any of those diagnoses and still be legally sane in Colorado, correct?
Yes. That's why I'm saying that the information in this book as a guide has to be applied by the professional in the individual case.
Thank you for the added part. Let me just follow up by asking you this then. What's important then is not the diagnosis, but how whatever that diagnosis is impacts a person's functions within the context of this state's laws, right?
Yes, which you can't know if you don't know the diagnosis.
Okay, but you'd agree with me, the diagnosis does not drive the determination on sanity. The function of the person with whatever diagnosis it is, that's what drives sanity.
My point is that the diagnosis allows us to make that determination. Without the diagnosis, without a diagnostic formulation, I don't think you can really make a determination of sanity because you don't know what's wrong with the person.
Okay, here's what we'll do. Let's start with how you approached this case, and then we'll work forward and see how you came up with the diagnosis and what difference it could make to the function of this man back on July 20th, 2012. Fair?
Fine.
Is it fair?
Well, yes, you get to ask the questions.
Thank you. Doctor, you were contacted by the Public Defender's Office, as Mr. King got out of you, to come do a limited review of the defendant for what you said was about 2 hours, correct?
Yes, my notes say 2 hours and 45 minutes.
But is it really 2 hours?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, my question is, you testified that you saw him for 2 hours. Your notes say 2 hours and 45 minutes. Which is true?
I'm saying that my recollection of 2 hours was incorrect. My notes say 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Now, that's interesting because that same recollection finds its way into your report of March 26th, 2015, right?
I don't know.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do.
Take a look at it. And now what I'm referring to is what you have entitled Forensic Neuropsychiatric Evaluation and Report.
Yes.
Right at the top, it says examination, colon, in bold. What does it say?
At the top?
Well, right here, I'll read it to you. Do you see here on page 1, examination, colon, I interviewed Mr. Holmes for approximately 2 hours?
Yes.
And that's what you testified here to today, fair?
Yes.
And is it just in reviewing your notes since you've testified to 2 hours that you realize you made an error?
Yes.
Okay. And that can happen, okay? I get it. Before you went out there, though, you had heard of this massacre at the theater, right?
Yes.
Sustain to the form of the question.
Doctor, what had you heard about this case before you went into that cell to talk to the defendant?
Certainly the news reports over the prior several days.
Multiple dead, right?
Yes.
Multiple injured, right?
Yes.
You'd heard about a booby-trapped apartment, right?
Yes.
You'd heard about the initial evidence of extensive planning leading up to these things, right?
Yes.
Before you go in there on the 24th, and that is like 4 days after the defendant is arrested behind the theater. Is that fair?
Yes.
You had a conversation with Mr. Bishop, correct?
Yes.
And is this Mr. Bishop right back here in the blue suit and I would say gray hair, but I have it too, the less than blonde hair?
Yes.
Okay. And when you met with him, he revealed to you that he had, in advance of your interview of him, already spoken with the defendant at length.
I don't believe I knew that until afterwards. He did give me some information, but he didn't tell me about an extensive interview until afterwards, as I recall.
And that's something to factor in, isn't it?
It's a fact.
Well, let's talk about the difference then between clinical and forensic. In a clinical setting, when a patient comes to see you, you have, in large part, a lot of trust in them as a historian, as someone that reports to you what they're feeling and what they're going through. Is that fair?
It's variable. It's one of the things that I assess in every interview.
Right. And usually what you're looking for there is, do they have some ulterior motive to want to share information with me that may be less than forthcoming or less than accurate, right?
That's one of the reasons, yes, it's assessed.
Okay, and that was the situation that Drs. Fenton and Feinstein found themselves in when the defendant came to speak with them between roughly March and early June of 2012, correct?
You say this situation, yes, it was a clinical situation, and they had to assess the reliability of his history.
Now, different when you got to him, correct?
I don't think essentially.
Well, let's talk about what may not be essentially different. By the time you met with him, one, he was in jail, correct?
Yes.
He was in jail for the allegations of murder of at least 12 people, correct?
Yes.
And that there were discussions that this could turn into something bigger in terms of a sentence beyond just life in prison, correct?
Objection, Judge. That calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor. Were you aware of that?
I don't understand your question.
You were aware that this was a case that had potential ramifications bigger than just life in prison for that guy right there, right?
Yes, this was I understood this could be a capital case.
And so to say essentially it's the same as a clinical visit is to disregard the fact that when you meet with him, he has potentially a motive to want to tell you things that might help him in that situation. Is that fair?
Well, yes, I was referring to the fact that in both situations, both in the clinical situation and the health service and with me, those doctors and I as a doctor have a need to assess his reliability and the potential that he may not be telling me the truth or withholding information.
It's much more elevated for you sitting in a jail with a guy accused of killing 12 people and injuring 70 others than it is with someone who comes in from the student health services talking with 2 psychiatrists. You'd agree with that?
Well, I can understand that that would be your perspective. I take the obligations of my profession and in each patient very seriously, and I consider that very important in every patient interaction that I have.
So that I'm clear, what you're testifying to right here is that you have the same level of scrutiny with this guy sitting before you in a jail cell on July 24th that you have with someone who makes an appointment to come see you about any other mental illness.
The situation is obviously very different. The clinical approach is not very different.
Now, with forensic psychiatry, one of the things that they do in taking into consideration this possible ulterior motive is rather than take the person at their word, they look for as many collateral sources to either confirm or deny things that they're being told as possible. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Going into this interview on July the 24th, 2012, you had only those news reports that you've sort of generally told us about thus far, correct?
Yes, and for that reason, it was not a full-blown forensic psychiatric evaluation. It was a very limited evaluation.
I understand, and we'll get there. Now, there are 14 pages of handwritten notes that you generated about this particular session, correct?
I generated them during the session.
You generated them during the session. And that's a little bit different than what you normally do, isn't it?
No.
Well, normally, and I'm going to go off of some testimony you provided in a deposition in, I think, 2011, normally you sit down and type out the history that your patient gives you so that you can edit it and correct it right then and there. Have you testified to that in the past?
Yes, I'm referring to the fact that in both situations I'm writing down. I didn't have a computer. I was in a jail. I couldn't use a computer. In both situations I'm writing down as the interview is progressing what goes on in the interview.
You were told you couldn't use a computer? Did the jail tell you that, sir?
Yes.
When?
Well, I left my cell phone. I left my keys. I didn't bring in my computer.
You didn't ask them to, did you?
I didn't know I could, no.
Understood.
I'm not sure I would have used it in that situation. In the office with a computer setup, it's pretty different than a laptop on your lap. But in both situations, I'm recording the interview as I sit through it, and that is my custom.
I understand. And the importance of those notes, in this case, the handwritten notes, is because you need to have something to recall about the specifics of the conversation for some future date.
Yes, I'm recording the data from the interview. I've done this for 30 years.
So the answer to my question is yes, so that you can use it for some future date, right?
Yes.
Because you can't be counted on to memorize every single thing that's been said, even over a small 2-hour period of time, right?
Yes, that's absolutely
One of the
correct.
things that you testified to is you saw no value in conducting this interview over video. Do you recall that?
Yes, I've decided not to conduct interviews that way.
Now listen, I think we've all sat here and watched you read pretty extensively from your notes in answering Mr. King's questions. Would you agree with me that we wouldn't have had to do that, and we wouldn't have to rely upon your notes if we'd have had a video of your 2-hour interview of that guy on July 24th, 2012? Is that fair?
That's fair.
And one of the other things you said is, hey, I didn't want to videotape this because, and videotape may be a 1980s term, video record this is because it could be distracting, right?
Yes.
One of the things you'll agree with that in forensic psychiatry, one of the things that you are encouraged to do is to conduct any interview, any evaluation without the defense attorney or member of their team in the room with you, right?
That's a general guideline, yes.
Right. And in this particular case, Mr. Bishop insisted on being in there with you.
No, he did not.
You asked a defense investigator to sit with you?
I know that we had a discussion about it and I agreed to it. If I had objected, then he would not have been there. Given the circumstances of the interview and what I was being asked to do, that this was the first psychiatric contact that Mr. Holmes had had, and given Mr. Bishop's background, I thought it was appropriate to have him there as an observer.
Why? Why do you need him to observe? You're an expert.
This was a preliminary, a first look at Mr. Holmes, a preliminary psychiatric evaluation, and I thought that it would assist in communicating information to the team to have another clinician there.
To have another clinician? You know he's a public defender investigator. You know
Yes,
that.
I'm aware of that. He's also a social worker.
Has a master's degree in social. I'll ask this guy about that before I invite him into this setting that I know a general guideline says I shouldn't do.
No, I knew that he was a social worker and that he was a member of the team. I thought, given the limited scope of this evaluation, that it would be helpful in providing information to the team to have him there, and that's why he was there.
Well, you were taking notes to provide the team with information, correct?
Well, that's a different issue.
How so?
Well, whether I take notes doesn't depend on whether or not I invite him to observe the interview. Those are different issues.
So, and again, I don't want to belabor this, but you've told us there's a general guideline that says you ought to conduct these interviews by yourself. You said I deviated from it because I thought it would be helpful to the team, I presume you mean the defense team, to have another person in there watch me do this.
This was a very limited scope evaluation. It was a preliminary evaluation, and I didn't feel that the guideline applied to this situation. I used that judgment.
Okay. Thank you. And there were actually a couple times where Mr. Bishop's interactions throughout this, you felt compelled to document them in your handwritten notes, correct?
Mr. Bishop's?
Yep.
I think there was just the one incident.
Okay, there's also a reference to Mr. Bishop here in a certain part where you refer to him as SB. You remember that? I'm going to try to find that page for you, sir. And I don't want you to get into the subject matter of that, only the reference to it. Here on page 11, third of the way down. Sounds like you put parenthetically in there a statement that Mr. Bishop made. And I'm not asking you to tell us what that statement is, sir. I'm asking you to acknowledge that he jumped in and provided an answer for the defendant to one of your questions.
I'm not sure what that reference is.
Well, they're your notes.
I understand that. I still don't know. Usually when I put things in parentheses, it's what I'm saying, so.
Well, here, though, you've indicated SB, Stephen Bishop said it.
I don't know if that's what that means. Possibly he did say that. That's possible.
Okay, so it's very possible that he actually injected and helped the defendant answer at least one question during your interview, right?
I don't.
You don't recall whether or not Mr. Bishop jumped in?
Yes, most of it I don't have primary memory of. It was 3 years ago.
Okay. There's a transcription of these notes. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you made that transcription how long after the handwritten notes?
about 2 years.
So for 2 years, and so that I'm clear, we had 14 pages of handwritten notes, and that's it, right?
Yes,
And then my guess is someone from the defense team called and said, hey, we need to be able to read these things and consider them. Can you type them up?
essentially, I think that's what happened.
Okay. So when you've testified here today, and it looks like you're reading, are you testifying from your memory, or are you just reading what was in these notes because it was 3 years ago and you don't remember so well?
It's a combination.
Are we going to know, based on the words you spoke, which it is?
I don't think so. No, I don't have a primary memory of that entire interview, which is why I took notes.
Okay, let's talk then about how you went about taking the notes. One of the things that you did was you wanted to make sure that you distinguished between words you spoke in form of question, and you did that parenthetically, yes?
Yes.
And the exact words that the defendant spoke, right?
No, it's not exact words, always.
Were you
Sometimes it's
interpreting what
exact
he was
words.
saying? I'm sorry.
Judge, counsel needs to let the witness answer
agree.
the questions.
Well, I think he answered, and then he kept going, so the objection is overruled. Ask your next question, please.
Okay. The words that you put down in here that you attribute to the defendant, are they interpretations of what he said, or are they the words he spoke?
There's sometimes the words he spoke, there's sometimes summaries. I'm not capable of writing down verbatim the whole conversation. So I'm taking notes through the conversation. They're quite extensive, as you can see. I mean, it was 14 pages in 2 hours and 45 minutes. But it's not a verbatim transcript.
Video might have helped with that too.
Obviously, a video would have given us a verbatim transcript.
And the way he reacted to the different questions and stuff that you asked and the things that he said, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm left the professional arbiter of his reactions during that time.
So when you go into this setting 4 days after the arrest of the defendant behind the theater, you're in there with Mr. Bishop, and you know only what's been in the press. Do you know anything about his physical condition before you go in there?
I don't recall specifically. I don't think I had any specific information. I certainly wasn't told that there was anything wrong with him physically.
Right. The other thing that you knew is that he was unmedicated, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, based on a later page in your handwritten notes here, you confirm with the defendant that he took himself off of any medications he'd been provided as early as May, right?
I believe that's correct.
So he had been unmedicated, by his own words, maybe 2 months before you saw him. Is that fair?
I think that that's fair. I don't know the exact dates.
Understood. Now, he is able to provide to you over the course of this 2 hours a pretty detailed set of recollections. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Now, one of the things you testified to is you started getting into the background of the defendant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And your characterization to this jury was that he told you that he had a pretty typical middle-class family. Fair?
Yes.
Now, far from those words appearing anywhere in your notes, what he did say was that regarding his parents, if his parents didn't get along, he hid it well. They hid it well. Do you remember that? This is page 3, sir. I know you got to look at it.
Yes,
And below that, he tells you people show what is in their best interest to show. True?
yes,
And those are his words, not your summary of his words.
yes,
He also talked about the fact that he had no contact with his sister, really. Right? That's on page 1.
yes,
And that he really didn't talk with his parents much.
yes,
He doesn't like initiating conversation even with them, right?
I'm sorry, where does it say that?
In touch with family, very little, doesn't like to initiate conversation. It's it's right, top third of that first page. See that?
Yes,
Now, and again, I feel like what I'm asking you to do is to just simply agree with me that this appears in your notes. Do you have any independent recollection of what he told you back then?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. You can rephrase if you want to ask with respect to this specific area, but it's in general it has been asked and answered.
Thank you. Here's what I'll do. Doctor, if I ever ask you a question about something that the defendant said to you and you don't remember him saying it but appears in your notes, would you let us know?
sure.
Thanks. In fact, he said he talks to his parents about once per month. Is that right?
Yes, it says that in my notes. I don't specifically remember him say it, but I wrote it and transcribed it.
And in fact, he asks what reason is there to even have contact with his sister, right?
Yes, I
This-
remember that.
Described her as a 19-year-old dropping out of college, right? It's above that, Doctor.
Yes,
Thank you. Now, below that, we start to get into some of the stuff Mr. King asked you. I almost called him Dr. King. I'm sorry. Mr. King asked you about him dropping out of school. Do you recall that? Do you recall that exchange you and Mr. King had about it? Okay. One of the things that you testified to is that he quit in large part because the anxiety he was feeling created trouble for him presenting in grad school. Do you remember saying that?
yes, that was one of the reasons.
Can you do me a favor and find where that is on this first page that he tells you that?
I don't think that was, well, let me look here. That's on page 3.
On page 3, where it says he had trouble with presentations?
Anxiety was interfering with school work, hard to focus in discussion groups.
Hard to focus in discussion groups. Now, you explored that with him, didn't you?
Well, we reviewed it. I don't,
Okay,
certainly we talked about his anxiety at length.
but to be clear, at no time in any of these notes is there a reflection of him telling you, I had trouble with my rotational presentations, my class presentations? His reference to you, true or false, is that it created anxiety in discussion groups.
Well, much of my testimony has been based upon the extensive review that I've done. I'm not purporting that all of my testimony is based on this interview.
Sir, I'm going to disagree with you on this last part. Here's why. That answer to the question was when Mr. King asked you during the interview on July 24th if he told you why he quit school. Do you remember that?
Judge, I'm going to object to the phrasing of the question, that counsel disagrees with him for some reason.
That first part of the question, is the objection to the first part of the question is sustained. The rest of the question is appropriate. So you can answer the question.
Doctor, do you remember Mr. King specifically asking you about your July 24th interview if that guy told you why he quit school and you said because he had anxiety giving presentations in grad school? Did you say that or did you not say that?
I think I said that.
Okay, so, and that was without reference to anything you did 2-3 years later, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not following that
Well,
connection.
let me help. When you went in there to interview him, you had no information other than what he gave you, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And when Mr. King was asking you about the information you got out of the interview for which you had no prior information, he said he quit school because he had anxiety giving presentations in grad school. Do you remember that?
Quite frankly, I don't remember the specific context of that question and whether Mr. King was referencing only that first interview or he was referencing other information that I've reviewed in regard to this.
Doctor, did we spend maybe 2.5 hours in here just talking about page by page your notes from July 24th?
Judge, I object. In the context of asking about the pages page by page, I asked him a lot of other questions that related to a lot of other issues that came from a lot of other sources.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Doctor. Do you remember that?
Quite frankly, I do not remember every question and the context of every question that Mr. King has asked me today or what my answer was, and I certainly don't remember this one specifically. If you want to have the court reporter go back and pull that up, I'll be happy to consider the accuracy of my answer. But I think it depends a lot on the context of that question. I've not given all of my opinions just based on this initial interview.
No, I understand. But to the extent that we're talking about what you heard from the defendant on July 24th, you have limited your responses to what you heard from the defendant on July 24th, right?
Yes, I've
Okay.
tried to be complete and careful in my answers.
There's another part. You referenced to Mr. King when he asks you about what was told to you on July 24th, where you talked about the defendant telling you that he suffered from dysphoric mania. Do you remember that? And you actually even said dysphoric means uncomfortable or painful. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you do me a favor? And I may have missed it, Doc. There's a lot here. Can you go through those pages and tell me if you find the words dysphoric mania in there anywhere?
I don't think that the term dysphoric mania appears here in this interview.
Is it fair then to say that when you testified about that being told to you on July 24th, you remembered that independent of what was in your notes?
Judge, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony. He didn't testify that that was told to him on July 24th.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Doctor.
One of the reasons I've been looking at my notes of this interview is that I want to give accurate answers. I don't believe that I ever stated that the term dysphoric mania was from this interview. I think I'm pretty certain that it's not in these notes and that it didn't come from that information. So I either misunderstood the question or Mr. Brockler's misrepresenting the question that I answered. That's the best I can do.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Let's talk about some other things that you've testified to from the July 24th interview. Do you remember Mr. King asking you about whether or not the defendant told you he suffered from any visual hallucinations?
I believe he did.
And do you recall your answer being he said that there wasn't necessarily a form, but it was shadows and it was fleeting? Do you recall that? Recall testifying to that, Doctor, earlier today, a couple hours ago.
Judge, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony. I would object.
Overruled.
Go ahead, Doctor.
I don't recall that specific set of questions and answers regarding this interview.
On July 24th, did this guy tell you that he was seeing shadows and some fleeting other objects?
May I look at my notes?
Take a look at all of them.
Thank you. On page 10 of my notes, when I asked him about hallucinations, it says visual movement without cause. And he said that when he was an undergraduate, he experienced flashes to the side when I couldn't focus. They were sometimes distracting, and he never sought help for it. I do remember him telling me about the undergraduate flashes.
Okay, but that's it, right? In July 24th, that's all he talks about are some flashes in undergraduate.
I believe that that's all in my notes at that time.
And to be clear, he never tells you at July 24th that he was seeing shadows, right?
I think that's correct,
Because you'd have put that word in there, right?
probably.
And because you use the word flashes, we can conclude that had he said fleeting, you'd have put that word in your notes, right?
Well, I've already said that it's not a verbatim transcript, so.
But you don't remember him saying fleeting, do you?
No, I don't.
You don't recall him saying that he was hearing any voices?
I think he told me he was not,
Not hearing any voices?
yes,
Not even voices commanding him to do something, right?
that's correct. That is, voices in his head.
Yep. He also never tells you about trichotillomania. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do, actually.
That's that hair pulling thing, right?
Yes,
And I could be wrong here, Doctor. Again, they're your notes, but do you see somewhere in there where he told you he was pulling his hair like that?
Judge, beyond the scope, I never asked about trichotillomania or hair pulling.
Overruled?
I don't see that in my notes. I don't recall it.
So we can presume he didn't tell you that because that would have been documented.
I think it would have.
Okay.
I know I read it elsewhere, but
Sure. But he didn't tell it to you 4 days after the event?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Something else. You specifically asked him if there were any thoughts of control. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And he said no, didn't he?
yes.
Never used the phrase a master power seemed to have taken over or commanded him or controlled him. Never said anything like that.
Not during this interview, no.
Because you'd have documented that, right?
I think I would have remembered it too.
All right, listen, I want to talk to you again about some other information that he was able to recall for you with some detail here. He says that he drops out of school, he quits in his terms, of his own choice, right?
Well, he was unclear about that. He said he felt as if he was being asked to leave, but he didn't say he was being asked to leave.
Did you explore with him who he thought was asking him to quit?
Not at any length, no.
Just wrote it down.
When the interview continued, yes.
Okay. One of the things, though, that he makes clear to you, though, is that he could have kept doing the work. He just didn't want to anymore, right?
Yes, he lost motivation.
And he said the one thing that he could do the things he had motivation for, correct?
Yes, he continued to do things.
And one of the things that he told you he had motivation for was killing people, right?
Yes, that was part of his delusional motivation.
But that's what he told you, is he had motivation to kill people, right?
Yes.
Okay. He goes on to describe his background in college, which he described as wasted time, didn't he?
What page is that on?
Top of page 2, where it says
Yes.
college, wasted
He said
time.
it was time to get here to his present program.
He talks in detail about his degrees in neuroscience and his interest in economics and military history, right?
Yes.
In fact, he even recalls for you to the 1,000th place his GPA, 3.949, right?
Yes, students tend to do that these days.
Pretty proud of that, isn't he?
Yes.
Proud enough that he told you, I just missed being summa. What does that, is that true?
Yes. That's
What does that
he
mean?
said. Well, it's another categorization of honors.
It means you graduated number 1 in your class, right?
No, it means that you were at that highest level, summa cum laude.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you're valedictorian.
He also talks about some of his extracurricular activities to you, right?
Yes.
He lists intramural soccer.
Yes.
He
Once.
also says he went to the gym a lot in undergrad, correct?
Yes.
Says he had friends. Yep.
Yes.
And that he didn't keep them because he just didn't see a reason for them because they were going to split anyway, right?
Right.
And at some point there at the bottom, you write some note about Mr. Bishop coughing and a laugh. I don't know. What's that about?
Well, I addressed that before. I'm not exactly certain. I think something happened, and I was surprised by Mr. Holmes' reaction to it. I thought it was a odd reaction.
Now, on page 3, you talked about him going into detail about his apartment that he rented, telling you, in fact, that it was 800 square feet, right?
Yes.
That when you got into past psychiatric history with you, he told you that the reason for it was because he had backhanded his sister. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, my guess is later on, when you had the chance to review the volume of information available here, what you saw was he never repeats that as the reason for seeking family therapy to either Dr. Reed, Dr. Metzner, or Dr. Gurr. Is that fair?
I'd actually never made that connection. It could be true.
So you don't know if he told Dr. Reed, I have no idea why we went to family therapy. You don't know that?
I don't know that.
And you don't know if he told Dr. Metzner it was because my mom was having trouble adjusting from the move up north. You don't know that?
I don't recall that.
He also referred to all that therapy as another waste of time.
Yes.
Yes? You talked about his time with. You talked about his time with Dr. Fenton and Miss Roth and Dr. Feinstein. Do you remember that?
Yes.
One of the decisions he made was, I am going to see someone for these problematic issues that's closer to where I live, right?
Well, I think he had been given a choice in the initial evaluation as to whether he would follow up in the community or at the health center. That's what I understood.
And the only thing I want to ask is, that's a completely rational decision to make about that, isn't it?
Of course. It's got to go one way or the other.
He talked about never really having a panic attack. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You went through with him interviews that he had for graduate school. How did you know to even ask about that? And I'm looking at page 4, Doc.
I had asked about anxiety, and he brought up that he experienced this intense anxiety in that setting. So he brought it up in response to that line of questioning.
Understood. You then talked about, you went back and talked with him about middle school and him not wanting to speak in general. Fair?
Yes.
And then he remembered a pretty specific GPA from high school as well. Do you recall that? Page 5, sir.
Yes.
He says he got a 3.78 GPA, but adjusted to 4.01. Fair?
Yes.
Pretty proud of that. You'd agree?
Yes.
He even told you that his SAT scores were above average. Right?
Yes. My custom is to ask specific questions about those kinds of things. How did you do? What's your GPA? How did you do on the standardized tests?
Got it. One other thing that you had indicated here, I want you to go down on page 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines from the bottom, 6 lines from the bottom, where it starts off with, he didn't want. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you wrote, he didn't want to build a false sense of support. You see that?
Yes.
That's actually a mistranscription, isn't it? It should have been rapport. And that's what you testified to, didn't you?
I don't think so. I think I said support.
Take a look at your notes, if you would. Do you have your handwritten notes up there?
Yes.
It tracks the pages. Take a look at that word. And here's why I ask. My recollection, and you tell me if you disagree, was that Mr. King asked you if he didn't want to build a false sense of rapport, and you agreed. Do you remember testifying to that?
No.
Do you remember ultimately, many years later, reading in the notebook that he said he didn't want to build a false sense of rapport with Drs. Fenton and Feinstein? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. I guess it could be either word.
Well, what does false sense of support mean?
Well, it's almost a synonym for rapport in a therapeutic setting. Rapport and support are going to be closely related.
It's possible, though, it's just a mistranscription. That could happen 2 years after you took the notes, right?
I just said I don't know if the word is in my handwritten note is rapport or support. It's interesting that the word rapport showed up in his diary, his notebook, so maybe it's rapport.
Okay. One of the other things you testified when he goes to see Drs. Fenton and Feinstein is that he's ambivalent about getting help, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree, he doesn't tell you when he goes to see Drs. Fenton and Feinstein that he does it at the request of his then ex-girlfriend. Right?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, he doesn't tell you on July 24th that the reason he went to see Drs. Fenton and Feinstein was at the suggestion or request of his ex-girlfriend.
I don't know if that came up in the interview. I was aware that she had suggested that he seek help, but no, he didn't tell me that it was at the suggestion of anybody else.
When he talked to you about his feelings, what he said was, or his concerns, I'm sorry, was that he went to Dr. Fenton to seek help with his anxiety, correct?
Are you asking me if I testified to that?
No, I'm asking you if that's what he told you.
I'm not sure he put it exactly that way. He said he went to get help with the problems that he was having, and one of those problems was anxiety. I'm not sure he formulated it exactly that way. I think what I understood from him was that he wanted to be able to continue in his program, and he felt he needed help to do that.
With the anxiety that interfered with his group discussions that he told you about,
Yes,
correct?
the anxiety was one of the symptoms that was interfering with his performance.
In fact, one of the things he doesn't complain to you about wanting to have resolved is his homicidal ideation. Fair?
Yes, he was especially ambivalent about that because he was concerned that if he was prevented in his delusional mindset from pursuing that he could never be okay.
Is the answer to my question, yes, he did not go see Fenton and Feinstein to rid himself of homicidal thoughts?
He didn't say that's why he went. I don't really know the answer to that.
Well, let's go to your notes on page 6, where you say that he didn't consider his thoughts about harming people a problem. You recall that?
Yes.
And you testified a couple times on this word, intrusive thoughts. Do you remember that?
Yes.
He never uses the word intrusive thoughts on July the 24th, 2012, does he?
No, that was a professional formulation. The compulsive delusions, the intrusive delusions were what I was referring to.
Yeah, you don't write down the word intrusive delusions on these notes, do you?
No, I don't think he called them delusions.
Well, you don't write down the word intrusive on these notes, do you?
No, I don't think the word came up in the interview.
Well, I know, because it was a professional formulation, correct?
Yes.
And it was a professional formulation that you didn't put in your initial impressions of this guy after you met with him, right?
Well, my initial impressions consisted of about 20 words. It was not a narrative
We'll get to
summary.
those. We'll get to those. One of the things that he told you was he did not want to take the antipsychotic because he thinks it would impact his ability to carry out this homicide. Fair?
Which page?
Oh, starts on 7, goes into 8. And then, throughout.
Well, what my notes say is if he did the antipsychotic, he would lose his educational future. And as I recall him talking about that, and I think as I recall, he was concerned about the cognitive side effects of antipsychotics and that they would interfere with his ability to learn.
Thank you. This brings up the Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. Let's go there. Bottom of page 7. Plan A was, as you testified to, find a fix or a cure to a neurological impairment, correct?
Yes,
Plan B was to kill everyone with biological weapons, correct?
yes,
And Plan C was to commit a mass murder like he did, correct?
yes.
And what he says then on page 8 is, when he was recommended to go on the antipsychotic, he says, what future would I have if they took away Plan C? Correct?
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, I appreciate your characterization, but to be clear, what he told you is he felt like if he took the antipsychotic meds, he would lose the desire to want to murder. Fair?
Yes, this is in the context, just as he's told me that he's lost Plan A.
Understood.
So he feels sort of desperate.
Thank you. He also tells you that he tried to recruit his friends to join him in this homicidal episode.
Yes, he tested the waters there.
And the words that you put down there was tried to recruit friends. Are those your words or his words?
I think they're his words.
And he had asked them if they shared his philosophical view. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And his philosophical view was, I hate everybody, right?
yes. Well, that was part of it. It hardly summarizes it, but
Well, these are the words you attribute to him in your notes. Correct?
yes, I'm not sure that summarizes his philosophical view. I wrote down what he said, but I didn't equate those.
Well, when you asked him what philosophical view, you asked the question parenthetically, something about how did you put that? And he says to you, I hate everybody. There's nothing else after that that's part of that philosophical view. Do you agree?
Yeah, all I'm saying is it didn't make much sense to me as a philosophical view.
I appreciate that. One of the other things then is that you have this, I don't know if it's poetry or what, but it's indented and it says, oh, it's my fault. Oh, woe is me. I'll release havoc. Whose words were those?
His.
What was it in response to?
Well, after he said that I hate everybody, he said that they responded that he was depressed. And he, what I wrote down was inwardly directing his suffering. I think that those were basically his words, that's how he interpreted depression, inwardly directing his suffering. And then he says, oh, it's my fault. Oh, woe is me. I'll release havoc.
I'll release havoc. Those are his specific words.
Yes.
On page 9, you ask him about his thoughts, to some extent, about what he appreciates about plans B and C. Do you see that on there? Up at the top, where it says impact on others, your question to him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And 4 days after the event, unmedicated as he's been for 2 months, he said the bad ones, meaning B and C, wouldn't be good for others. I wouldn't want it to happen to me. Correct?
Yes.
And you asked him, well, how did you deal with that? Do you see that?
Yes.
And he responded with, I turned them into numbers. You see that?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that is completely absent from your notes is any reference to the phrase human capital, correct?
Yes, I don't think it came up.
He didn't bring it up, right?
Yes.
He didn't talk to you about transferring value from people that he murdered to himself. That's not anywhere in your notes, correct?
That's right.
When he talks to you, his only reference to numbers is to figure out a way to get past his conclusion that people wouldn't want him to do Plan B or Plan C to them, right?
Well, I wrote down what he said. The bad ones wouldn't be good for others, wouldn't want it to happen to me.
Then you asked him, how would this impact your parents and your sister? Do you recall that?
Yes.
He said, I didn't want to think about that, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say he made a choice to not consider the negative impact on mom, dad, and sister. Fair?
I think it's hard to know what choices he had in his delusional system at that point. This is his answer to the question.
Okay, I agree. Let's ask, no conversation about human capital or value. How about this part here where you talk about him claiming to be catatonic for days? Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, did you ask him when he tells you things like can't move, exhausted, all that stuff, did you ask him, inability to move, did you ask him how it impacted his day-to-day functioning in grad school when that happened?
Again, I recorded this information. What I recall about that is that he tried to have minimal impact on his coursework and what he was doing, so he tried to get that fit into the lunch hour and that sort of thing. So he implied that he was trying to deal with those symptoms with minimal impact.
He tried to fit his catatonia in over lunch?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Now, in later records review, Doctor...
Well, that's not entirely facetious.
There's no question before you, Doctor. And you'll get a chance on redirect, I'm sure, to clean this up. In your review of the record subsequent to this, one of the things that you noted was that at no time did the defendant, throughout this entire year, ever appear to miss a single class, correct?
I don't recall. I don't know if I know.
Well, you'd have reviewed that as a collateral source to check the accuracy of claims by someone of some mental illness they were suffering, right?
I don't think I did that kind of calculus.
Well, how about the fact that he was going to 24-hour fitness with regularity from January through the early part of July? Did you see that?
I don't recall specifically. I knew he was exercising. I don't know the exact dates.
Did you know that he biked to school and work every day?
I don't recall that.
Did you read or review anything that suggested that he didn't have a single change in observable appearance or hygiene throughout the entire period leading up to this crime?
I didn't come across any reports of that.
How about the fact that he continued to shop for food exactly as he had throughout the course of the preceding year? Fair?
Yes, I was aware of that. He bought a lot of other things.
And we'll get to that. So in terms of how whatever this mental illness was affected his functioning, including his claims to be catatonic, you'd agree with me that the record is pretty clear that it made no observable or substantive change in his day-to-day life. Correct?
He was able to function very highly, yes. He remained organized through this period of time.
Well,
now, he did drop out of school, so
sure.
There was an impact on his life in really probably the most important area to him of his life.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. He made a decision to drop out of school, didn't he?
He characterized it that way, yes.
Look, here, let me just give you a hypothetical. Guy is introverted. Guy has social anxiety to the max, okay? But one thing he's got is he's got his studies. He's got his education. The guy rocks it in middle school. The guy rocks it in undergrad. But by the time he gets to grad school, You know what? It's different. Now, instead of just regurgitating things from a syllabus or a book, he's got to interact with people in a lab. He's got to give presentations, and he's got to perform at a different level. And oh, by the way, he's in a program with 5 other people just as smart as he is. And he begins to realize, every dream I had about being a neuroscientist, that's not going to happen. And he drops out of school. Now, that could happen without any mental illness at all, couldn't it, doctor?
Could, but it didn't here.
I appreciate your input. My guess is, though, it's happened throughout the country at other times in other majors, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Go ahead. Doctor, do you know?
Do people drop out of graduate school? Is that what you're asking?
Even after a stellar pre-graduate school academic career.
Yes, but most of them aren't psychotic.
Okay, and I appreciate you adding in all the information you want to get. You'll get that on redirect, okay? When he talked about the catatonia to you too, he also said he didn't think that was a problem either, right? Oh boy, bottom of page 9, doctor.
Yes, he implied he was able to manipulate it to deal with it.
The lunch thing, I got it. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
You also asked him about dyeing his hair. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he doesn't tell you it was to differentiate myself from the other guy. He doesn't say that, does he?
No.
In fact, he tells you, I don't know why I did it. Right?
I remember that. It was somewhat surprising. He really appeared not to have an answer to that question.
At least 4 days after the event, he didn't have an answer, right?
Yes, he appeared perplexed.
One of the other things that you talked about was this mania that, did he use the word mania to describe it?
He did at one point. I don't recall if he did during this interview. Yes, he said he felt the SSRIs, the antidepressants, started the mania. He used the term.
Now, you observed no evidence of mania when you talked with him for those 165 minutes back on July 24th?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of the other things he talked about was a spending spree. Are those his words or your words?
His words.
Now, when he says, I engaged in a spending spree, you followed up and said, wow, that's psychiatrically significant. Tell me about that. Did you?
I didn't say that to him, no.
Did you ask him what he meant by spending spree?
On
the 24th of July, 2012.
I don't recall.
Well, let me ask you.
I didn't record anything more about it.
Is it possible that in advance of this interview, Mr. Bishop told you do not ask about anything related to the planning or execution of these murders?
Yes, I think I've testified to that.
Was this part of that? Did Mr. Bishop say, don't ask him about the spending spree?
No, Mr. Bishop never told me not to ask anything during the interview itself.
So you just heard spending spree, wrote it down, and never followed up?
I didn't write anything else down. I didn't write anything more down about following that up. He had given me some examples of this.
He did?
So I included, yes.
Like what?
Well, he said it started the mania. He was doing things he never did, spending spree, driving extremely fast. Things were in a super speed. I think he was referring to his subjective mental status, his perception of how things were going. So he gave me those examples. He said he joined an online dating site. He mentioned his hair. So those were all in response to that particular issue and examples. But no, I didn't document any other specific information that might have been related to an episode of mania.
And beyond not documenting it, you didn't ask him any more questions about it, fair?
I don't think I asked him more about that, no.
Now, you brought up the online dating site thing. That's important, too, because one of the things that we're talking about here is the impact that social anxiety has on his willingness to want to engage in interactions with other people, fair?
Exactly, yes.
So in this case, he tells you he joined an online dating site, and you asked him which dating sites.
I don't know anything about dating sites. I don't think I asked him that.
Well, maybe that might be a reason to ask, is you don't know what that means. Did you do that?
Well, I know what it means. I just don't know what the sites are called, so.
Look, this would be important, wouldn't it, is to find out, one, which sites he went to, and two, did they turn into any dates?
In the context of this interview, I did not pursue that.
Now, do you know from subsequent review of the voluminous records here that there were really about 4 different dating sites that the defendant joined? Do you recall that?
That's my understanding.
Do you recall that one of them is called Match.com?
No.
How about HornyMatches.com?
No.
XXXmatch.com?
I don't remember the names of any of them.
AdultFriendFinder.com?
No.
During this meeting on July the 24th, 4 days after this happened, I see no reference in these notes to the defendant talking about a notebook that he generated in anticipation of sending it to someone else. Did that come up in this meeting?
No.
He wasn't forthcoming about the notebook.
No.
Were you told not to ask about the notebook?
I didn't know about the notebook at the time. I don't believe.
Had you known about it, though, you'd have asked about it.
I don't know.
Doctor, look, this notebook, you'd agree, contains the handwritten notes and thoughts of someone who wanted someone else to read them right before the crime. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes, I probably would have asked. I didn't know about it. It's a hypothetical question.
More than just you would have asked, that is a critical piece of information.
There's a lot of critical pieces of information that weren't part of this interview with this preliminary assessment.
I understand. We're going to talk about the one you did later on. I just want to ask if the notebook, had you known about it, would have been part of this one.
It probably would have been.
You are asked by Mr. King about your initial impressions of this guy back on the 24th, and you talked about a serious mental illness and psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
One of the things I want you to do for us is to list for us the delusions you concluded that he had on July the 24th, 2012, based on your interview with him.
And doctor, for the record, what are you referring to?
I'm looking at my notes from the interview.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, can we approach real briefly?
Doctor, did you find it in there?
Did I find the word delusion in here?
Did you find the delusions that you concluded that the defendant had back on July the 24th, 2012, based on your interview with him?
The delusion that at that time I thought he was suffering with was that killing people would relieve both his depression and his suicidal ideation.
That was it. That's what you got off of July 24th?
Yes.
Okay, and that, you actually don't write that down in your notes anywhere, fair?
Well, the notes were process notes during the interview.
Doctor,
No.
you didn't write that down in your notes, did you?
No, it wasn't part of the interview.
Well, and let's go to some other things that weren't part of the interview under your impressions on the last page, 14. One of the things that you did not tell Mr. King in direct examination was that you believe that the defendant has a sociopathic lack of empathy, correct?
Yes.
You also felt like antisocial personality disorder was your secondary part of the differential diagnosis. Is that fair?
No.
Well, maybe I misread it. What's below schizoaffective disorder is primary?
That's basically an abbreviation for autism spectrum disorder.
APD means
I wrote it down wrong, but that's what it meant.
you thought he might have autism spectrum disorder. Is that fair?
That was in the differential diagnosis.
And then
I didn't
below
think-
that, you were-
I've already testified, I didn't think he had that.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And below that, you indicated that secondary SPD, what's SPD? That's schizotypal personality disorder?
I'm not sure. It could be that. I'm referring here to characteristics of his illness.
Well, these are part of your impressions, you'd agree, right?
They're diagnoses that I was considering based on the evidence that I had.
I understand. And the last thing that you thought of, if it wasn't SPD, you put SPD or, what's that word you used?
I put down sociopath,
Sociopath.
yes.
And
I
these,
wanted to make sure that that got rolled out.
these were your thoughts coming out of that meeting on July the 24th, 2012 with the
It
defendant.
was not my thought at the time that he was a sociopath. It was my thought at the time that it was important that I be able to rule out sociopathy, given the circumstances.
Thank you. Your Honor, now would be a good time if we could to take that break.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to interrupt the cross-examination of Dr. Woodcock and allow the defense to call their next witness in order to accommodate the next witness's schedule, okay? I'm still looking at getting you out of here at about 5:15. All right, Mr. King, you may call your next witness. Dr. Woodcock, you may step down. 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
The defense would call Deputy Feenstra.
Deputy, come on up, please.
Sure. And the video.
You come around this way, please. Don't trip. If I could have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath. You solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My name is Brent Feenstra, that's B-R-E-N-T, middle initials W, last name is F-E-E-N-S-T-R-A.
Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, Mr. Feenstra, for being so patient with us today. We appreciate it very much. How are you employed, sir?
I'm a deputy sheriff with Arapahoe County.
And how long have you done that?
Ooh, approximately 29 years.
Have you heard of the word retirement?
I have.
Deputy, were you employed for the Sheriff's Department back in November of 2012, sir?
Yes, I was.
And did you at that time, were you present on the 13th of November 2012 at about 5:30 in the morning, assigned to the medical section at the detention center.
Yes,
And in that context, were you involved in moving Mr. Holmes from one of the BC cells to a different cell?
yes, I was.
And was there a video recording made of that transfer, or at least the transfer from the cell that he was taken out of?
Yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you, Deputy, what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit D-TR-68. Can you tell me what that is, sir, if you recognize it?
For the record, counsel showed that to me earlier.
Okay, thank you.
it appears to be the video. It has my initials on the bottom right, and it's labeled Defense TR-68.
Thank you. And have you reviewed that today?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair representation of the events that took place that we were discussing?
Yes, it is.
I'd move for the admission of the exhibit, please.
Any objection?
I don't object, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted without objection, and it may be published.
Judge, I can wait to publish it tomorrow just for the sake of the hour and the
Okay.
time.
I don't need to cross-examine on it, so I don't object to that.
All right.
When you entered the medical unit that evening, or morning rather, excuse me, you noticed a strong smell of feces in there, is that right?
Correct.
And you were informed that there was feces in cell BC5, correct?
That is correct.
And you were aware, because you'd been assigned to that unit, that Mr. Holmes was in that BC cell.
Yes,
You and other deputies responded to that cell in order to move Mr. Holmes to a different cell.
correct. We wish to move him across the hallway to a clean cell.
I don't have any further questions about that day, sir. I have one other series of questions for you. At some point let's see, in 2014, were you employed at the Sheriff's Department then too?
Yes,
And on the 1st of April, 2014, at about 5:30 a.m. again, were you requested by the command staff or in your superiors there to obtain some photographs of the cell, the MC1 cell that Mr. Holmes was in normally?
that is correct.
And did you, in fact, take some photographs of that
Yes,
cell?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I've shown these to counsel. I'm approaching you, sir, with what I've marked as DTR 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 70, and 71. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
You may. Okay.
I have no further questions.
Okay, all right. Is there any cross-examination, Mr. Orman?
Good afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon.
Good evening. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible.
Do you have a microphone?
I don't know where it went.
The podium.
It's apparently. I do now, Your Honor. Thank you for noticing that.
Mr. Brockler was trying to hide it from you.
Yeah. Okay, Deputy, Mr. King was asking you about April 4th, I'm sorry, April 1st, and going into the defendant's cell. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to show you a group of pictures, and they used to be in order, but now they're not. So I'm just going to go through the numbers individually and I'm going to show them to you and ask you if these are from the defendant's cell on April 1st, okay? So they are pictures 4896, 4902, 4898, 4903, 4904, 4905, 4906, 4907, 4908, 4909, 4910, 4897, 4893, 4899, 4900, 4901, 4911, 4892, 4894, and 4895. And I'm going to show these to you and ask you if this is a complete set of the photographs you took in a defendant's cell on April 1st.
If counsel's going to move to admit, I'd stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, without objection and by stipulation, they are admitted. So that is P-TR-4896, 4902, 4898, 4903, 4904, 4905, 4906, 4907, 4908, 4909, 4910, 4897, 4893, 4899, 4900, 4901, 4911, 4892, 4894, and 4895. 4899 was included in that group, right, Mr. Orman?
I'll have to check.
Right.
And
You mentioned it, and then
Okay.
you started to mention another number, and then you said, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure if the I'm sorry was related to the number you were about to mention or to 4899.
it's in there, Your Honor. It was sequential. And just for the record, the way we print these out, they're really slippery, which is sort of why they fell over there. With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to publish a few of these on the document camera.
That's fine?
Thank you. And can I have the handheld microphone to do that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to put up first People's Exhibit 4894. Can you explain what we're looking at here?
That's the doorway view looking into the cell. If you're standing at the doorway, there's a window at the back of the cell. Painted areas on the left and right. That's for inmates to hang personal pictures of family, friends, whatnot. The bunk is a wooden bunk, single bunk. The sink is on the very left side towards the front. Really doesn't show. And a mirror is across from the toilet on the right wall. And that's a light fixture above the painted area with night lights and regular lighting in it.
Now, you said you've been in the jail, what, about 30 years?
29.
29. As far as the level of like neatness, is this sloppy? Is it about normal? Is it extra neat for
I
general?
would say it's about average.
Thank you. Now, you talked about these blue painted areas on the walls, and these are for photographs and other things that a person in the jail can put up in their cell. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all the ones in this cell, are they within the boundaries?
Yes,
And if they're not in the boundaries, do you all take corrective action and tell the people, no, you got to keep them within the boundaries?
we usually take them down, leave the pictures on the desk, and give them a verbal warning that keep it. It's mostly for security.
But all these follow the rules, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at a little closer one on that one on the right, 4909. And that one's pretty full, right?
Correct.
And did you take a closer look at that?
Yes, I did.
And let's take a look at 4907. And the center of that is that a piece of paper with something written on it?
I questioned Mr. Holmes about that.
Well,
'cause I-
hang on, my question is that a piece of paper with something written on it?
Yes, it is.
And like a circle and an infinity sign and the number 1, right?
Correct.
And around that are, fair to say, photographs of young ladies?
Yes,
And by young ladies, I mean, you know, adults.
yes.
And do you know if those are photographs that women have sent the defendant while he's in jail?
From what I know, I believe most of those were sent in within, I'm saying approximately the first 3 weeks from the outside sent in to the jail.
Okay, okay, thank you. And let's look at one more too. And this is 4902. And that would be a closer photograph of that.
Correct.
And this was taken in the defendant's cell on April 1st of 2014.
That is correct.
Thank you. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You can?
I don't have any further questions.
All right. Is there any redirect?
No, sir.
All right. I don't believe those questions are for this witness. So may this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection, Mr. Orman?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's a couple of minutes later than I hoped, and I appreciate your patience. Please remember that the admonishments I have been giving you throughout are extremely important. Please make sure you're careful to follow each and every one of them. Get some rest tonight. I'll see you tomorrow morning at the usual time. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The records reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. I believe that Mr. Edson had asked to address the court about an upcoming witness, just briefly. Is that right, Mr. Edson?
Yes, Judge. I'll be as brief as I can. Your Honor, I've been informed by the defense that they plan to call tomorrow Larry Daniel, Daniel. He is from Guardian Digital Forensics and was endorsed by the defense on December 16th, 2014 within D-261. Within that endorsement, the defense indicated that Mr. Daniels, is an expert in the field of forensic examination of computers and electronics, an expert in the field of cell tower technology and analysis, and that his curriculum vitae had been provided to the prosecution on the date of the filing, which would have been December 16th, 2014, and that Mr. Daniels' disclosure statement had been provided to the prosecution on the same date. A further supplemental disclosure on listed 278, this would have been January 30th, 2015, indicated that Larry Daniel will eventually receive and may review all email evidence. What's pertinent here, Judge, and what the main issue from the prosecution perspective is we have received no reports, no written summaries at all from Larry Daniel. What we do have is a one-page memorandum, which I actually would like to tender a copy to the court, from December 16th, 2014, which lists, Larry Daniel lists the items of evidence he reviewed from the Aurora Police Department, indicates that he and his consultants forensically processed the digital forensic images of the items above, and this relates to the computers and tablet items that were recovered from Mr. Holmes, from the defendant's apartment, and extracted the raw data from each item. And then talks about his training and experience and indicated that Larry Daniel did not generate a written report, and goes on to talk about how Larry Daniel reviewed Special Agent Scott Eicher's material related to cell tower analysis. If I may approach, Judge, I would like to tender this to the court for the court's review.
Why don't you mark it as a court trial exhibit or as a people's exhibit, either way?
I will do so, Your Honor.
Actually, maybe better a court trial exhibit to avoid confusion.
Would the court like this now or after my argument?
You can provide it after your argument.
Thank you, Judge.
But for the record, what is the next number?
76.
All right, so mark it as C-TR-76.
Understood. So, Judge, I've been in off-the-record conversations with the defense, trying to ascertain exactly what Mr. Daniel will be testifying to. As of this date, we still have no report. We still have no written summary. We have no information written that as to what Mr. Daniel is going to be testifying to. I was provided this morning with a copy of some photographs and evidence, and a lot of it actually is from the Aurora Police Department. There is a couple of items that are not from the Aurora Police Department that I've been told Mr. Daniel will be testifying to. We requested from the defense an opportunity to meet with Mr. Daniel personally so we can find out what exactly he's testifying to. And I received word this morning that Mr. Daniel respectfully declines a meeting with our office. Judge, we believe this falls directly in line with the court's ruling in P43. In P43, the people filed a motion for expert witness discovery pursuant to Rule 16 2B, Roman numeral 2B, and the court issued its order in the order regarding people's motion for expert witness discovery pursuant to Rule 16, Roman numeral 2B, P43. The court talks not only in P43 but also in some other orders, including D251, which the court's order is related to the defendant's motion to compel supplemental expert disclosures. Court cites numerous cases, including People v. Castro at 854 P. 2nd, 1262. It's a Colorado Supreme Court case from 1993. That the discovery rules in the criminal proceedings are designed to further the truth-seeking process. The court in D251 and P43 cites Lenari versus People 827, Pacific 2nd, 495, Colorado Supreme Court case from 1992. By allowing the prosecution and the defense to acquire relevant information before the trial, the rules promote fairness in the criminal process and reduce the risk of trial by ambush. And People versus Robles, 568, P. 2nd, 57, Colorado Supreme Court case from 1977, indicates that trial by ambush is no longer acceptable means for ascertaining the truth. Judge, we have no idea in any sort of written form and no meaningful way to cross-examine this expert of the defense. And specifically, again, referring to the court's ruling in P43, the court cites Criminal Rule 16, Roman numeral 2, subsections B1 and B2, in which those rules specifically state the court may order the defense to disclose the underlying facts or data supported in any opinion. We have none of that, Your Honor, of an expert endorsed witness. If a report has not been prepared by that expert to aid in compliance with other discovery obligation, the court may order the party calling the expert to provide a written summary of the testimony. We don't have any of that, including the results of any physical, mental examinations, scientific tests, experiments or comparisons, particularly related to the comparisons, we have no information related to that. The intent of this rule specifically talks about the fact that it allows the prosecution sufficient meaningful information to conduct effective cross-examination. So as we sit here tonight, Your Honor, with this potential expert witness being called by the defense tomorrow, we have a copy of an exhibit that the defense intends to introduce through him. We have verbal assertion that he will be qualified as an expert, yet we have no reports or summaries whatsoever as to what exactly he's going to be opining on or any of the underlying data in which he's relying. Thank you, Judge.
And what relief are you requesting?
But this time, Judge, we are requesting that, I mean, first of all, we don't exactly know what he's going to testify to, but the relief that we're looking at is that he not be allowed to opine in any sort of way in expert capacity in any area that is specifically listed in this memorandum, which quite frankly is not really outlined. It's talking about how, in relation to this case, he forensically processed the digital forensic images and extracted the raw data from each item. It's not even listing exactly what he's going to be testifying to. So the relief that we're asking right now, Judge, is that if he's going to be testifying as a lay witness, that's one thing, but it's been asserted that he's being testifying as an expert witness. And quite frankly, the information in this memorandum that he's going to be testifying about, all of it is expert information. So if he's testifying as a lay witness, that's one thing. But if he's testifying as an expert witness, we have none of the underlying information. We would request that the court not allow that type of testimony in this particular case. Thank you, Judge. If I may approach, I'll give the court CTR 76, please.
Yes, please. All right, who wants to respond? I will. Ms. Spengler? Thank you.
Your Honor, we endorsed Mr. Larry Daniel as an expert in the field of computer forensics and cell tower analysis back in December of 2014. And we did include and provide to the district attorney the disclosure statement that I believe complies with the court's order in P54. The reality is Mr. Daniel didn't generate a report. He reviewed data that was extracted from the electronic devices by APD. He's going to be called tomorrow, and he's not going to be testifying to anything outside of what the prosecution has, what APD extracted. The prosecution has introduced certain electronic evidence, certain computer evidence, certain screenshots. They can highlight certain parts of the computer evidence that they've chosen to. And the reason for and the purpose for calling Larry Daniel is to do the same thing, to highlight other parts of the evidence. I think the problem or the issue here is that the amount of material is just so voluminous. I mean, there's a ton of data that came out of these computers in the iPhone. But Mr. Edson is not in a significantly different position than I was on the heels or the night or the eve of cross-examining Detective Gordon Madonna. And the reality is the testimony is reactive to what came up during the trial. For instance, Mr. Edson, through Detective Madonna, introduced a series of websites that were bookmarked, but not all of them. I would introduce, and the district attorney has, and APD has, all of the websites that were bookmarked on a particular computer. So again, there's just nothing outside of what the district attorney has to the extraction by APD that Mr. Daniel's going to be testifying about. It's just a lot of data that APD extracted.
What about the cell tower?
I'm not going to ask questions about cell tower analysis. I'm not going to go into that.
Okay, so he essentially processed some of the digital images in this case, or he processed the computer and some other electronic devices. Is that what it was?
That's right. So APD and Detective Madonna testified about how they extract the data from the original devices, original computers, and the iPhone. And Mr. Daniel received a copy of that. And Mr. Daniels also received the APD report. He's also received the sort of data that APD provided as well, and has reviewed that.
And he's going to talk about how he went about extracting data from the computer and other electronic devices.
I mean, I frankly don't intend to go into the details unless we have to. It would be more just a matter of producing For instance, publishing screenshots that have already been admitted by the prosecution that weren't published, that were on one of the computers, talking about certain evidence from the iPhone. And I've provided this, that the district attorney has at APD extracted. I mean, I've talked to the district attorney, and I've given the district attorney a copy of the exhibits. It doesn't contain my entire cross-examination, but I mean, I've advised them as to sort of the areas that I intend to go into, and it's reactive to what's been presented by the district attorney.
So it's going to be items that have already been introduced by the prosecution, plus the exhibits, the photographs that you showed to Mr. Edson?
I mean, I believe that's correct. I don't know if there's a part of the iPhone analysis that I might go into that I don't have an exhibit for. I might ask a question about a search term on on the Lenovo computer, and I don't have an exhibit for that. But again, that's all information that they have that APD extracted. It's nothing new. It's nothing additional.
But when you say you might ask a question about a search term, the question would be along the lines of whether there was a search term that was found in the iPhone that was recovered, or something along those lines.
Or a computer.
Or a computer, as opposed to having him offer opinions about what it means or what it doesn't mean for purposes of the investigation or for purposes of the charges.
Well, I mean, I listened to the court when the court was talking with Detective Madonna, and I agree. I don't think it's fair for him to elicit like opinions about mental state or anything like that. I think he can offer opinions as to whether the data is there or not there, and whether it was accessed or not accessed, that type of stuff.
Okay. All right. Mr. Edson? It sounds like she's planning on having the same type of presentation that you did with Detective Madonna, and that she's not going to ask any opinions about the meaning of certain specific content, but rather talk about search terms that may have been found and other contents of that were found in the computer, that were extracted from the computer, that were extracted from electronic devices, and things to that effect.
Well, our position, judges, is if this witness is going to be opining as an expert in any capacity, that he is limited to exactly what is contained within this memorandum that I just pertained to the court. And I quite frankly still believe that if he's even going to be opining in those areas that the court just described, that he's relying on the extracted data. That's an expert type of analysis. And he talks about the fact that he extracted the raw data from this information, and that he relies upon his training and almost 15 years of experience in this field. So it's going to be an expert opinion in that sort of fashion. And again, we have no underlying data or reports or anything related to comparisons for his expert opinion in those areas. So, Judge, it's going to be outside the scope of what we've been provided here. At the very least, Judge, we are requesting that the court order that the defense not be allowed to call Mr. Daniel to testify until he at least agrees to meet with us, because we have no idea exactly, and this is an offer of proof by the defense, but we haven't heard or seen anything from Mr. Daniel exactly what he's going to be testifying to.
Well, I can't force a witness to speak with you, you know that. So the question is, other than having him or having more information about how he went about extracting the information from the computer and other electronic devices, what else is it that you believe that you're entitled to? I'm assuming that that's what his expertise goes to. And I think the expertise would go to the extraction of the information from the computer and electronic devices. Beyond that, he can talk about the results of the extraction, what search terms were found, what queries may have been found, what contents were found, sort of like you did with your witness. But it sounds like the expertise would go to what software, for example, he used, or what methods he used to extract the information from the computer and other electronic devices.
Exactly right, Judge, and we don't have any of that information. And that was the difference is from our experts, that was provided in August of 2012 with all that information. All of the software the court heard a Shrek hearing on this, all of the software that was used, all the processes that was used to extract all of this type of data. None of that we have, Judge.
All right. Ms. Spengler, to the extent you're going to have him testify as an expert about extracting information from the computer and other electronic devices, at this time, your disclosure falls short of my order P43 and my order D251. So you have to provide some kind of summary. I understand that this expert has not done a report, but you should provide a summary to the prosecution related to how he went about doing this in general, what software he used, what methods he used, and in general, his opinions about that aspect of his examination.
And Your Honor, if he testifies then just to the information that APD extracted, then
So not as an expert, but just as someone who has general knowledge in computers and electronic devices.
I mean, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And just talking about just sort of the same results or different results from the extraction that the Aurora Police Department did?
Not even different, just additional, because again, there's so much material, and the prosecution presented a very small amount, and we would just be, highlighting some of the other evidence that was not presented.
Mr. Edson said that if he testifies as a lay witness, that's one thing, and it doesn't sound like he has an objection to that. I think his objection was to not knowing more if he was going to testify as an expert. So if you're just going to highlight some of the information that has already been admitted as having been extracted by the Aurora Police Department, then that may be a different story. I don't know. Mr. Edson?
I don't know how he can testify as a lay witness when he is looking at the raw data and the extraction processes that APD used to find these search terms and these images and such. I mean, he's relying upon his expertise to do that. So I don't know how he can be qualified or not qualified, but how he can be put on the stand as a lay witness. He's going to be relying on his expertise.
It's hard for me to know, Ms. Spengler, because I don't know exactly what he's going to say. Here's what I'll tell you. If you don't provide a report, you run the risk that I'll sustain objections to beyond the scope of what was disclosed. So you figure out how you want to proceed. You can run the risk, or you can do a report and go from there. I don't know whether his testimony is really going to be truly lay witness testimony, or if I'm going to find that it's expert witness testimony. I don't know, because I don't know exactly what he's going to say. I'm being told in vague and general terms what he will testify about, but I don't know what questions you're going to ask, and I don't know what testimony you're going to elicit. So,
Okay, I understand the court's ruling, and I just want it to be clear that this was disclosed, this report was disclosed, or disclosure statement was disclosed back in December of 2014. The first time that anyone in the district attorney's office reached out to talk to Mr. Daniel was yesterday. So I don't, or the day before, so I don't understand,
well, you're saying that if they had reached out earlier, he would have agreed to talk to them?
I mean, it's a matter of timing. I mean, it was so rushed. But I mean, I'm not going to speak for him in that circumstance. But if this is so important to the district attorney, I just don't understand why it wasn't brought up earlier.
I understand, and I agree with you that this is something that they should have inquired into earlier or about earlier. But the bottom line is my orders, P43 and D251, apply regardless of whether they are attempting to reach out to speak to a witness. My orders are not conditioned on whether an expert witness agrees to talk to the opposing party. My orders say that if you're going to call an expert, then you have to provide a particular type of disclosure. And this disclosure, C-TR-76, does not satisfy the requirements in my orders. So if you're going to call him as an expert, you should provide a summary of, in general, the opinions he's going to offer and the basis for those opinions. And if you want to take your chances that this is not expert testimony and call him as a lay witness and think you can lay enough foundation and still have it be admissible, that's up to you. But you run the risk that I may disagree with you and I may say, no, this is expert testimony. And then at a minimum, it'll cause a delay in when you call him, and you'll have to call him later, or perhaps not call him at all. So that's about all I can tell you. All right? Okay, is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people?
Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defense? Yes. Yep, no problem. All right, thank you. Here you go.